It's going to give us problems again. Good morning, guys. Sorry I'm a little bit behind. It was a late night. I didn't get much sleep. Like, seriously, when I say it was a late night, it was a late night. I probably got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I don't know. I fell asleep, had a dream, and then I could not, it was just a little tough for me to be able to get back to sleep. So I do apologize. To get back to sleep. Here we're playing this again. Good morning. What's up, fam? How are you, buddy? What's up, Wiz? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. So, um, you know, we already know where we're at. So look, I forgot a couple things yesterday. Um, Coinbase and what I really want to see from Tesla. I'm going to cover that real quick. Guys, I want you guys to know this month, like this week in particular, this week and the next week, like yeah, I can't explain it. I'm going to fucking crush it. I'm going to crush it. I'm going to crush it. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. All right, if the market gives me that opportunity, I'm taking full advantage of it. And I'm crushing it. So again, sorry for being late. If you guys could hit the like button, subscribe if you're not already, if you haven't already done so, that would help others find us, and it would help us get to the goal. And the goal is to have a platform right here: YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, spread across with a few traders other than myself, myself and others, and building a community here. So. Coinbase and Tesla real quick. Let's talk about the indexes. Where are we at with the ES and whatnot? And if you guys are new here, if you guys have questions, don't hesitate to ask a question. If you're wondering something, someone else out there that's watching this is also wondering the same thing. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a pullback here this morning. I'd watch for that pivot high from Monday. So yesterday I said, let's see if we take back this move. Let's see if we take back this move, or if we take back partial of it. The ES, you got to watch that double. It's like a little flat top resistance there. It's like 512 or 513 is where I would put it, really. All right, 513 on the ES. Let's look at the NASDAQ. So yesterday, when I was bringing up the divergence, I brought it up for a reason, because I saw it yesterday, right? What is it? Not YM. It's not YM, is it? It is. So look, the Dow never rallied, and there's been some strength there, right? Look, it's starting to put in a lower high. So yesterday when I said, when I mentioned divergence, and understanding the rotation, that like the Qs have taken back the lead, is that about to change? I think we're going to need a catalyst for that to happen. And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by the Qs leading, changing? Is see if the Dow starts to drag us lower. All right. I don't expect that to happen just yet, but I am watching out for it. Or if we just continue to grind higher, that's cool too. Again, my target for the SPY is around like 530. Up in that area. Let's use a 15-minute chart. I didn't mind that 5-minute either, though. I gotta be honest. I did not mind the 5-minute. NQ. Pretty simple. I think that's the best setup. It's a nice flat top resistance. Broke above it. See if you can't pull it back. If you do take that back. Here's the thing I would suggest. If you do take back this move from Friday, you've taken back the whole move. So I'm not going to say that I wouldn't be so bearish or bullish to when I got to 18, but I probably wouldn't be so bullish. You make a run, you take it back the very next day. That usually tells you everything you know about how the week's going to go. Just being honest here. All right, so we're coming in with the gap down. What would I look for? Let's go right to the SPY and the Qs so I can hurry this up and go into some of the names. I'm going to look for a bounce into yesterday's close or Friday's close. Why is that a 1 hour? Did I have a 1 hour up? So a 15-minute? I hope I didn't just do that. Shit. Look at all those. Look at all those damn lines. You know, I kind of know where they're what they all mean and whatnot. Um, really, it should just be these, the thicker ones. But what I'm gonna look for today is to see if you get a bounce back and you can't get above yesterday's high. I showed you guys this ascending wedge that we were putting in. That's a trend reversal. More times than not, an ascending wedge is a trend reversal, or wedges in general, really. Um, I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get to close. You know, I'm not sure if we will. I think we could. So I want to look. So just like, you know, when I say, you know, we come in with like a gap, like we had a down. Excuse me, we had a down day. We come in with a gap up. We look for that pullback into the close or low. So in this case, it would be the close or high. Then we look to see if we can't break that, and I'm looking for the short. Okay, I'm gonna look for the short. It's just my opinion. If we have a down day today, look what happened last time when you had a down Monday. All right, history doesn't have to repeat itself, but it can certainly remind us of what happens when you have down Mondays. All right. I'm gonna look for a bounce in the 512.65, I guess, 512.50, call it. And if we can't break that area, I'm gonna look for yesterday's close, or the high of day from Friday. I'm looking for that area right there. Dude, why? What is going on here? That's crazy. I did not bring up the arrow. It's wild. Alright, so let me do this real quick, because I don't want it to one. I gotta delete some of these lines. And then, you know, obviously my target's going to be back down into, like, you know, Thursday's high, that pre-market high from Friday, 510. All right, 510. That'd be a nice move, right? 513, we got the short. If we can't break to new highs, I want to start turning Friday's close into resistance, Friday's high into resistance, and look to get back down to 510. All right, 510, which would be right here. All right, so anything below that, I'm not really worried about just yet. So I need to clean these charts up, like, seriously. I don't know what the hell I don't understand what in the hell I got going on there. I mean, I do, but I don't, because that doesn't do anything for anyone. What is going on here? Let's see here. All right, give me 1 second. I don't even have. You gotta be shitting me. Just give me 1 second. So let's go to Tesla. It's 9:12. We got a couple more minutes. If you guys could, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you're new, welcome. What are some of the names you're watching? What are some names that you see that are some of the top gainers? What are some of your top ideas today? Let's go here to the scanner. You have some CRDF, FU, FUW, FUFU, YGMZ. So that's just some of the ones on the scanner right now for the large cap. Qualcomm, Billy. I'm pretty sure Billy has earnings coming up, so, you know, be prepared to, you know, be prepared that they have earnings coming up. So, all right, let's get it, guys. I'm telling you guys, this week's going to be great. Let's go to Tesla, or let's go to the Nasdaq real quick. Even though we already did. All right, let me pull up CNBC. This is where I got to start moving. This is where we got to start moving, because Coinbase and Tesla, especially Coinbase, is one of my top ideas. All right. right, these are one of my top ideas. So she broke out again. She broke out again. All right, that's what it is. All right, that's what it is. Cool. Good, great, grand, wonderful. I had a feeling that that's not where I wanted to put that damn trend line. I knew it. I knew that's not where I wanted to put it. You know? Let's see here. Dude. Keep talking? That was funny. Oh shit, on CNBC. That was actually kind of funny. Yeah, you know what? That thing is done. Alright, so it's going higher, it looks like. Oh, freaking Carl Cantanilla. You should be banned, bro. You're not as professional as you think. I feel bad for him, man. I do. Like, does he not realize, yo, you're somebody that's on national TV. You're watched by millions of people every day. I don't know. He can live his life. Let me just lead it. Let me lead that man alone. Let me lead that man alone. All right, let's go here. To be some powerful chatbot yet. Okay, let's see if that even helps him. We did say we wanted to look for a little bounce there. JetBlue is getting out of the Spirit deal. Okay, Spirit merger agreement after losing antitrust suit. So they're not going to file again. They're not going to file for a, a retrial, I guess you could say. All right. So that's that. Let's go to some of the moves. Stocks making the biggest move. SMCI, obviously. So we pretty much hit it on the nose. All right, so let's go into it. SMCI, Macy's, nearly 17% of its buyout. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Watch for Kohl's, too. Nobody's talking about this one, but if they still want to go through a buyout with Kohl's, I think it was Kohl's that didn't really want to do it. You're getting a lot of these buybacks. I forgot about Macy's. We could have put this on, and I said it. Let's put this on for later in the future. And look what happened. Here it is. Shit. I forgot about that. Okay, so it's not really doing much this morning. They talking about 17... No. QQQM. I didn't know that was a stock. Yeah, look at that upside. Wow. Up is what it is. Let's see here. If you get a pullback, the buyout price is obviously the buyout price. It's at $20. Let's see where it was at. 20. Let's go to. So 24. Wait. Macy's stock skyrocketing. There's 70% our cost of management up its buyout offer from the department store chain to 24 from 21. Or about 6.6 billion. Okay, so it does need to pull. It does have a few dollars left in it. It does have a few bucks left. 26, right? 26. Yes, 26. All right, let me not waste my time on this junk. Other than Coinbase, I did just want to see what was going on. See where oil's at as well. See where oil's at. Oil is going to be. Could be on the list this week. And GLD. Lyft. I'll go over this in a little bit. We got 10 minutes left. I want to get ready. Dutch Bros shares the coffee chain at a 2.5 following an upgrade. Nice. So it looks like there's a lot of stuff to start the week. Let's go look at Tesla real quick. TSLA. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. Alright, so this is the level. Nope, look, it already broke. And it turned it into resistance. Damn it. So this level up here is just big time resistance. Well, you know what? It isn't. No. So look, it pulled back. I did that for a reason. It sucks that I have to do that. Alright, so trend line, get rid of it. Trend line. Trend line. Alright, so I do want to see if we can hold 199, guys. I want to see if Tesla can hold 199. Alright, I don't know why it's, you know, it's just pulling right back into its support level. And I was wondering if it was going to gap up or gap down. So that's going to help us. That's going to help the calls, at least on a 15-minute chart. Let me pull up the 5-minute. Yeah, that's really going to help the calls out, guys. I got to look for a long. All right, I'm going to be looking for a long right off the bell on Tesla. Possibly. I might be a little patient with it. But here's the thing. So Tesla, if we get that, that push right off the bell, what I want you guys to look for is this 202 level. Okay, watch 202. You have some minor resistance. You could have some minor resistance right there at 201. But 201 and 202, more importantly 202, in my opinion. 202 is a level you got to get back up through, off of this pullback down into this area. If you get that bounce and you can't get up through 202, you got issues. Tesla's got issues. So I'm going to watch for 202. Forward to double hybrid. See, you guys notice how all of this EV stuff is coming out now? You guys see that? You notice how it's all coming out now? Kind of funny, isn't it? So it tells me we're putting ourselves in the right place at the right time, baby. So, that's what we want to see. Man, fucking Tesla's just weak, bro. All right, well, we finna find out here. What's going on. It's got some support there. Tesla has some more support down here. I would say right there. 190, 150. Hold up. Come on, bro. And I hope everyone has a wonderful week. I'm just letting y'all know I'm coming out the gates killing it this week. Just so you guys are aware. Just so everybody is understanding, I'm coming out the gates swinging. 192.50. 192.50. That's what I want to look for. 192.50. Let me do this. Hold on. Guys, I'm messing myself up right now. Just in case things come out like to the downside and Tesla doesn't go higher. Dude. Alright, so if Tesla does have downside, Tesla, I'm looking for this 192 level, like we said. 192. Come on. I gotta hurry up. Alright, 192 is the level I'm looking for. What is that? 195. You're gonna have some mild support up at 195 as well. Because of the that neckline there. At like 194, 195. Support. Alright. What time is it, guys? It's 9:23. Let's go to let's go to Coinbase. So that's Tesla. I'm watching. Is that clear? Can you guys comment and chat? Let me know something. All right. Pretty easy. You got to watch for that. Look for a bounce. I want to clear on Tesla. I want to clear 202, 201. All right. We got some solid support down here at 198.98. You're at 199. You're down at the support level. RSI is a little bit high. Coming in with that gap down from Friday. Should drop that RSI. Let's look for the bounce. But you got to watch, like, again, you got to watch out for that. Maybe we keep playing the range. But if we can't get through 201, that's telling me we're continuously, once again, for the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth time, we're putting in a lower high. Then I'm going to look for some downside. Doesn't mean we're going to get it today, like that whole move. Just, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see us get above 20 Tesla. I want to see us get above and hold 202. 202 is the level in my opinion. All right, so it'll look something like this. You rally, you got to get up through that level right there. You got to get up through it, hold it, get up, fill the gap, and then we can consolidate and then see what we want to do there. All right? So that's my plan with Tesla. Let's go to Coinbase. All right, Tesla and Coinbase. I want to see if we can get Bitcoin to like pull back a little bit whenever that comes. I'm not going to just fight the trend, but if the market pulls back, that should put a little bit of weight on Coinbase. It's trying right now. We have 5 minutes, so I'm trying to hurry up. Couple things, right? We'll look for the pullback in the 210, 209. Or 210. Yeah, 210 is my level. I don't know what that's for. What the hell is going on here? I thought I fixed all this yesterday. Excuse my language, I apologize. Okay, whatever. I see why now. There's a nice little double bottom there. Alright, I want to start dropping this thing. Where are we at? 217? Yeah, I want to start dropping this thing. Right? I want Bitcoin to get under... Not Bitcoin, but yes, I'd like to see Bitcoin pull back. And, you know... I wrote down here yesterday, 210 short, my target would be 190 if we could get that, but I wouldn't mind seeing, if you guys see this level here, Friday's close. I want to see if we can pull back into Friday's close. Okay? Friday's close. Why do I have that there? I can see why I have it there, but more so, I want to move this, guys, right there. That's what I want to see, right there. Alright, that's the level I want to see. I want to see if we can pull back in the 106, 105.90 and pull into that area. If you break that area, then you have room all the way down back to 195. Alright? There's nothing stopping you there. Back down to 195. So write it down, alright? Let me go to a 5-minute chart with the equity, with pre-market on. We can actually go here. Alright? What I would look for is a pop to pre-market highs. Look for a bounce back to like 222, 220, okay? And you can see you have some resistance here at, oh shit, that's 207. So we got a big gap up coming. Yeah, look for that pre-market, the pre-market highs to show you that that's still going to act as resistance. You rallied this morning in 222, resistance. You pull it back, resistance. That's a lower high there. So just understand what's going on with it. It's showing you that that little bit of area is that there's some selling pressure up there. All right, so give it a little bit of time. Let it just, you know, let it get up there. If it just drops right out of bed, you know, let it go, right? Let it go because it'll probably bounce and you should be able to get an attempt up there at 220, 222 short. Okay, and that short is going to take us down to yesterday's double top at 206. You got another level there at looks like 213. I'm not sure why I have that there, but I'm sure there's a reason for it on the daily chart. Okay, and you could see here that on the daily chart, We got 2 minutes, gang. You can see on the daily chart that this puts in this bull flag. It hits the 9 EMA, and it rallies. So that's what I want to look for, is a pullback on Coinbase to like pull back down into that 9 EMA on the daily chart. Come on, man. Dude, I wish I could get rid of like that volume or something, or I wish I could see it just a little bit better. Good luck today, everyone. If you want to try and get cute, you can look, you just retested that on Coinbase. You just retested that area right there at 218. Bro. CATX is halted for news. Look at that flat top support there at 218. If you break through 218, which I think you can, I think it's just too easy, in my opinion, okay, to reject 218 right off the bell and fall. It could, but good luck today. Tesla and Coinbase are the two that I'm watching right now. All right, there you go. Let it hold. Let Coinbase hold. Let it get up to that 220, 222 if it can, and it's probably not going to. And she's pulling back. And Tesla's bouncing. Where? 201, baby. Come on. Unless you're going to show me you want to be resistance. So we took back everything we did Friday on Tesla. There's your... Finally, we got our 198 test. Finally, we get our 198 test, everyone. Come on, can we hold and get to 201? Dude, they're not liking Tesla right now. Wow, that's hilarious. Uh-oh. Are we good? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go for like... It's expensive. I don't want to spend that much money. 210 so far out the money. Look, it's still pulling back. It's still pulling back. I don't know if there's something I don't know about, guys, with Tesla. But all right, 192 on Tesla. 192. 192. Let's go to the charts. What's the overall markets doing? Shit, I don't even have the SPY up. Excuse me. What is that? 195. 195, yes, 195. That's it right there. I think that wick right there. Damn, so she's going lower. We said it. Said it last week. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. This is why you gotta watch. Think about, say a prayer for all those people last week that got long Tesla because they thought it was hella bullish. And they're like, yeah, let's look for like a pullback, 201. Bro, and they come in with this huge gap down. They're fudged. You guys see why I'm always patient with Tesla? They're fudged. If anybody got long up here and held over the weekend, up at 202, they're screwed. They're screwed. Okay, there it is. There's your downside. It's pretty simple, guys. Right? You broke the 199. And officially, once you broke 198, really 198's your level. She pulling back on low volume so far. 15-minute chart hasn't really completed itself yet. I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know if it has to do with the OpenAI suit, but you know, it is what it is. Me personally, I gotta wait for another bounce back to 199, 198. You know, I wouldn't mind 199. Dude, this sucks. I guess we should have taken that. We should have taken that short over the weekend. Would have really paid off. How about that? How about that? Cash me outside. Dude, she's sinking, y'all. Look at the volume today. Look at the volume. So where are we getting our where are we going to participate in this? Where are we participating? Ty, what's up, bro? Yep, SMCI got the Hall of Fame introduction to S&P 500. Look for that pullback 190 or 998 if it gives it to you. If it gives it to you. All right? If it gives it to you. I think right here is a buying opportunity. I'd actually look at this area right there. Because where would my stop loss be? I'm gonna buy this thing right here at 1019. All right? And my stop loss is going to be just under 993, or it's like 1000. We'll make it like, yeah, my stop loss would be under like 995, 994. Just got to watch. You have some support there, but see if this 1039 is rejection. Look at the SPY. Look at the Qs. If you continue to pull back into Qs and SPY, then look for this to fill the gap. Look for SMCI to pull back to Friday's close. That's how I would play it. All right, you have resistance there. Look, yesterday, Bitcoin futures now up 27. Pulled back. You pulled back off of 1040. Pulled back. You got above 1040. You tried to make it support. You couldn't hold. Now it's making 1040 resistance. Yeah, I would look for. I'd look for it to be. It's tough, man. I can't call it, bro. That's what I would say. It has a catalyst to separate itself from the market. Is the point? You know what I mean? It's getting inducted and indicted to the Hall of Fame. That's the S&P 500. That's a joke, by the way. But yes, it is in the S&P 500. That's what I would watch, right? I would just, if I'm bullish, 1020 with a stop loss below $1,000. And look, you got to reclaim. It's struggling at that 1040 level. There you go. You got above it. Now I'd watch to get through pre-market highs. It's struggling up here. To me, it feels like. And you have room to 1080, so yeah. SMCI, look, that's actually resistance up here. If you break and hold 1050, then look for that to be support. 1050. About 1050. 1050. That's a beautiful area there. Bang. 1050, and look, what happened? 1050 just acted as resistance, bro. Sorry about that. It just took me a minute. Alright. Just watch. See if you get a break. You gotta break above those highs. And look for that shit to start holding. You want to see it, do it with an increase in volume, too. I don't really know how SMCI trades as far as volume and if you can count on that stuff. I would just be a buyer on pullbacks. That's just my opinion. Wait for the pullbacks, big guy. Look at Tesla. So, fuck SMCI. Excuse the language. We want movement. Look at Tesla. Tesla is down 4%. The bell just opened up, y'all. 192 target. It's 938. And Tesla's down 4%. This is the follow through we want. That's the follow through we want. I don't know what the hell's going on with Tesla. I really don't. Alright, I wasn't rolling out either. But I'll be damned if this thing ain't undersold now. Shit. Alright, we got that 20-day. Look, we went right down into it, gang. I told you guys yesterday, watch that 20-day moving average on Tesla. Let's look to see if we can get a bounce to like 198 or so. I had a feeling we were getting that pullback. I really did. Because it was just making a lower high there. Yo, Tesla's just gunning, y'all. I love being on, putting myself, like, I love being able to be in the right parts of the market. While everybody's watching SMCI, we got Tesla over here pulling back 4%. Watch this support level on Tesla. All right, I like 192, but 190 is like a pretty solid level there. 190. So I would watch for. I need another bounce back to like 198 to get short. She's just cracking these levels. That sucks. That sucks, bro. Top idea, Tesla. Top idea was Tesla, and look at her. Motherfucker, yo. Alright, Coinbase, sitting up here. So it pulled back into that previous high at 213, so that apparently was a level that I put there for a reason. And it worked. I think it might have been off of the daily chart. And it was. So that was that previous support zone. I would look for... Man, you might get up to 260 or so. There was news yesterday with Binance and not... These countries are getting mad. That's all I'm going to say. These countries are getting mad about crypto because it's helping the people find a way out. It's helping people find a way out. I guess people from Binance yesterday got arrested when they touched down in Nicaragua or something, somewhere in Africa. I don't know. They said tax evasion, but that's hard to believe, in my opinion. I think they're just upset that there's something that's being made that's actually helping people improve their lives. All right, instead of the government trying to hold your ass down, you know, I'm not one for you know, conspiracies, but kind of funny and kind of ironic. And here the mic is off the whole time I'm talking. Unreal. I still want to see if we can get a pullback. I still want to see if we can get a pullback. Dude, this thing's still going. Did it just put in a new high? I know it's got to be close. Almost. Damn. This is bullshit, bro. Bitcoin's so strong right now. All right, look. Let's see if we can make this area resistance.
Resuming after a circuit breaker hold, Charlie Hotel, making new highs now.
my gosh, why? What is going on with this freaking mic, yo? I don't know what the float is for this FUFU, guys. So you'll have to check that out on your own. Or if somebody has the information. My bad. My bad, y'all. My B. Alright. Fucking Tesla, bro. I can't believe this shit. I can't fucking believe it. I seriously can't believe it. I seriously cannot believe it at all. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know, do I try for the long? At 192 now? Like, she's sinking, bro. Like, I'm scared that Tesla's going right back down to 185. Because that's really where she's going to have room to. That's your support and resistance level. Is at 185. Alright, so I'm looking for a bounce back on Tesla up to like 195 area. I think that's going to be my plan. That sucks, you guys. This is why I'm always hesitant to say when something's oversold that it can't go lower. Alright, a lot of people were probably thrown off because of how oversold it was on the daily chart, you know, and they got snuck. Oh, this is a nice break and retest and hold. This is why you need more than just a stupid ass like break and retest to give you a probability on what something's going to do. You really read the chart and be a doctor. Dissect the chart. It's telling you a story that you can play out, right? The probability of you being able to play it out if you learn how to do it. Don't worry, because I'm getting up on my book today. So, and you guys are going to learn how to do this shit. How do I continuously put myself in the right parts of the market? How many people do you think had Tesla on their mind today? I'm just wondering. Take a guess. Like YouTube, wherever. Like, I don't know. Maybe they did. But we've been on this thing last week. Tesla's been paying us. Coinbase. I still want to see if it can try to bounce. It's trying to hold that level. I was just thinking about something and I forgot it. Shit. It was not Boeing. Fucking Boeing, too. Everything's making moves, guys. There's a ton of moves out there today. It is a busy week. Alright, so that was a test of what? What did we say we wanted to see? Yesterday's close. We're almost up there. We made it resistance pre-market. And I'm talking about the SPY. Why? Come on. Oh my gosh. Alright, so this is probably what we wanted to see, and that was the market at our back for the downside. Look at the Dow and see if the Dow is down. The Dow isn't down right now. It's not doing too bad. It could make that 390.50 resistance there. You might have a nice little short there on the Dow. I might try and look for a short on the SPY. I might. The volume is just a little low this morning, I feel like. In my opinion. I think the volume is a little... it's fine. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Alright, so... Tesla. BA. Hot watch list. This watch list has been fire, bro. fire. Let's go to the daily chart. 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 We have room down to 197. All right, we know we have room to 197 on Boeing. This area could start to hold. I just wonder if it's finally going to give it up more. That's what I'm wondering. Hourly, we're oversold. 15-minute, oversold. Everything seems to be oversold. So it's a little hard, and I think this is why they sell it off, because it's hard for people. SPR. It's hard for people to, they automatically want to go long. Oh, it's oversold. It's oversold. Okay, well, Tesla's been oversold for a while now, and she's still going lower. I can't do nothing until we get back up to 198, at least 198. Give me a 15-minute chart, because I really want to see here. 158. Let's see here. Yeah, 190, 195. All right, 195. And I say that because that's our... Really, it's 198. See, 195 is this prior double top, right? 192. I could put it down here to 190, right? I could put that down there. And I think that's what I might do. Alright, I think that's what I might do. But you can see here, like, it only touches it once during market hours. Well, really, twice.
This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro, we with titanium. We mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. It says here inviting crew. Come on over. Too inviting.
192. Why did I do 192? There's a reason why. Dude, look at the volume today, man. I had this feeling that, like, Tesla was about to give us a nice move. Alright, so we're bouncing into 195. We're bouncing into 195. I'm curious if we're going to get... Okay, that's why I did 192. That's why I did 192, was that previous support here at 192. I'm going to make that a minor level. Yes, I'm going to make that a minor level. I can probably I think it's safe to say I can get rid of this stuff up above. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Does anyone have any questions, comments? What are their thoughts with Tesla? What do you guys think? What do you guys think Tesla's going to do? Do you think we're going to get that rejection up here at like 195, or do you guys think we get more 198 rejection? Alright, there we go. What is that? 195. I'm looking for 190. It's only, man, it just sucks to be paying so much for this now. It really does. It sucks to pay so much. I may try it. It's just really weak today. And it's got volume. Right? It's got a lot of volume with it today. You guys can see this volume is just dwarfing prior volume. I still need a pop into that area, though. I still need a bounce. Be careful if you are watching Tesla for 193. And that's where it held. It's exactly where it held. What's that, 194, I guess? 194. And they haven't talked about Toyota Motor Company either. 192. 192. So I wonder if this is a start, guys. Come on, man, baby, please. Just give me 195. That's all I'm asking. One last time. One last time. 195. Just one last time. Just one last time. You know, that's what they always say. Little crybabies. One last time. Just one last time. Like a little pathetic piece of you know what. No, not one last time. Get the f out. I'm just playing. I'm talking to myself. You know, part of me wants to wait for 198. That would be the smart idea, is to wait for 198. Let's see here. Let me see. Even though I kind of already know where my Fibonacci's is going to be, let's just throw it up here, just to throw it up there. $23.6 and the 50% retracement. So that would take back 50% of the move of this morning, a retracement back to 198. You know, that's I think is the best bet. That was a major level of support. We had to be quick on this, and that's what frustrates me, is that I feel like I was a bit too slow. Even though it was the top name on the day, even though Tesla was our top idea. I know this sounds crazy, but today is the day. We're starting on the book. It's like a booklet, I guess you could say. It's a map for people to be able to, you know, technical, like real technical analysis. Understanding moves, measuring moves, things like that. And having a game plan, as in like understanding how to paint the pictures out. Like when this does this, what are the daily moving averages doing? What is this doing? What is that doing? If this does that, what does that do to this? And I'm telling you, this is why I'm able to be, you know, it's really what helps me. Sometimes I do the stuff outside of the norm that I shouldn't do, and that's the killer. That's why I had a bad February. I wouldn't say bad. It's, it was down a little bit, just under break even. So that's a nice hold on that 20-day moving average there. Let me look at, okay. I think that's wild. I think that is so wild that she had to do it right now. I think that's so funny, because it looked like Friday that it wanted to tilt and roll itself over. And what did she do? She did just that. Shit, I didn't look at GLD either. Fuck. How's everybody doing today? How is everybody out there? So I'm still watching Tesla, Coinbase, The Spy, and getting ready to look at GLD. So I'm going to stay focused on, the names I'm looking at. GLD, ripping higher. Could be a day 2 continuation. All right, day 2 continuation. Look at the volume today. A ton of volume today. Oh, the top might be in with the commercial that's playing. Beautiful. So GLD making new highs. Getting ready to pull back. Coinbase. And look, guys. 2250, 222. What'd you get? What'd you get at 222? It doesn't mean that this is going to, this could still be a long.
Over $1 now. We have this company announcing their private placement at 90 cents per share. That's Charlie Alpha Tango X-Ray CATX.
Oh my gosh, this fucking camera, bro. CATX. 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 I'm not worried about that thing. Alright, I'm still watching The Spy too, guys. I feel like we need some volume. I feel like we need some volume on Coinbase. Alright, I think we need some volume. So what I want to look for is the pullback. This thing, in my opinion, is a bit overdone. What is that? 220? Shit, I need to get that rejection now. What time is it? 10 o'clock? Kind of funny, isn't it? That it's 10 o'clock. Alright, 220. Where are we at here? So, I'm going to look to get short Coinbase. Dude, there's no way, bro. There's no way. I'm not paying that much. I'm not paying that much. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. What's a 190? 130? I don't know. I don't know. 130 to 148. Good, they should have. It's not up to the government to say what someone can and can't do. Or what the public can and can't do. You can't just take someone off a ballot because you disapprove of them. You know, here's the point. They say Trump did January 6th, enticed it, whatever. You know, people got to have responsibility for themselves. People were upset. It was a crazy time. You know, I think there needs to be a fair fight. Biden wins, Democrats win, they win. You know, I would just hope that they wouldn't go too crazy with regulation like they like to do. But, you know what I mean? Let them get in the ring and let them win the votes. Like, you know, I'm a fair guy here. So 211. This sucks, guys. What is this? So what is the ATR of Coinbase? I'm just curious. Because I don't think, like, so you have this move here this is a high volatile day, 168 to 193, so we'll say 70, 80, 90. So it's like $13. So that's a $13 move. 190, 193. Look, Carl Quintanilla was quick, right? Carl Quintanilla quick on that Donald Trump news. 192 to 209. 190. Really? Am I seeing that correct? High to low. 192 to 209. Wow, that's a 20-point move. Okay. So I'm looking at the 190 puts. I'm looking at 190 puts, guys. I know it seems a little far out the money. But that's shit. They're already going up, man. They're already going up. They're already going up. Fuck. Volume's pulling back. We can get a bounce back on that. We'll get a bounce back. That's a low volume pullback. They'll probably send this thing higher just to mess with people. Look at VWAP. Alright, look at VWAP. Identify what's going on. Oh, we actually broke it. In the 90 MA, they're all at that level. Alright, they're all at that level. You could play Robinhood also. You could also play Robinhood. Fuck. Fuck. See, we missed the 222. That would have worked out. Did anybody get that? Because you could be taking a piece off right now. Down the VWAP. 222 rejection. Like, when I'm telling you guys that I'm going to slaughter this thing this week, I'm not lying. I am not lying. I'm telling y'all the truth. Well, look at the spreads widening. That's insane. Let me see if I can get like a really low limit order of like 1.25. Come on, it's not going to let me. Okay, I put in a limit order. I don't think it's going to fill me. Oh, damn, they jumped the gun there. They jumped the gun. I just threw one order in. That's me right there. Somebody threw it in at 138. Shit. Okay. We'll look for one. Let's go. Oh shit, 34. Damn it. See, what I'm trying to do right now is 111. Damn. Hold up. They might have filled me. Oh, they filled me, guys. Shit. I got to get up out of this thing. Fuck. Shit. Okay, what did I pay for this? Oh, shit. Come on, bro. Dude, don't screw me here. Oh my god, this fucking phone is going to piss me off. This is why I don't... Dude. Okay, so... What are you doing, bro? This is pissing me the fuck off already. Alright, so I got the 130, bid-ass 140, so somebody got hit at the 140. 140 level. So that's a hold. I feel like I need to get out of this thing. Alright, I need to get out of this thing. Limit. You know, it pulled back and regained. I think we got to be careful for a bounce there. Shit. Alright, so I did throw out an order there just to take some off here. The volume was really low there on Coinbase. Okay, that's the 190 puts. Let's see here. Fucker. Fuck. What's Bitcoin doing, guys? What is Bitcoin doing? Come on, man. So that's going to be an out for me if we break above that level. I want to see if we can pull back. Alright, so that is going higher. Motherfucker, yo. You gotta be shitting me, dude. This isn't what I wanted to do, bro. This is not what I wanted to do right now. Is Bitcoin going higher? Like, I don't know. Okay, so we have some resistance up here at 221 on the daily. Yes, 222. I knew I got in this thing too soon, y'all. I got in too soon. Was holding VWAP.
referring to, all that's tied to the same story of liquidity. My issue or the risk here is that a lot of these measures of
Company now said in a filing on Friday in a press release
really
that
move
the
very
Fed
far, very fast. So
Yeah,
the question is, what's the source of that next leg?
Why is he typing so loud?
I think it's good. It's hard to tell.
Dry powder, cash on the sidelines, money in money markets, and then they fold into that, margin stability, certainly better liquidity on the corporate front, the possibility that earnings are going to catch up to sentiment. Is that not true in your view?
Yeah, I think, with respect to earnings, I think that is likely to continue. Everything that we look at.
I can't believe that. Like, you could be getting in now at like 119, 120.
But it's going to look a little bit different. I think, right now, if you look at the earnings forecast for the mega caps, they're actually set to decelerate over the course of the next few quarters. And so the big push you've had into these mega cap names that's been driving some of the speculation, I think that gets called into question. The good thing, though, is there is something there to take its place, and that's the earnings for the other 490-some stocks in the S&P 500, which are set to continue to accelerate. So that's where I think the big opportunity is. But as things shift and move around, that could come.
Dude, why do they keep doing this?
Of volatility, particularly given how far this sentiment and speculation have run.
Why do they keep doing that shit, bro? Come on.
Rally in its tracks or some of this speculative, feverish like behavior that we're
I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I wanted to get out of this fucking thing.
economic data is
Fuck.
celebrated and certainly better than expected, but then
I can't.
economic data is celebrated too, like we saw with ISM services for February on Friday, where new orders were down, prices paid were less than expected, and hey, that's good news because it means the Fed can ease rates.
Exactly, Sarah. I think, you have to take a little bit of pause when good news is good and bad news is good. It really speaks to the level of liquidity out there and the amount of speculation. I mean, in no fundamental textbook are you going to get a world where everything is always good news. And so I think, really the question is there something that's going to be causing that speculation to take pause or liquidity to come down?
Let's see here.
I don't necessarily see anything for the broad market. I'm not that worried right now because I do.
Come on. Give me a double top there. Give me a double top. And it's not going to. You fucking bastard. I said this fucking week was going to be the week that I fucking killed it. We're already fucking up, man. Look at the volume on the break. I knew it should have went fucking long, this piece of shit. I paid way too much for it. You gotta... Coinbase is just going to grind higher. Just so everyone knows here. This motherfucker's just going to grind higher. It's going to. It's up 8%. You're getting a pullback to 221. That's where I would look for a long. Other than that, don't be a dipshit like me and do fucking stupid shit and pay too much. I really thought we could get that pullback. You got room to 230, it looks like. Coinbase will have room to 230. 230 is a level I would watch for Coinbase to get to. You know, don't fight the trend. Don't fight the trend. Don't be an idiot like me.
With a little kung fu strength.
It's got room to 230, just so you guys are aware.
Interest rate adjustments where inflation and the fact that they couldn't raise rents during COVID has put a lot of pressure on that market. And then also what we've learned with New York communities, they have a very concentrated portfolio. And concentration is another story from last spring. I think exactly. So I think that
Fuck.
the entire market is going to
Please leave me the fuck alone. Don't open the door.
of commercial real estate. I don't think what's happening in New York City is a signal for what's going to happen to the whole industry.
Yeah, regardless of that, do the regional banks end up in the penalty box?
I'm going to try and get out of this on this pullback up here. If it can give me something. It's not giving you nothing. I'm just getting pissed that I got to sit in this fucking thing and try to get out. Look at the volume. This thing is just on a run, guys. I'm gonna get rid of this.
So I believe that the
If I can get a pullback,
bring is to modernize FDIC insurance and to raise the limits for small businesses.
I stopped out. I stopped out. So now the stock can go lower, guys. So you can watch Coinbase start screaming to the downside now. All right, it's got strength. Don't fight it. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
You said 4,700 banks. Isn't another thing? We just have too many banks still, don't we?
I think we're going to have a lot fewer banks.
Why do I have this trend line up there?
Scale works. Banks that are bigger.
How in the fuck? The problem with this is I couldn't get out. Look at the fucking candle. Now look at it. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Let's see. What was the last fill? Wow. That would have still been $10 a contract. You're pulling into resistance up there. I couldn't hold on to it any longer. I don't know why I have this trend line up here at 125. I was bleeding too much. Look at the volume. Look at that volume, guys. Like, it was looking bullish. I figured I could get the break. And once we got the break of pre-market highs, I was looking for the pullback to pre-market highs. I never got it until after I had to sell my position. All right? It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it? So, you know, I'm sorry for anybody that took that. You know, it is what it is. Got to move on. Got to move on. Because if we got the break, okay, of 217, we would be in the gap fill now. You know, we would be looking, let's see here, 212. Like, you got to be, look, guys, look. I knew it. What'd I tell you? What the fuck did I just fucking tell you guys? As soon as I was getting to fucking hold it, I could not bleed out anymore. I lost way too much on that. I lost more than I wanted to on that. And all I wanted was a pullback to soften the fucking blow. And I'm sorry for the language. But you gotta be kidding me. You know, Coinbase does have room to 230. It's got room to 230, it looks like, in my opinion, on the daily chart. Alright, 230 looks... Wait, what am I looking at here? This is crazy. Hold on. Yeah, that line right there, of course, would act as resistance. Look at that. Of course. I may not be wrong, but you gotta watch for this to be support. I paid too much. I didn't buy right. I was hoping for the break. I never got it. It is what it is. I'm gonna be fucking sick to my stomach. That just like really ruined my morning. That really ruined my day. It fucking ruined it. I missed Tesla's short. See if it can hold there, and it's not. This is all I wanted. Look, it's back past my entry with a profit. Look, you're starting to see it. Oh my god. I just threw it the fuck away and lit it on fire. But the thing is, if I held it, I told you guys, it's time to get short because I'm selling these worthless piece of shits. It is what it is. I knew I should have fucking held it for that level. I don't know why I didn't realize that this level here at 226. I don't know what was going on. Because I thought that I thought Coinbase had... Again, it's obviously really strong. I thought it had room here. Come on, keep going in. Keep going in. Of course it makes that resistance, but I thought that we were above and holding that level. I don't know, man. I just got to say, this whole box, watch out. This is a previous support. You broke it. Now will it turn it into resistance? I don't know. It's literally this whole area. So that's pretty much what you got to be watching out for, is a $50 move. All right. So there you go. That's a nice pullback and hold. All right, the volume is to the upside. You got to break above that level. If you don't break above that level, then maybe there's a chance to get short with a double top up there. But watch Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin. Yeah, I caught a big fat fucking loser. That's what I caught. I caught something that I paid too much for, and that this week I was feeling really good about this week. I was feeling really good about this week. I could not get out of Coinbase, and as soon as I do, it pulls back to soften the blow. Like, this really ruined my fucking morning. I'm not letting it. I'm starting to get over it, but it really ruined my fucking morning. And I'm sorry to cuss. For anybody that's got kids or anything, just turn the channel now, because, yeah, I'm just, it is what it is. I'm feeling it right now. Because I am so sure that I'm going to fucking kill it this week, that, like, it was hard for me to hold this and continue to bleed out. And then look, I knew this motherfucker was going to do it. I knew it was just going to put in a low volume candle and then start pulling back, not hold levels. Like, I knew it. I fucking knew this motherfucker was going to. Like, just this was about 100%. Abby, you're... So, getting out at, I don't know. I don't even know what I got out at. Maybe 80.
Riley from Riley's Realty. This listing sounds incredible.
95.
Says here it gets plenty of light.
Still, that's 95, 105. That's still $20 fucking dollars a contract.
Businesses get our best
You
deal.
gotta be kidding me.
Titanium.
You gotta be kidding me. I knew this was gonna happen. Guys, I knew that shit was gonna happen. For real. I knew as soon as I got rid of it up at that level that it was gonna pull back and I could have lessened the blow. Like, look. It's get ready to go profitable. Like, the spreads are getting wider. You're seeing. If it gets to 130, that's where I bought. I got filled. And here's the thing, too, is I tried to move my order down. And it got... Like, I got filled too quick on the pullback. So I did get this for a really good price. I paid $1.30 for the short. If you get a pullback, look, if you get a double top here to 225, and for some reason you do pull back to VWAP at 219, I'm profitable. But I couldn't sit there through all of this and just let it bleed. In case of what I thought could have happened, which was just one of those breakout candles that really flush you, right? Which is like a breakout candle that looks like that. I didn't want it. I didn't want to be there. I know it's already up 10%. Chances are it's going to pull back. Like, seriously, you got to be kidding me. Like, just even being able to get out right here would have helped so much. But I felt like the longer I held this, the more it was not going to pull back. Like, seriously. Did anybody watch that in real time when I said, hey, I just got rid of my puts, it's time to get short? And look what the fuck happened. Look what happened. Max Payne. Max Payne.
And over 300,000 of us have left blood thinners behind for life. We cut our stroke risk.
Here's the thing, too. If I didn't take this, if I did not get that fill, you know what would have already happened? And I swear to God, I seriously, it's too ironic, is that it would have went short. If I never got filled, this thing would have already flushed and pulled back. So, I don't know. I was just trying to soften the blow. Like, look, this is damn near a break-even trade right now. For anybody that got it and it could get the opportunity to get out, look, you're profitable. You're fucking profitable. You're good. They're flashing 144s on there, so that's going to give you 132, 135, and you're still profitable. I know I got those at the right price. My fucking God. I'm not letting it get to me. I'm still going to have a good week. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to fucking crush it this week. I'm going to. What's Tesla doing? Let's see here. Look, it's going to break. I think we're going to get a pullback. I do. I still think, you know, a pullback is coming. And that's all. Listen, that's all I wanted to, like, get. And I didn't see this Wick down here. I didn't see this John Wick. Even though I've never seen that movie. This pullback Wick down there. At 212. She's so fuck. She think they can't. They're not smart. Like, they're not creative. So their thought is, let's go with the TikTok Palestine people to get their vote, and let's start screaming like, "Oh, stop the war!" When them motherfuckers they've got bodies under their belt. Like, don't let them play you. Don't let them play you. They quick to kill a motherfucker real quick. I'm telling you right now. They're going to sit there, oh, free Palestine, when just 2 months ago, these heinous crimes, this, that, the third. And when they see that the public didn't like it, TikTok didn't like it, here they are. Let's, you know, like, if it was United States of America that got attacked, do you think they would be another country telling us to stop the fight? Do you think they would? Fuck no. Fudge no. I just wish people would wake up. Especially some of the shit I hear on the radio, especially rap on the rap station, on the black station. This is nothing to y'all. Like, this is not anything. Yo, you gotta be kidding me. Look at the volume that just came in. Look at that. Like, some of the stuff that, like, they following the script too. To get that Democratic vote. Like, remember what I said. They're not your friend. I promise. They're not your friend. Remember, Kamala's a prosecutor. So there's probably a lot of people that, because of someone else's opinion, got locked up. Now, I'm sure that, you know, she's done some good as far as somebody that's actually deserved it. But you got a lot of people locked up for weed. Come on, bro. Look at it. Oh, my God. Well, you guys are profitable now. You're officially profitable. Look, like, you see how quickly things can change? You see how quickly things can change? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I could get sick. That's all I needed. That's all I wanted, was something like that. That's it. You could have got it. Listen, just to put this in perspective. If you would have got this rejection up here, you would have got in around 90 cents. Right now, it's at $1.30. You're going to get $1.50, $1.60 out of it. If you turn this into resistance. You start turning this into resistance, those Coinbase puts are, especially if you got up here, bro, let me tell you, you're going to you'll have 100% on your hands real quick. Real quick. If you can get that rejection. And all I was wanting to do was to see if we can't fill that gap a little bit. But I don't know. I think you got too much support here at like 218. But that would be a hell of a move. That's a hell of a move. You got to have that order, like, you know, kind of ready and out there to see if you can't get the fill from some jackass market ordering into it. So, you know, I guess I should have, what could I have done differently was, you know, I understood that it was holding it as at VWAP, but I thought we were getting ready to start getting the break. And it was all because of pre-market. That 222 rejection. You quickly got up there, now you're taking it back. What I would do to get that back, man. What I would do to get that fucking trade back. Abby, please. Please, baby. And Tesla's weak.
Worldwide Asset Exchange and Tether co-founder William Quigley's.
Damn.
William, it's good to see you again. I wonder, I mean,
God
this is
damn
another
it, bro.
story where there is arguments on the speculative side, but also on fundamental analysis.
It's fucking hot here. Yo, please. Please. You're doing too much.
We are pre-halving. That's going to happen in April, where Bitcoin's reward
Stop.
for miners
No
drops
more.
by half.
Stop.
If we look at where we are
Stop.
versus the last one, I'd say
Fucking God, man.
we're in better shape.
I'm losing it.
You know, obviously, we
I'm losing my mind. I don't want to. I might smoke a cigarette.
derivative volume. It was
Alright. I know that's disgusting, but like,
now very
I'm losing my mind right now.
and
Please, girlfriend. Please.
actually surprised me.
affiliate marketing
I was a little skeptical that they would take off quickly. And now
I know you're irritable. I know you're irritable. Okay.
about 740,000 Bitcoin held in the ETFs.
Short Tesla, long Coinbase, and I did the fucking opposite.
Up to $500 million flowing in. So there's a lot of positive forces that are pushing Bitcoin up right now. And this is before the halving, which is usually after that fact when Bitcoin really skyrockets. How do you describe to viewers the mix of
I hope everyone here is having a good day. I'm sorry for getting upset, but you know it happens. I'm still going to just one of those things, man. Just one of those things. I don't know. All right, so the S&Ps have pulled back. Let's look for yesterday's close. Where are we in relation?
why you see such interest in derivatives. The volatility in Bitcoin, I
So we're not quite there yet.
that really attracts a lot of institutional investors. And you have to understand that, you know, Bitcoin is
I want to see
maybe the only
if we consolidate.
that I know of whose demand is
So they're talking about Coinbase right now on CNBC.
company. There isn't Bitcoin price earning ratios. It's just a sentiment driven token. And
I can't believe this. I really can't.
sentiment has no,
I can't believe I did that to myself.
you can always be more optimistic. And
So I want to watch here at yesterday's close on the S&Ps. I'm gonna try and trade the indexes and kind of just,
historical pattern
you know,
that would suggest, and I'm not predicting this, I'm just saying if you applied the
go back to what I know I'm good at.
suggest Bitcoin being in excess of $300,000,
You know, the volumes to the buy side. Do not think about getting short unless you're looking at Tesla, stuff like that.
Bitcoin, that means that all the other tokens like Ethereum and Solana and
Shit,
some
come
of
on.
these others will move
Sorry, I had to refresh that because the volume was messed up there. Okay, so look at 5. Do you guys notice what you see here at 512.50?
Tether, I know that your price doesn't move up, right? You're tied to 1-to-1, but
512.50.
interest, and I saw that you passed the $100 billion market cap. I think it's the first stablecoin to ever do that. What is driving that? What's the significance?
Maybe I guess you have made it support. But in my opinion, you haven't made it support yet. And if you get a bounce here, see if it pulls back, it can bring VWAP up with it. And see if you can turn that area into support.
Bitcoin or any other crypto for
512.80 looks like a resistance level.
first acquired Tether and then go and buy
Gap up, resistance, boom, 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 boom.
because virtually all trading pairs that have any sizable volume with Bitcoin are matched to Tether. Tether is the way you acquire crypto. So when you see the Tether market cap going to 100 billion, what it's showing you is there's a lot of anticipation of people waiting to get in or getting
I know it sounds crazy, but I'm still going to kill it this week. I'm still going to kill it. I'm going to crush it this week.
you know, the exchanges
It just fucking pisses me off that I had to start off like that.
coin that's ever been mined. So there was a day not that long ago where the ETFs acquired 10 times in that day the amount of Bitcoin that gets produced.
I have a feeling Coinbase is going to pull back a little bit too. I'm really thinking like, I mean, I don't know, because it has this weird catalyst right now that,
If this volume of buying
you know,
is going on the
it could just continue and not stop for quite some time.
course is likely to affect the price. Definitely a far cry from 20K, which is where we were roughly about a year ago. William, appreciate it. We'll be talking soon. William Quigley.
All right, so 512.80 here on the S&Ps. I'm kind of just looking
Metrics showing the consumer still
at
spending, but not everywhere.
so the volume is kind of low. Kinda. Wow, look at the volume we had Friday afternoon. I didn't really notice that.
Opportunity isn't always equal, but at the Mass Mutual Foundation, we believe that, it doesn't really matter what we believe. What matters is what Ruth, Marcus, and Michelle believe. That Kendall believes he has a say in his future. That these neighbors believe there's opportunity in their neighborhood. At the Mass Mutual Foundation, we don't believe. We know things get better when we invest in each other.
512.50, I would want to look for support.
And if you want a successful business, all it takes is
512.50 on the S&Ps.
where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy Arrow. Put your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
What's everybody watching? If there's anybody here, what are you guys watching?
To hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly.
I'm just curious if you guys are seeing anything that's like,
Visit Indeed.com.
are you in the crypto space? Are you in Bitcoin? And there's the pump. That's exactly the type of candle that I didn't want to get started on Coinbase. Now look at the volume on that. Don't get scared. Don't get scared because the volume on that was really low. Oh, come on.
Tell the story. We have over 70,000 five-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. We're America's #1 selling beat brand. The only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. See why we've won the heart
All right. What we got here? All right, so we're getting our balance into. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look and say, okay, has it changed? Has anything changed? Where are the cues? Like, I'm going to start, look, I'm going to show you what I mean. Let me show you exactly what I mean. First, I want to look and see where the indexes are. I am curious if we can get a 450 print out of the cues. So it's trying to hold. So right now, wait, that's a flat top resistance on the cues. Again, I would look up there.
Fintech company Fiserv out with its latest pulse of small business and the consumer. The company's small business index data from February shows the consumer still strong. Small biz sales up 6.6% from last year. Restaurants and drinking places seeing the biggest spending increases. Joining us to discuss this is Fiserv Chairman and CEO Frank Bisignano. He joins us now. Frank, it's good to have you back on. So there were some questions about the consumer after a strong holiday. Weak retail sales in January. What are you seeing now?
What are we seeing now? We're seeing
There was definitely a weather effect, and you can see in retail foot traffic.
dude, this thing is junk. So right now, during market hours, we're trying to put in. We're going to find out right now. Is this on the cues, pre-market, lower high? Is this going to be another lower high at 445.50? That's where we're at right now. Okay, the cues are flat. The cues haven't moved at all. All right, at least compared to Do they count?
Were strong. What other categories stood out for strength and weakness?
Retail. I mean, sales across the board.
445.60.
In trade contracts.
445.60.
It's important to recognize, given our size and scope, 65% of our volume.
Shit, I missed OCEA. And yo, that's so weird that I have that written down. I have OCEA written down. NBSE? What an NBSE? That's so crazy. All right, so I would watch this level. What I'm going to do is I would look to see if we can continue to put in higher lows or lower highs. Like start walking up. So what I would want to see is I would want to see a pullback, probably to VWAP, to start holding it. VWAP was resistance all morning, and I would want to start holding VWAP, and then I would look to break this high here. So I want to like physically, like whatever I got to do to mark it out on my chart to say, hey, you know, I want it to keep working itself higher if that's what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for it to go lower, then if we struggle here, then I would look to start getting short up here. Let it waste a little time. The volume pulls back. Fucking trend tracker. That's hilarious. Trend tracker. Imagine if there was a thing. Trend tracker. Track your trend. I'm talking about something different. Not trend with a D, but TREN as in trend. Trend tracker. Consolidating.
You'll also have a team of specialists in investing, retirement income, estate planning, and more.
Call for your free Fisher Retire Right Kit. 3 guides to retirement income, paying for health care, and providing peace of mind for your loved ones. Call now, 1-800-885.
25. Alright, so we're spending a little time here. We're spending a little time here on the cues.
Call for your free Fisher Retire Right Kit.
And we're just sitting here at Friday's close. We're just sitting at Friday's close. Not doing much, but sitting at Friday's close. Need a pullback. I think we need a pullback.
It's standing up to all of nature's elements and all of our family's elements.
We wanted it to feel like it was real.
Jumia making more highs now.
Like the real thing.
$8.90.
Let's go look at OCEA. Dude, I'm gonna need a... and just so you guys know, I might end the stream early today because I have to go to... I want to go to the bank. I want to go stop over at the bank. I don't know where I'm going here. OBS. I need OBS. God damn. I hate you piece of shit ass camera. I'm sorry I'm a little ignorant today. I apologize. Just yeah, it's a frustrating day right now. But I'm still coming out on top. I'm telling you guys right now, watch out. Watch out. I'm gonna still come out on top this week.
Introducing a revolution in pain relief. New Absorbing Junior Pro, the strongest numbing pain relief available. It's the only solution with
Alright, it looks like now I would say we may have room with that hold there on a 5-minute. You might have room up to 446. You got room for 25-cent move. You might even catch a 50-cent move if you get 446.25. Oh, look at that quick reversal, bro. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lab diamonds at an insane prices. Lab diamonds are charging. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Pfizer Chairman and CEO Frank Bisignano joins us on the phone. Sorry about
I mean, lab diamonds are nice. They're still just hella expensive.
It's a lot easier when I'm there physically.
All right, so
Glad to have you, especially on these new results.
I'm wondering, what are we gonna do here, guys? This is what I mean.
Consumers are spending again. Good news.
Can we get that pullback for a long?
Small business and access to capital lending.
Who's thinking long and who's thinking short?
Here is it
for the indexes.
Well, I think there's demand, and you know, I mean, if you're in the payment flows, it's always very simple to be in allocating capital to that business. Small businesses are showing the
Fucking Google drops out of bed again. Wow, off of that 100-day moving average. That's crazy.
access to it in many different ways.
So Google is down another 3%, guys. It got crushed. You know, last week it had a few, sizable moves to the downside. I mean, I guess you could say really it consolidated Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Monday it had a pretty bad day. Monday of last week it had a bad day, but other than that, it's been consolidating. Look, backspace, AAPL. I don't know if it's because I go too quick. So you're getting that 175. You got the 174 test on Apple today. That gave you some nice follow through. If you like a 76, 75, 74. If you like a $3 move. That's why I did not trade Apple. All right, that is why I did not trade Apple. Because in my opinion, I mean, you know what? This is too like a start to like roll itself over and could get bad quick.
I think they're thinking about managing the expense line, but of course, talent management is the number one thing you can do in any company.
Come on, bro.
And continuing to automate a lot of the work in a way that just makes their people more productive. And that's where we've come in with Clover in a lot of cases.
So yeah, you got this 177 to 174, 654, $3 move in Apple. Nice job well done. Let's talk about Microsoft. Again, big cap tech is down. Microsoft is still hanging out. All right, you can see the clear difference there between Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft clear winner there. Girlfriend, please, you're going to the vet. Please, baby. Alright, so what do we have here? We have a little bit of a resistance level, or is it trying to hold 415? Watch 415 area. You know, because you can't watch me because the camera keeps screwing up. Let's see here. Oh, right there on the hourly chart is pulling right back into that level. See if it ends up breaking. Tesla broke down. Google, we went over. Microsoft, Netflix. Netflix is holding up pretty well. You know, I think it's clear. You know, find that strength and continue to ride it. Meta. All right, Meta. Going back to the upside, Boeing. So, dude, the watch list was just one of a kind. One of a kind. One of a kind. One of a kind. Boeing bounced up to, I don't know. It bounced and then fell. Let's look at GLD. GLD still grinding higher. Go to here, BTC, USD. Not doing much. Gold. Just, I think we're getting, man, this could get fun real quick. Alright, let me pull up a 15-minute chart. Because if this is the start, right? If this is a start, then we're not late. Alright, I know it sounds crazy, but if this is the start to the first leg of a two-leg upside, I mean, unless you can consider this. Let me see here.
Phil, David mentioned just how busy your beat is today. You want to talk a bit about some of the China data on Tesla and the U.S. data on Ford?
Yeah, and remember with the China data, which comes from the China Passenger Car Association, we're looking at what we saw last month.
I'm trying to see how I would measure this to like get an idea of where we're headed with it.
So you have to take these results on a monthly
You know, that's the up move where it started from. Like, it pulled back. That is the up move.
down 16% year
Right?
over year,
And we're almost there.
compared to last month, or 16%
So be careful.
January, 19%
Be
versus
careful.
last year, and quickly with Ford,
Or you might have a 200 on your hand. 199.30.
so the story with more than 31%.
You know,
A year ago, we've talked about before, hybrids are in demand in Ford.
I'm pissed off at Coinbase today. I don't know why. I don't know. I think the problem with this was I couldn't hold on to it to get out where I wanted to get out. I tried to get out right here at pre-market highs. On the breakthrough pre-market highs, it pulls back. I was never able to get that fill. I was never able to get filled, and it's a shame. So right now, be careful because you have a 15-minute trade line coming right up into VWAP 220 area. Let's see here. What we doing, baby? You hungry? Yeah, 23 fib. You hungry? What is it? Okay, I'm coming. You're hungry, boo-boo. I know. I'm going to go feed Abby real quick. If you guys could give me just 1 minute, I'll be right back. AMD pulling back. I'm curious if AMD ends up pulling back down. Damn, that's so insane. It's at 200 bucks. That's just wild. It's wild. Nvidia's going higher. Nvidia is green, and AMD is not so much green. Wow, today wrong. Guys, I will be right back. Man, this is not how I wanted to start the week. This is not how I wanted to start the week. It's all good. I'm over that. I'm over that. Believe it or not. I know I keep bringing it up. I'm over it. So let's look here and see if we can get ourselves... Does anybody here save charts, like, from the past? I don't know if we even have anybody here or not. Like, do you guys, like, have, like how do I say it? Like, you know, whether it's saved in a laptop or something, different, like, daily setups, 15-minute setups, more so, like prior day and intraday setups, like if I had, like, a nice rally like this, right, obviously without trend lines and stuff, like, you rallied, and it was a nice, like, 1.5%, 2% type of day. Wait. So what I have is, like, so days like this. Days like this, right? I could say, all right. Days, you know, I could put that it was like a Friday or whatever. Why is point? Yeah, we have like a 0.75, 0.8, just under like a percent day. We come in with the gap down. You know, I would have, like, I have a section that's like Fed days, all kinds of different days, and you'll see that a lot of intraday patterns, like, they, you know, you'll see them from before. I don't know. I'm so pissed because I know I'm better than this. I know I'm better than this, bro, and I'm gonna fucking kill it this week. I did not want to start off like that. Right? I didn't want to start off like that.
What's the biggest risk to the rally in your view? Is it that it's just overextended?
I think in the short term, yes. The S&P is like 13% above its 200-day. That usually means that there's some kind of a reset coming down the road. And also, just the kind of instability that can come with the headlong speculative activity we were just talking about.
There it is. You're finally... You see how much time it took, though? I don't like that. They're just eating up the premium in those puts. So if something does happen, I'm going to keep these 190 coin puts on watch. I'm going to keep them on watch. So I know when I got into them, I got in at, like, I'm not going to say an okay price because it's cheaper now. This could start to be a trend. Watch this start to be a trend. But we have VWAP as support. You know, 130, like 120 to 140. We opened up at like 140. I got in on a bounce higher. I got in at what, literally 130 fill. And when they filled me, that's when I kind of was like, okay, did I just pay way too much? Because here's the thing you're going to start to notice. You know, I want to go back to what I was saying, but if you limit order depending on your broker, you're going to know if, or you're going to, like, have, like, the understanding that, like, man, you know what? The fact that I either got filled, you know, whether it's to the buy side or sell side, kind of speaks volumes, right? In my humble opinion. Because, you know, obviously I was like, if I don't have to try to get a fill, like, why was it so easy for me to get in, but when I went to get out, it was difficult? Do you see what I'm saying? I tried how many times to get out of that trade, and they did not want to fill me. They did not want to fill me. But yet, when I went in, I had no problem getting filled. One try, and I was way below everybody, and they still filled me. Right? So that made me think for a second, but when I got filled, I had to keep my game face on and say, okay, I'm in the game now. I'm up to bat. I just hit the ball. I got to run the base. So when I get the move in my direction, like this move through VWAP, you guys know that I was trying to take a piece off in case of that rally, because in case of it holding going higher. And guess what? It didn't fucking let me out. It did not fill me on anything. And I was giving a ton of room. Still, nope, don't want to fill you. That's when I know there's a problem. That I just got taken advantage of by market makers and or the institutions. Right? They'll hand you something they don't want or that they know is going to lose value. But when it's time for you to hand it back to them, they don't want it. They don't want it. You know? They don't want it. Look at all these people buying 185s.
They basically argue that China is going to export not just deflation, but that their buying activity is nowhere near where it was in the last cycle, and then it's going to push.
See, I thought that was a little too far out the money.
Yeah, I mean, that is a narrative that's been around for a while. The Chinese economy is very weak. They're not buying stuff. That their production is going to...
I was thinking about the 195s too. I wonder how much better they did. 11 cents. Delta.
What that is implying is we're going to have further goods deflation. But the problem with inflation right now is services and housing. China has nothing to do with services and housing. They only do goods. And if services and housing stay the problems, then that inflation rate is not going to come down to give the Fed the room that they need in order to cut.
You make a compelling case, Jim, but here's the thing: the Fed is not there. So maybe you think that they're not there yet. But if you listen to all the Fed speak,
Look at Robinhood. Look at Robinhood. What's that mean for Coinbase? Coinbase isn't pulling back either, though. Wow. That's so funny. That's hilarious. What is it, baby? What's wrong, Mama? What are you wanting? Are you wanting to hide? No. You wanting to hide?
A bull narrative that productivity is going to adjust what we think is a restrictive real rate. And if you do believe it, how far away is that thing?
If anybody's here that's new, welcome. If you could, hit the like button, subscribe. Greatly help the stream out. Let's see here. Let's see what we got going on with Hood. Let's see, DKNG. Look at DraftKings, strong as hell. Strong. So.
Which is what Jay Paulson does all the time. That's over. That era is over. We're in a new era, a new does not mean worse. Tell me what that new era is. Then we can go about using technology to be more productive.
So is this all one big way of saying, Jim, that you're bearish on bonds?
Yes, it is a way of saying I'm bearish on bonds because I don't think that bond
Dude.
yields have been punishing. I don't think that the Fed is going to be raising rates cutting rates nearly as much as everybody thinks. I think the path for least
I love you, Jim, but Jim Bianco is, you know, he's cool and all.
is going to have competition with a 5 to 5.5%.
I just think that there's not much here to talk about with the Fed and everything. I do like the painting that he has.
Appreciate you joining us. Jim Bianco Research. No landing back on the table.
Still to come this morning, the CEO of First Solar. Can the sector rebound after a tough start to the year?
Plus, an exclusive with the CEO of American Airlines, updating guidance out of its first analyst day in 7 years. Stay with us.
I'm going to look for a few names. If anybody has questions or anything you guys would like, comment in chat. Just something you guys want to look at, talk about, you guys just let me know. I got to shake today off and we got to bounce back. I'm still, I don't think y'all fucking get it. I'm still going to kill it this week. I don't think you guys get it. I miss Tesla. It's all good. I don't care. I don't give a flip. All right, let's see here. $50 long. 45. DraftKings has been on a roll here. I would be leery anything past 46 to 50, especially coming into like this season. Like baseball's funny. It's all fun and games to bet on baseball like the first few weeks, but it's like one of the, you know, there's so many games. It's so long. I don't know. It dries up real quick. It doesn't get fun again until World Series. I don't bet on it. You know, some people do, but I think the industry is getting ready to take a big hit as soon as basketball's over with. We are coming into March Madness. But, you know, you start getting up into that 50. You know, I just feel like DraftKings is... There's a lot that goes on with these names that they don't talk about. Everything's fun and games, right? Everything's fun and games. DraftKings going higher. Talk about the users who absolutely hate unless they fixed it, right? You guys, they don't tell you about all the people that DraftKings took their money from, tried to send them to court because they won too much money, and said that their IP address was outside of the state residency and that they got to go to court to fight it. All right, like that's the stuff you don't hear about, and that's the stuff that goes on in the community. The vig, right? Minus 120, pretty much. You're paying $20 extra, right? 120 to win 100, or you know, to win 220. But you know, you'll have minus 110. You obviously have money line, this, that, and the third, but unless they've changed, right? If they really want to take over the industry and they want this stock to go higher, then DraftKings needs to like really take over the game. And I think they could. I don't know. So if you want, watch that. That's a name we could watch. It's grinding higher. I wouldn't fight the trend. Volume's drying up a bit. So that's DraftKings. Robinhood. Robinhood, the shares are pulling back on Robinhood. I do want to go grab something to drink real quick. Even though I have a water here, I want something with flavor.
The stock was down double digits for the year before this morning's surge. Remember, Macy's rejected the group's initial offer of $21 per share, saying it lacked clarity around financing. They definitely
And we'll run through some of this news. Abby, baby, love, what is going on with you? Are you okay?
They have the backing of Fortress Investment Group and One Investment Management in terms of providing
All right, so Robinhood
financing in place. They're willing to raise their offer even further. So at the very least, it'll be
is pulling back. I wonder if Robinhood holds this, if we can get a long out of it. All right, I will watch this 1660 level. All right, See if you do hold. See if it does hold here, and if you can look for the long. If not, if you break, let's see, gaps down. Baby girl, hold on, please.
Because the company focuses on large-scale utility projects rather than residential. Joining us this morning on CNBC for Solar CEO
Come here.
Mark Whitmore. Mark, it's great to have you back.
Come here.
I wonder if you think right now we can argue that the industry is at some kind of
Okay, so
market dynamics.
Yeah, I think there really is, Carl. I mean, when you look at utility scale, which is the segment of the market that we participate in, I think I even mentioned this in one of my previous appearances on your show, was that demand continues to be very strong.
1650, guys. Robinhood. 1650.
What we're seeing is load growth.
All right, 1650.
The most economical way to do that is to serve that with large utility scale renewable energy, and we're very well positioned to address that market.
Are we beginning to feel how long does it take to get the impact
1660.
domestic
Actually,
industrial policy
look at that reversal. It doesn't have much volume with it.
The policy impacts have happened relatively quickly. Now, some of the guidance that we've been waiting for, whether it's around
There's not really much. There's not much volume with it, unfortunately.
maybe haven't been as forthcoming as quickly as most people would have liked, but as a catalyst and accelerant to demand, once the IRA was announced and people had a view for the first time of a stable policy environment that would be enduring through the end of the decade, you started to see quite a bit of investment, and you've seen the impact in the market, and I think you'll continue to see growth.
It's gonna be a frustrating day today. It's gonna be a very, very, very frustrating day today.
Support of the IRA and whether those benefits will last?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, one of the things, anytime there's a change of administration, there could be a reevaluation of policies. But what resonates on whatever side of the aisle that you're in, or on, I should say, is
Looks like Ford's taking off.
once we ramp our factories by between now and 2026. Both Republicans and Democrats are very
Did anyone take Ford?
in U.S. technology and U.S. jobs.
We said to wait for that breakout.
May change somewhat, but I think
We said you needed to at least let it show you what it was gonna do.
administration is in control.
Does that mean that you're pretty comfortable now with the guidance for forward capacity expansion, or is there room to be even more aggressive on that front?
Hey, I think right now we're in a trajectory that we're going to double our capacity between what we exited in 2012 to where we'll be in 2025. Quite a bit of growth right there. We're also adding a new $400 million research and development center here in Ohio.
So First Solar has
We'll continue to assess the opportunities.
I think their CEO on right now on CNBC.
And if we continue to see enduring demand, and right now we're sold out through 2026. If I continue to see strength in bookings going into 27, 28, and 29, we'll assess the need for incremental capacity.
Mark, that's helpful. Really appreciate it. Good to see you again. Whitmore
Thanks,
joining
Paul.
us
Appreciate it.
from First Solar.
For the break.
All right, Ford has some really nice strength, guys. Today it's up 4.3%. All right, you have a minor level here, prior resistance, prior double top. See if it breaks through, and you may have room to $14. All right, maybe you got room to $14. Let's see if we can't fix today. Let's see if we can't fix today. Damn, look at that strength. How do I try to get long this thing? It's already up so much. I feel like I've missed the move. I don't know what, Abby, please hold on. You have food, you have treats, you have everything a little girl cat would want. Come here, turkey. Don't get mad. Get glad. Come here. Oh, I know. You start coming after me, huh? Like you gonna do something? Huh, baby? You wanting to say hi to everyone? Is that it? Do you want to say hi to everyone? Hold on, love. Hold on. Don't go crazy. You say hello? Come on. You say hi? She said, I've been pulling at my behind. I've been pulling at my tail because I don't want to eat food. And she needs to get her steroids. So. She said, I need my steroids, Dad. Watch my watch, baby. You're okay. I know. You're okay. It's okay. Just sit here. Just sit here. You keep pulling at me. You okay? You're okay, Moo. You're okay. Just hang on right here. Please. Please. I know. You sweet baby. Come on, why don't you go in the window? Please. I can't do this, love. You got too much going on here. I got too much. Too much. You're okay. There you go. Hang on over there. Alright, guys. I'm going to put Ford on the list to see if it can give us like a day or two continuation. Girlfriend, why do you keep pulling? Like, we got you right back to normal, and now you're irritable. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. At least, you know, her eyes aren't watering. But, alright, Ford's was a monster move today. You made a lot of money on Ford if you were able to catch that move. Let's see what news they had. I seen something about it earlier. Trading higher, the company Monday reported a 10.5% increase in U.S. sales from February. So, you know, this chart was setting up pretty nice coming into the 50-day. I forget who it was, but I said, you know, I wouldn't rush the trade. I would wait, right? We've been talking about Ford, not like we've been talking about it for the long. I was just being patient on it. I was just saying, you know, you know, wait and like, what's the reason to go higher? Until you have a reason to go higher, I wouldn't really mess with it because it wasn't really moving. So that changed today. Wait, what? So Apple's, they're saying EU hits Apple with the antitrust fine. All right, so if you get a pullback on Ford, look to be a buyer. You know, I don't know if it's going to give it to you, but if you get a 1250 pullback, that's what I'd like to see, a 1250 pullback on Ford. You know, 1250, 1260. You can't really do nothing with it right now. I mean, you could, but look at it. It's fucking bricked. Right to the upside. Fucking Ford is bricked right now. Just, boom. What are you doing, Turk? What is it? Let's go look at, I know a lot of people were looking for healthcare to break out, but I synced it. I'm like, y'all dumb as shit. Not you guys on the stream. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss, but like to sit there and say like UNH and healthcare was going to break out. They're all breaking down. They've been sitting there for 3 to 4 years. Like, it's only a matter of time before they start sinking because they're not going higher. And what is the catalyst? Like, why would somebody want to get into it? You know, other than safety. Look at the bright red. Damn, energy's pulling back too. Damn. Come on, man. And you're gonna tell me Coinbase is ripping? Capital markets. Where's Coinbase? Let's see. I need to get something to eat, and I need to go run to financial data exchanges. Fucking Coinbase is up 8%. That's so funny. That's so funny. What was I going to do? I was going to get rid of this. Yeah, just give me 1 second, gang, and I'll be right back. Man, take your ass down to the toolbar. Must be getting cold. Look, the glaciers. It's so cold that they're bumping into land. And they're talking about global warming. No, I'm just playing. We don't get any snow anymore. I'm okay with that. There's more life that's lived during the summer. I don't know. You know, obviously I'm just joking. I want whatever is good for the environment. Look at all these names. So regionals are catching a nice bounce today. No, don't listen to Bob Pisani. He literally just said, look at financials. Look at financials for upside. Bro, no. Look at semiconductors for upside, dude. Fucking dumbass. And gold. Newmont. Oh, GDX. So the gold miners are getting a hit too. Nice. Nice. Good shit. Or good stuff. Let's watch TLT. Are you okay?
The FDA approved it for over-the-counter sales in July of 2023. Sarah, back to you. All right, Pippa, thank you. The CEO of American Airlines joins next, issuing new guidance for 2024. Stocks up 10% this year as the travel industry has remained strong. Money movers back in a moment.
They just said they're going to try to overthrow. That's so funny. I guess there's a big breakout in jail, and they think they're going to overthrow the government. They're just going to kill them. Like, they'll get shot. It's so funny. Unless they got rid of their guns, too. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I think I'm going to get ready and go run to the bank. I'm going to get that over with. Give me a couple minutes, and I'll be right back. It's 11:30. So Tesla to the downside. What I'm looking for on Tesla is a 198 test. I'm just really pissed off that it fucking took the move right now. I gotta stop cussing. Guys, I'm sorry. Or for anybody out there that doesn't like the cursing, this, that, you know, is at a place where I can't cuss. That's how I'm feeling right now. And I apologize. I'm gonna stop doing it. I know I said I was over it, but Coinbase, man, that wouldn't hurt. I just couldn't get out of the trade, and look, here it is, still acting as resistance. You know, it's up 8%. Stupid of me to How dumb of me to try and short something that's up nearly 10%, one of the strongest names on the day. How foolish of me.
Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
At Quince, we make inexpensive, expensive things. We know it's
Look at those 180. Look at those 185s.
luxurious fate. Like washable mulberry silk, unbelievably soft leather jackets, fine Mongolian cashmere, all at a fair price. Get free shipping and 365-day returns at quince.com.
You know what I love more than saving money? Saving twice as much money. That's why I love Simplified by Quicken.
And one thing that I do, which I'll probably do later on, is I'm going to write down the volume and open interest and see how that changes from today into tomorrow. Because I'm kind of curious. Could we get a few likes on the stream? We're trying to get to 10 likes. If you guys could, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I would like to see a pullback on Coinbase. Not today, though. Obviously not today. All right, we're going to need a pullback with Bitcoin because you just are. You just are. Because it's up almost 9% today. It's up, well, 8%. So, let's see what we have here. Yeah, right there. Bang. So that's why I had that there. Look at the 15-minute chart. What do you guys notice? Notice how it never moved and it pulled all those moving averages up with it. See if this holds. So Hood is pulling back today, not really participating with coin. Mara kind of pulling back. Let's go look at Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin is why is it not telling me? Why are you not telling me, bro? Like, you can't tell me in the tab or something?
Accused in a complaint of inappropriate behavior from a female member of his team, and this has been all the drama. There are reports that, first of all, Red Bull came out and they exonerated him, but it hasn't gone away. Max Verstappen, the star driver on the Red Bull team, is now apparently putting pressure on him, or at least his father is putting pressure on him to leave.
Where?
Mercedes is caught up on it. The bottom line is, it's all good for the sport to have this kind of drama and engagement personally. Dealing with a bit of a reckoning when it comes to these issues, like inappropriate behavior management. Ford is involved because they're a big partner of Red Bull, and they have not really been on board with all of this and want to see some sort of resolution to the whole drama, and it feels like we're not there yet.
Wow. Well, Ford and Ferrari definitely on the ticker today. There's no doubt about that. So is American. Shares of American Airlines moving higher today as it holds its first Analyst Day in 7 years.
I don't know. I was looking for the percentage, and I don't see it. Usually it's up here in the tab. I could actually just do this and go over here to my other computer. BTC USD. Oh shit, the SPY. Look, what happened? What we say? Literally to a T. Yesterday's close, look for a rejection. If we cannot get through it, we're going to get short. Or we're looking for a pullback. Bang. Bang. Whatever that means. I don't know. I'm just pissed. Fuck. Look at that. Perfect. That's what we said. So what I'm going to look for, is this a higher high or are we going to make this a lower high? All right. Right now I have lower highs there, higher. Now we've obviously broken that. I want to look to see
We've got the best domestic network, short-haul international network, a fleet that really supports that, a rewards program,
if we start making
opportunity to renegotiate our co-brand
that resistance.
and all of that is
Okay, this area here up at 512, and we put in lower highs. Let's start rejecting VWAP. Let's start making some damn money. Let's start getting some follow through here. Let's try it. Who wants to put it on? I'm putting it on. I know it's a bullish, we're in a bullish environment, but I don't know. I already lost money today.
You're bringing it down dramatically, and you think you can continue to do that. Is this a case where
If I could have got a damn fill, I wouldn't have lost money.
coming through in terms of bringing down that debt?
well, it's all the things that
I'm getting hungry.
producing free cash flow, and that's enabled us to pull down that debt quite a bit. So we set a target of reducing total debt by $15 billion from that high water mark. We're 75% of the way through, 85% by
Look, they're trying to scare us.
our projections. I feel very comfortable. One of the things that was hanging over
They're trying to scare you.
in 2025 was a debt stack, we called it, our debt tower, of almost over $9 billion. We've been able to smooth that out, and I feel very comfortable with the maturities that we have in the future. We're going to be able to manage it.
You just announced the
There's your rejection. Should be.
airplane order. 85 from Boeing, 85 from Airbus, 90 from Embraer. The Boeing component here is the MAX 10. And there will be some people who look at this and say, are you confident you can get the MAX 10 by, 28? Is that when you're supposed to take delivery?
Well, first off, the reason for the order is because we didn't have any aircraft coming new.
Dude, I don't have...
Really past 2027. And so this is
I just noticed that, bro. My bad.
taking us from 2027 out into the 2030s. And
Appreciate that.
Modest growth.
There we go.
Enables us to keep track with kind of the inflationary environment that we
Squawk box.
And ultimately, we're leaning into what we do best. So this is a narrow body order. It's a regional aircraft order. And at American, we do.
Let me go see if Abby ate all her food.
People from small towns.
I may try to run to the bank real quick before,
Those deliveries aren't coming until 2020.
while we're going into lunchtime.
Certified.
But you talked to Boeing and
512.85.
regular basis. What have you told them as they've gone through this latest issue?
The only thing that matters to us is safety and quality. That's it. I don't care about production rates. I don't care about shareholders in regard to Boeing. What I care about is safety and quality. And look, Boeing, they've done a great job with us over the years. We need Boeing as an industry, an American. We need them as a country. I have great confidence that they'll get there, and certainly by 2028, I have confidence they'll be able to deliver those aircraft.
Two quick questions. You've raised your check bag fees, as have your competitors. There will be some people who look at this and say, you're getting to a point here when I'm taking an American flight,
All right, guys. I may be right back. I want to go run over to the bank real quick. Go get something to eat. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. You know, it shouldn't take me but 15-20 minutes. You have Ford, just a beast today. I'm gonna keep that on watch. I think you have. If they can get you some continuation, you could have room up to $14 there. You could have room up to $14. Fucking save. That's so funny. Well, looks like this is going to be under. I think Dave said that he was shorting it. I think he said...
Finally, you know, Uber's success, if you call it that, has come on the heels of tough measures regarding cost discipline and headcount.
I'm the only person who believes in Bitcoin that still somehow ended up leaning on it. Dave, I feel, bro. I feel.
COVID was so strong for them, they never really had to make any of those cuts. And then the business since, you know, the rebound and post-COVID has also just executed basically better than expected.
What an idiot.
Throughout the last year or two. And so they've, other than not hiring as much last
56,000 for this fucking goofball. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing. I mean, he's been in the game for a while, but...
The end of the day.
On Lyft's front, obviously COVID was a disaster for the ride-hailing business, and so they cut back costs a lot. And then I think as the business took a little bit longer than Uber's to recover, they also trimmed it from there. From here, again, they're pretty...
I just wonder if he had an... You know what's funny is I want to make an intro that I'm going to work on when I get back, along with a few other things, is an intro. But, you know, I don't know. So, look, watch list is pretty spot on. Said Boeing. Look, Boeing's rallying. Boeing's pulling right back off of that level, guys. Don't get fooled. Don't be a fool. Be the smart money. Be the smart money. Be the smart money. I'm trying to tell you. You listen to guys like Dave, who I've known for a while. It's a fucking goofball. You know, I'm a stoolie, but I don't know. He's not as bad as some of the other ones. Like, I don't want to hate, and I'm not hating, but I seen this fucking Aiden motherfucker. They're fine, they're cool, whatever. I just think it's funny. These motherfuckers show up in pajamas to a restaurant and then talk bad about somebody else. Who the fuck are you? Look at your bum ass talking about, like, eating your own fucking toenails and shit at the restaurant in pajamas. But you expect but someone else has to look good for you. Wait, what? But you not showing up? Stop being a bum. Stop being a bum. He's a fucking bum. Boeing. All right, we got to get above 202.50. If you don't break above 202.50, let's go really put in some work here. Let's put in the work. So that's a nice break and retest there. Let's see here. Just give me 1 second to see this. And let's see what we got going on. Fuck, I feel like I'm going to pass out. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Buy low, sell high. Easy to say, hard to do. Interest rates rose, real estate values fell. The market was paralyzed.
I mean, I pretty much have the levels on this name, but you gotta watch 206 or 202.50. I don't know where the hell I got 206 from. 202.50, that's it, gang. 202.50. Let's see if we can get up through 202.40, 202.50, which is right here. this is an area that might be a little tough. You've got a lot of consolidation price action up there. So 202.50, if you can reclaim it, then watch for 206. But that's a pretty nice move. It's really making a move here, guys. You start turning yesterday's low and yesterday's close, yesterday's low into support, and you regain this level, watch out. It's a wrap. And it's on. All right. Look for what I would look for, guys, is I'd like that area right there to hold. I would like this area right here to hold at 298 cents or $298, whatever the hell it is. I don't know. 298 cents. I can't think right now. But if you get a pullback to 250, no big deal. No big dizzle. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Let's do the damn thing. Bro, give me a 200 pullback. Give me a 200 pullback and let's look to take this thing long. What's Tesla doing? Listen, these names were on the list. These were the top names that we gave out yesterday. Coinbase and this morning. Coinbase and Tesla were the only two stocks I was watching today. That's it. And those names had the most volume. Wow. Nice rejection. This daily level here at this triple top. It's in trouble if it can't get up through there. I would say if this thing starts to break down, that's going to be something else, because we that's bullshit. Rivian. Watch the SPY. It's coming up. It's coming back up to test yesterday's close. See if it can't break it. I think it can. Alright, guys. I'll be right back. I am going to go... run to the bank real quick. Yes, we know. GLD is still going higher. I know. I mean, look at the volume coming in now. It's a little difficult to do anything with that, but... Unbelievable. We brought this up last week. The whole fucking time I was talking. The whole time I was talking. My bad, guys. My bad. My bad. What's up, bro? I keep forgetting about this mic. Turning this on. Guys, I'm going to run to the bank real quick. Because they took my card.
An EU fine.
Machine took my card, so I got to see what the hell's going on with it. I need to go, like, address it, I guess. They probably be like, yo, you making too much money, yo. We need you to pay this fine. Or we need, not a fine, but like, yeah, we're just going to make up some random charge because, you know what I mean, you're doing a little bit better than us. And you know what I mean, we need to just, like, come up with a reason to take your money. All right, motherfucker. You really say that to me, I'm literally taking all my money out this fucking bank and I'm out of here. And you are down another depositor. I will no longer pull out any loans with you. We will no longer do business. I'm telling this bank what the it really is. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I am. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm not getting a haircut just yet. Maybe later this afternoon or something, but I don't have time for it right now. So, Ford, Tesla, Coinbase, Tesla. Come on. Tesla fell out of bed. That's wild. Like, never gave you the pullback. This is why when I'm a little, like, hesitant on Tesla, you see why, right? How many people you think got bulled up on Tesla on Friday and just got their asses handed to them? How many people you think? A lot. How many belts you got? A lot. How much money you got? A lot. How many times Tesla kicked you in? A lot. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you gotta watch. That's why I don't hold anything overnight. Because at a one time, it only took me one time from getting screwed on Tesla. It put in this beautiful, just walk it up, break, retest, looking bullish as all hell, only to suck your ass in, only to drop down or come in the next day with a huge gap down. It was like they did it on purpose. They literally pinned the price action to make you believe that it was a bullish sentiment, that this was a bullish setup. Bang. I will say market makers and like some institutions, the way price action happens, yes, absolutely is. It absolutely is, whatchamacallit, scammy. It absolutely is. All right, but we located yesterday, like, you know, just because this thing is oversold does not mean it can't go lower. We never ruled that out. I can't remember what we drew. I know we had an upside plan and a downside plan for Tesla. Today I couldn't get short. It was too quick. It's too quick. It wasn't too quick, but it just never gave me the bounce back that I was looking for. Dude, this is insane. If Coinbase starts breaking down. So let's see here. If anybody has any tickers or any questions or anything, if we could we get, because y'all do us a solid, could we get a couple likes? That'd be awesome. Be greatly appreciated. You have a lot of names that are just, you know, it's a weird day. It's a weird day. If you go look at the heat map, it's a weird day. Well, look, we're starting to turn around. Never mind, because there was a lot more red, like bright red, than what you see. I did not look at Baba. Did Baba have news? Oh, price cut. Engage in aggressive price cutting, intensifying cloud service competition. initiated a significant price reduction strategy in the cloud computing service sector, slashes prices by up to 55%. That's not cool. On more than 100 services to regain market share in a highly competitive environment. This move prompted an immediate response from JD.com, a key competitor in both e-commerce and cloud service, which announced its price cuts the same day through its WeChat account. Wow. All right, bet. Alibaba is concentrating and expanding to its public cloud service. Okay. All right. So, Alibaba, JD, there is an obvious issue there. JD has earnings coming up. So, Ford, Monster, Tesla, weak. Coinbase was just hanging out. It's up 8-9% right now. So, just trying to give you guys what I was looking at. All right, let's turn CNBC on, guys. I'm running to the bank. I'll be right back. Please, I beg you, can we get a few likes? Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're trying to get up to, like, you know, I'd like to get like a 50-day like. That'd be sick, but I doubt we'll get that. Just hit the like button. That's all it takes. I'm going to run to the bank real quick, and then I'm coming right back. I'm trading this afternoon session. So look at Coinbase holding. Coinbase is holding.
Good point by Tony.
If you start turning that back into a rejection, which it looks like you just did.
Markets, though, is what you don't expect.
Well, of course, but that can exist. That exists every day.
Damn, I was short this thing this morning. Not short, like looking for a short, because it's obviously up with a lot of volume.
I mean, broadening of the war in the
I was looking to see if we could break VWAP on the thing on a bounce back.
Campaign. Is it, you know, how would those be perceived, right? And both are realistic. Well, one's more realistic than the other.
What do you guys want me to put up? Do you guys have anything you guys want me to put up?
The only thing
NVIDIA.
could possibly deter this.
I don't know how everybody keeps playing NVIDIA and stuff.
If inflation
it's just crazy.
Just really
I could see
balloon up,
SMCI.
but that's not going to happen, and that's not going to happen because China is now trying to be an export economy. So that's going to be deflationary
SMCI.
as their consumers
Spy,
are
he wants a
unable
spy
and
bet.
unwilling
Let's do
to
it,
continue
Truth.
to buy the
Good to
goods.
see it, Truth.
And as that economy continues to atrophy, commodity price is going to come down. You'll see the cost of goods
You want the 1 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute,
essentially to dumping,
or
that's
just a
going to
2
bring
minute?
down pricing. So you've got the stage set. And
Like I said, guys, it'll take me like 15, 20
January
minutes,
wasn't
and I'll be
1
right
month,
back.
It was 0 months. It was January. So the Fed's not worked up over what we saw in January at all. Neither is the market, therefore.
You know, more from this Tony note, Pasquarello, head of hedge fund client coverage at Goldman, Jimmy, he also says, he sort of takes, I think he takes aim at the notion that we're really late cycle, which you've been hearing
I'm
from
going to
a
keep
lot
the
of
spy too, because then I
strategists
can
and
play it.
market participants come on the network and talk about where they think we are. He says perhaps these are the middle innings of a major bull market that is
15-minute
underwritten
chart,
by
I can dig
generational
it.
shifts in technology and medicine. We spoke to it, AI, GLP-1, all the advancements there. Maybe we're not so late cycle as people would like to paint the picture.
Shit, man,
of
why
us
do I
being,
have all these
particularly
lines
those
up there?
who've been more cautious,
I know
if not
why, but-
negative, and who have missed a good portion of this move.
It could well be. And frankly, you know, what he's saying is, Scott, as you know how I was feeling about a year
if we
ago.
could just
when a lot
get
of people
SPY
were
to
saying we're late
break
cycle, I said, no, we're in the middle of
512,
it. But, you know,
we
as
ain't gonna
much
have
as I do
nothing
agree
stopping
with
us to
Tony, I have to
511.
point out, and it gives me a little bit of discomfort that I'm agreeing with Steve
Sound
here,
like I'm
that,
talking about
you know,
my
there
height.
are some cracks, that this is not just set it and forget it here. The ISM manufacturing last week was
I'm gonna
lousy.
do-
You know, you are hearing more about layoffs, and you know, Torsten Sloke's note from I think Friday has some legitimacy to it, that if these inflation
Yo, I
numbers
would
from
seriously
January
watch.
continue, that the rate hikes might, the
I
rate
would
cuts might be off the
seriously
table.
watch
So I am not changing my
for,
thesis right now, which is generally in agreement
you know,
with Mr. Pasquarelli.
if we can't break
but we
through those
have to
highs.
Pasquarello, excuse me.
Get the Italian names right.
But we
I'll be
have
right
to
back,
be
guys. Let me
aligned
run
to
over
the
here and get this
idea,
over with. I'll be right back.
this is
Appreciate you
not
guys.
set it and forget
Hit
it.
the
You
like
have
button,
to be aware of
subscribe.
the risks
I'll
that
be
are
back
out
Well, I mean, we
in
already
15
know
to
that
20
rate
minutes.
cuts are
I'll be back by 1
pushed
o'clock.
off.
What is it, 12
And
o'clock?
frankly,
I'll be
for the
back
right
by like
reasons.
12:45.
Because the economy has enabled the Fed to, they don't need to rush. There's no reason for them to rush. On that note, you did get some commentary today from Bostic, the Atlanta president. He wrote in an essay, talks about the threat of what I'll call pent-up exuberance is a new upside risk that I think bears scrutiny in coming months. Again, it's too early to cut rates now. If they do, then you risk having this exuberance go to another level. Steve Leisman, our senior economics reporter, spoke with Mr. Bostic just a short time ago. But that's the crux of it, right? You have this risk of igniting this over-exuberant action in the market for one place, and then you risk inflation going back in the direction that the Fed doesn't want it to go.
I think that's a good way to put it, Scott. It's as if, your conversation really leads into this quite well. He's afraid about what you guys around the table are going to do and what the CEOs are going to do when the Fed cuts rates. Let me go through some of the headlines here from the media briefing he did give us. He sees 2 rate cuts this year, but says, you know what? We may not do them back to back here, these quarter-point cuts. We may take our time between them. And he's concerned about this issue he calls pent-up exuberance, which could mean a change in the pace or the amount of cuts. What does that mean? He says his conversations with executives are that they're ready to, he uses the word pounce in terms of investment once the Fed starts cutting rates, and this could lead to additional inflationary pressure. He says inflation risks remain. The return to price stability without economic pain is not assured. He notes the number of categories in the CPI that are north of 5%, which is a concern of his. And he says premature to declare victory against inflation. He needs to see more progress before cutting. Just a couple more things here. The job market, he says, shows fresh signs of strength. That's from the January report. And the risk of keeping interest rates elevated for too long is there, but he sure doesn't sound all that worked up about it. And Scott, almost exactly quoting you from moments ago, he says the healthy labor market, the healthy economy lets the committee make policy without much urgency here. But this idea of pent-up exuberance, his words, is kind of a new idea here, and it's something that could stay the Fed's hand. Look at Mickey Levy's op-ed in the Journal today, where he talks about the idea of this strong economy, the strong investment that is engendered in things like AI is another risk for the Federal Reserve and could mean higher real rates going forward.
The 2 cuts feels new to me and noteworthy because he's putting a number on what some have suggested. Well, 3 is probably more realistic. Even, the former Dallas Fed President Kaplan thinks, well, they're not going to cut this early. They're not going to cut that much, but 3 is probably right. 2 sounds like Bostic, who's a voting member, has moved a little even further into be a little bit more hawkish camp, so to speak.
Yeah, well, he says that's what he dialed in the last summary of economic projections was 2 cuts. That's what he had. You're right, though, that 3 is the median of the committee. So we'll have to watch to see if others move towards him. It does seem, what's the right word, miserly or cheap just to provide 2. But remember, there was this idea out there, I forget which Fed person put it forward, of the 1995, I think it was Jefferson, the vice chair, put forward saying this 1995 cutting cycle, which was like a few cuts spread out over like 6 months. Then the Fed went on an extended hold. And again, Mickey Levy brings up this idea of the investment boom of the 90s being an analog for today with the technological progress. And what does that mean for the cost of capital? If you talk to experts about this, which I did several weeks ago, what does AI mean for interest rates? And of course, in the near term, it means a lot of investment. A lot of investment means a high demand for capital. That should raise the price for capital, ergo the interest rate over time, the productivity it engenders will allow the rate to come down.
Steve, thank you. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman. Guys, I see 2 things. So that the 2-year moves up a little bit, 10-year maybe a little bit as well also. So maybe you don't get as many. This sounds maybe a little more hawkish. S&P, by the way, you can take a look at that intraday as well, because that moved up just a little bit. Joe, it's like the market says, okay, fine, we don't care. As long as we know what the next move is. Next moves are cuts. Yeah. So it still remains stimulative for stocks. It appears, right? Because investors, Steve used the word, the CEOs, according to Bostic, are ready to pounce. Well, that may be the case. They want to see more concrete cuts before they actually do pounce, investors are already pouncing.
Absolutely.
Right? Because they anticipate all this.
Federal Reserve is no longer adversarial. That's all that matters. Quite candidly, my personal perspective, I'd rather see them address the bigger issue potentially in 2024, and that's liquidity as the reverse repo program winds down, the way that they would do that through the balance sheet. But just the basic knowledge of understanding the next move from the Federal Reserve is a cut in an environment where very clearly the market and the economy is telling you, guess what? The Federal Reserve is not too restrictive right now in their policy. Their policy is the right policy for the marketplace. And Jimmy, you cited before underlying cracks within the marketplace, ISM manufacturing layoffs. Let's keep in mind, ISM manufacturing has been in decline for basically the better part of the last year. And layoffs, well, that speaks to the cost efficiency, the headcount reduction that's actually benefiting stocks in the market.
I don't want to talk us down, okay? I am invested, let's be clear. But what I am saying is that, like any good mariner, I'm looking at the horizon and I see some clouds. And I'm going to be more specific here. What I'm hearing from the Fed is more like the old Fed of they're going to be late with cuts. And when they do the cuts, it's going to be for the wrong reason. So I'm not trying to shout fire in a crowded theater here. I am watching what's going on with New York Community Bank. Obviously, it's only one name. I got that. And, you know, you, Joe, can push back reasonably on anything I say, including what you just said about the ISM manufacturing. I'm not going to like wildly portray that things are going awry. What I am saying is this is, to me, sounding a lot more like the Fed is going to be late to cuts, and when they do cuts, it's going to be for the wrong reason.
Well, we have to, I think, just get used to higher for longer being talked about every week. That's, you know, Slock over to Paulo. That's what he's talking about. On Friday, you mentioned the note that was much talked about, and a lot of others are embracing this idea of higher for longer, by the way, doesn't mean higher than where we are now for even longer. It just means we may stay where we are for a while. We're not talking about hikes. We're just talking about higher for longer. By the way, it doesn't matter to Savita Subramanian, Bank of America. She raises S&P target to 5,400. Now, there's like 6 strategists who've already raised their targets. Why? Because they're chasing. Yep, they're chasing. I don't know that they're necessarily getting more bullish, so to speak, but they're chasing. The market is making, the market's making them raise their targets.
Right. But to Joe's point, credit has actually tightened, despite the fact
not much. So I mean, the spreads are so tight.
But the direction's going the other way. But here's how I believe the market's looking at it. They're not looking at it saying, okay, the next move is down. What they're looking at saying is, if the market did this well before the dialogue even started about cutting rates, can you imagine what it's going to do when they actually do cut rates? So that allows them to look through a lot of the data. So I agree with Jimmy. You know, the fact you can point to the ISM being weak over the last year, but it's impacted manufacturing stocks, right? Manufacturing has been weak. It's been in a recession for more than a year. So do you see more of that happen as rates stay higher? You could.
Well,
right?
Industrials have looked great, so then stay away from the pure manufacturers. I don't know.
Right. I mean, there are places to go.
Those stocks have done well too, though.
There are places to go there, and it's also a mistake to rely on S&P classification. Unfortunately, that's what virtually all asset managers do because they benchmark against it. So I choose not to do that. I choose to look bottom up for stocks that are having the good fundamentals, not buying, saying I'm overweight this, I'm underweight that. That's crap to me, right?
You could
it's
even
not
have
for absolute performance.
A lot of the industrials I think have done well too. It's the idea that it's the trough trade. Right. You assume that, okay, the worst is behind it. Now, even if it muddles along at current levels, you assume that there really is only one way to go from here, so you're trying to get ahead of that.
And that's not a new psychology. That's actually the tax selling trade, right? Buy the stocks that have been sold during tax. So I always look for those.
All right. Other things of note today I want to get to. What else is new? Another new high for NVIDIA. Can we put that up? Because it's going to be $900 before you know it, and you know that's going to happen. We're going to turn away, we're going to turn back, and then NVIDIA is going to be at $900. The chips, the SMH, new record high today. AMD, a record high. Supermicro, a record high. And that takes me to our first move of the show by one of our committee members. It's Applied Materials. Why do you want Applied Materials? That stock has done incredibly well, so I know why you want it. Why do you want it here? I mean, you like buying stocks at high levels, assuming they can go higher from here.
Well, no. So here's why. Here's first why AMAT. I want to be in the semiconductor capital equipment space. I think I've spoken long enough that I believe there are plenty of semiconductor plants being built, especially here in the U.S., but not just in the U.S. Those plants need new equipment that will be supplied by AMAT. As far as why now, the multiple at 23 times might seem a little bit lofty to some relative to others in the space. It's really not. And again, that fundamental picture there tells me that two things may happen. One, the historical multiple may have been re-rated higher, and I think there's a chance for earnings out surprises as we go forward. Lastly, AMAT is in a space with a lot of other competitors, some of which are very good, some of which my colleagues may own. I like AMAT because it's involved in more steps of the semiconductor fabrication process than most of its other competitors.
Let's pull it back a little bit too on the chart, away from the intraday, get a broader view to get an idea of what we're talking about here, as these chip stocks have done just unbelievably well. See, there you go. That's what I'm looking for.
If I can just, because I'm aware of the chart.
You feel comfortable buying that up there on the right?
Yeah, because I'm just starting the position. Okay, and I, this is a small position. I know you hate it when I say that, but there's a reason for this. That chart is the reason for it. Meaning that if it comes down, I've already laid out the fundamental case. I've already laid out that I'm comfortable with the multiple. If it comes down, having a small position right now gives me room to add to it.
Weiss, this makes sense to you? You bought ASML.
Politic?
Well, what's ASML done?
ASML actually has a new machine coming out.
Let's pull that chart up. Let's pull that chart up too, because Weiss is buying ASML, but I want to pull that up over the same time period. Okay, so here you go.
So
you can't criticize Jimmy at all.
I didn't criticize him.
Not yet. I saw it in your face, though.
You're trying to get him.
I saw it.
I saw it.
The viewers didn't have the benefit. It was on a single shot at that moment. I had the perspective of everybody, and when he was talking, I was looking at you, waiting, and then I said, well, this guy bought ASML. What's he going to say?
So when Jimmy was saying that, I was thinking to myself, what do you know that everybody else, who's most firms, I believe, if not almost all firms, have a buy on AMAT. Okay. So what do you bring to the table?
Is that a rhetorical question for yourself?
Well, here's how I'm going to answer it. You like my setup? So ASML is underfollowed and underappreciated. They make they've got a new machine.
Underappreciated?
It is underappreciated, believe it or not, because it's underfollowed on the street, and they don't know why they're buying it right now. And here's why they are. They've got a new machine that's out. By the way, it's sold out for all of 24 EUV, which is extreme ultraviolet. What ASML does, the lithography technology, allows
Jimmy's move was within that. Little teaser. We're back after this.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
And comfort.
All right, we are back. Farmer Jim with another new move. You sold Thermo Fisher TMO, which you owned for several years. Why?
I did it reluctantly because I do think it's a fabulous company with fabulous management. But the problem here is simple. Earnings estimates and guidance have been disappointing for several quarters, particularly the guidance. And there's fundamental reasons for this. China is in a big slowdown. We know that. We're past the big COVID surge in business to Thermo Fisher. And this is a stock that has a 27 times forward multiple. I have a hard time putting those two things together. It's a stock that I may revisit in the future. Actually has a meaningfully high debt load from some acquisitions that they've made. I just don't see it going anywhere anytime soon, and potentially going down at this valuation.
You have a thought here, Joey?
So we sold Thermo Fisher out of the JOT ETF last April. Obviously recognizing a lot of what you see is the deterioration in the quality of its earnings. Healthcare overall is beginning to resurrect itself.
It's waking up.
Yes.
It is resurrecting itself. And I think from a perspective of allocation, you're going to see a lot of funds that had moved away from the healthcare sector in 2023 re-engage once again. So I think there's a lot to get excited about. Obviously, companies like Intuitive Surgical are doing really well. Viva Systems is another one, and Regeneron. These are all associated with a lot of the technology that's being introduced into healthcare, but also some of the biotech move that's playing out within the marketplace, and the biotech move that you could play at a higher market cap valuation.
Scott, if I may just quickly agree, I totally agree with everything you just said. I still have the exposure, Vertex, AbbVie in terms of pharma, biotech, CVS, United Health in terms of the healthcare. But the overall healthcare trade is coming back from a terrible 2023. I think what happened in 2023 is the bad concerns about an upcoming election season actually were brought forward courtesy of the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, which allowed drug price negotiations from Medicare and Medicaid.
So Lilly has been the standout, obviously. Price target raised to 910 from 810 at UBS. It is the best performing healthcare stock this year, up better than 35%. Weiss, I obviously turn to you here. You had liked profitable healthcare. Two questions. Did you get out of the space too soon? And obviously, I think it's fair to say you may have chosen the wrong stocks to express your view in the space when you were in it. Now what?
I think both those are fair points. I did make some money on United Healthcare, didn't on Humana. So I did pick the wrong ones.
What about now? I mean, it is. Look, biotech's been going crazy, and healthcare's...
Yeah, biotech, to me, that's a catch-up trade. I'm not really sure if finance costs still high. I had owned the biotech indices for a while, and I think that's the best way to play it, unless you have...
You mean like the XBI?
XBI, is one way that, there are a couple of different ones. There are more than that, but XBI is one of the more liquid. But unless you have the time, and I don't have the time at this point to go in and do all the work I need to do. You got to own a basket of these. But I did miss Lilly, and I don't know how I missed it. I missed it, and I don't want to chase it because, there are other weight loss drugs that are coming on the market. So sometimes you just miss things.
You didn't miss it. I got you covered. Don't worry.
I'm in Joe T.
So Lilly,
actually had a decent exposure to
healthcare, which, by the way, last week hit, I think, an all-time high.
So Eli Lilly is, here's an interesting conversation. Everyone keeps talking about the Mag 7, okay? Eli Lilly should be part of the Mag 7. When you think about GLP-1 and what it means to the market, what it means to the economy, the technological usage in healthcare right now, why not? I would argue that Eli Lilly is more relevant right now than Tesla is actually relevant. This is a company that is seeing staggering revenue growth. I will acknowledge the comps will get harder as you move into the summer. In particular, Q2 of 2024 is going to look tough relative to Q2 of 2023.
I think you overstate the relevance of Tesla to the market now and in the past. It's really, to me, a cult stock, a niche stock that doesn't deserve even this valuation. I mean, everything is going wrong for them, and I think will continue to go wrong. I think, they're just not part of that group of the mega cap tech stocks that deserves to be there.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hey, Pippa.
Scott, Jack Teixeira has signed a plea deal for leaking hundreds of classified military documents on a popular online chat platform in one of the most serious national security breaches in years. The former Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accepted a deal today that includes a suggested 16 years in prison sentence and a $50,000 fine for pleading guilty on all 6 charges, sparing him of a sentence of up to 60 years in prison had the case gone to trial. French lawmakers gathered for a historic vote to make abortion a constitutional right today at a joint session of Parliament at the Palace of Versailles. As both houses of Parliament have already adopted the bill, today's joint session is expected to be largely a formality. And no relief for the Sierra Nevada as forecasters are warning more snow is on the way. A new system is bringing more to the region after being hit by a powerful blizzard that closed highways and Yosemite National Park over the weekend. Many areas received as much as 7 feet of snow. Scott?
7 feet?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Pippa, thank you. Just ahead on the half, the committee debating our top calls of the day. First, though, Bob Pisani is going to bring us today's ETF Edge. We'll do it next.
NBC.
All right, we're back. Bob Pisani has today's ETF Edge. Hey, Bob.
Hello, Scotty. On Wednesday, SEC Chair Gary Gensler will hold a vote on one of his most controversial proposals, a rule that would require corporate America to disclose material risks posed by climate change. President Biden said climate change is an existential threat and that it posed a greater risk than nuclear war. The ETF community is watching the vote closely because the proposal will provide a lot more data on climate issues that can be incorporated into ESG ETFs. Let's talk about the implications with Arnie Nowak. He's the DWS head of systematic investing solutions for the America. He also runs several ESG-oriented funds. Arnie, this vote's Wednesday. How's it going to go, and what will it require corporate America to do?
Yeah, so in general, I would say it's fair to say that corporate America has varying levels of enthusiasm for that rule change. From our perspective as fund managers, the more data, the better. So the more clean data we can receive and the more regulation fosters the creation of that clean data is good for us.
But what will it require corporate America to do?
It will require reporting more. It will require being more transparent and more forthcoming with the actual emissions.
So there are a lot of climate change and ESG ETFs that are out there. You run a couple of them. We've talked over the years. Does the ETF community universally support the idea of more disclosure? How does that help the ETF business?
Yeah, if you think about ETFs, we track indices. And the way indices are being constructed is systematically on the basis of publicly available data. So, as I said before, anything that fosters good data generally is supported by the ETF community and by us specifically. If you look at USCA, S&PE, some of the funds that you mentioned, it's important for us to have clean data.
Yeah, we're putting up some of the funds that you manage right here. Now, remember, a few years ago, we covered this extensively. Environmental, social, and governance, the ESG story, those ETFs were all the rage. But that enthusiasm really has cooled off dramatically. There have been outflows from most of the ESG funds in the last year. Several have shuttered due to investor uncertainty over how to define what ESG is. We've had high fees. We've had political controversy. Is ESG still relevant? And how is it going to redefine itself if it is still relevant? It seems like it's really lost a lot of momentum.
So, Bob, I would say it absolutely continues to be relevant and will be relevant in the future. S&PE, for example, our S&P 500 ESG tracker for the first time crossed $1 billion in terms of assets this mark. And USCA is a climate-specific index tracker with over $2 billion worth of assets under management, really focuses in on climate-specific topics. So to your point, it's being redefined as something more specific. We come from a broad ESG, environmental, social, and governance-related investing, to now specifically honing, for example, on climate-specific topics.
Yeah, with all this new data that's going to be generated by these disclosures, it's no wonder the ETF community is really supportive about this. We're going to have a lot more on the SEC's proposed climate change rule and what it means for your portfolio. That's coming up on ETF Edge at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Arnie will be joined by Dave Noddick. He's the former financial futurist for VettaFi. That's etfedge.cnbc.com. Scott, back to you.
All right, Bob. Appreciate it. Bob Pisani coming up. We do have our calls of the day. FleetCor, Disney, Rollins. By the way, Bitcoin ripping.
Oh, yeah.
Ripping today. Talk about all that coming up. Welcome back. Take a look at Bitcoin. There it is, over 67,000. We're approaching all-time highs, Mr. Weiss.
Yep.
It's another 7% today. What's behind this other than
pure momentum?
There's
still no use
risk
case.
on.
Well, there are a few things. Momentum. Kramer came out today and said he thinks it's because people trust fiat currencies less because of everybody's upside down, is in debt to GDP. I don't really think that's the case. I just don't think they're that big deeper. Sure, there's a small element that believes that all economies, all sovereigns are going to hell, so they're going to hide Bitcoin. That's not it. It's purely the marketing power right now of BlackRock, of Fidelity, and more to come. But to show you how ridiculous it is, Bitcoin isn't even the top foreign currency. I think Bite the Dog, or whatever the hell that currency's named, is up 400%. I mean, it's just...
So it's like a perfect storm for crypto. This particular asset class right now, between the approval of the ETFs and the biggest names in the asset management business getting into it, with some speculative fervor in parts of the market, biotech maybe here too, and overall risk on.
Complete perfect storm. But I think you have to look at the two products that investors really focus on. Number one, obviously Bitcoin, which has been traditionalized with the advent of the ETFs. Here's the interesting one, and here's the thought. You have Bitcoin up 58%. Right. You have Ethereum up 57%. Ethereum doesn't have the ETF yet. So you have a lot of people who are going to own Ethereum on the belief that an ETF is coming. Is Ethereum riding the back of Bitcoin? Or is Ethereum rallying on the belief that the ETF's coming? Because if it's rallying on the back of Bitcoin, then there's so much more alpha that can be generated in owning Ethereum relative to Bitcoin because the ETF's not there yet.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that deeply. I just think it's, sheep, being let slaughter.
Can we replay that like multiple times over the next 10 years?
Yeah, what?
I don't think that deeply.
I don't
Guys,
think that deeply.
in the control room, cut it now and save it. Send it to me so we all preserve a copy forever. We're going to be the National Archives of you, Weiss.
I got to be careful any edge I give you in that regard, that being one. But it's also the SEC came out and didn't get in the way. Basically, investors think, okay, now it's safe. The SEC blessed it, the courts blessed it, but it's pure momentum.
Okay, let's talk about some calls of the day, as promised. FleetCor, Joe, upgraded to outperform at Baird. Price target to 330. You own it. You own it in the Joe T.
Correct. And to be clear, this is a financial sector company. The sentiment towards profitable fintech companies is clearly changing, and that's what this company is. It's profitable at a reasonable valuation. It's a business payment platform. So far year to date, coming into today, it was down 2%. So it had relative underperformance to financials overall, but it's getting obviously a clear lift today on the back of that.
All right, Disney, new 52-week high, Jimmy.
Yeah, I know.
Boy, as the tables turned, for the stock.
Yeah.
Jury's still out probably on what's going on at the company, although even those prospects seem improved at this point, and maybe dramatically so. 135 is Morgan Stanley now from 110. And they cite, quote, realistic optimism.
So I'll start where you started, Scott. The sentiment has clearly changed. Now, if you go back 6 months ago, it was seemingly every day we were talking about how negative everybody was on Disney. Now, what's happened? I mean, a few things have happened here. One, the path to profitability in streaming. I know for a lot of people that's not the most important thing. To me, it's very important. I mean, that is the future of this company. And they're on a path that 6 months from now, they say they're going to be profitable. Maybe even before that. That's very big for their future. The Hulu transaction, Scott, at some point, the Hulu transaction's got to get done. It's got to get done pretty soon. And maybe people are going to kvetch over whether it's $9 billion or $12 billion that Disney pays, but you put that in the rearview mirror and you grow the streaming business even more with Hulu behind it. Finally, I think some sentiment has, believers have come out in Bob Iger and in his ability to monetize ESPN and thus staunch the decline in linear declines of subscribers there. So look, the sentiment has turned. Here we go.
All right, Rollins also, Joe, reiterated at Bank of America as a buy. Price target stays at 51. This stock is the bee's knees and still a buy.
So this stock is the purest definition of a quality company. Stock has done remarkably well over the last 15 years. They are Orkin brand. They are about pest control. Residential is about 46% of their business. This is a company that in the industrial sector is a must-own.
All right, quick break. Then Mike Santoli with his midday word is on the other side. All right, Mike Santoli, our senior markets commentator, is here with his midday word. You say that this bull market has entered a new phase.
Yeah, you would call it the belief phase. I think what we've seen is over the last 4 months, we've scaled a very steep, tall wall of worry, and now the majority of people kind of like what they see on the other side of it. So, it's no longer the case that you have this tailwind of really skeptical positioning and sentiment, and you're trying to work off the naysayers quite as much, because I do think you now have soft or no landing is the premise. You've had a lot of sell-side strategists not just raising their targets, but coming up with rationales for why 20 times forward earnings is perfectly fine and makes sense here in this environment. And it's, by the way, plausible. And I think that, you can separate out the different sectors of the market and figure out whether that makes sense or not. But yes, I do think we're in that belief phase. And of course, it comes along with a lot of that speculative energy that we see every day in parts of the market. So it's not, ringing some loud alarm. It's more saying, if you're bullish, you have company now.
Yeah, look, Pasquarello was talking about, as we mentioned earlier in the show, we're in the middle innings of a well-established bull market. Yes. You still have bears going to bear, though. Marko Kolanovic is talking about, a lot of froth building. Sure. He points to Bitcoin over 60,000.
maybe some complacency too. So
no, you see the emerging edge of all of those issues. And look, we're 13% above the 200-day average in the S&P 500. It's stretched by any definition, but what it comes down to is mid-cycle stocks are beating late and end cycle stocks. That seems to be the market saying, you know, we're not really bracing for something nasty on the macro. And then strength begets strength. I mean, whether you like it or not, when you're up this much in the beginning of the year, when you're up this much over a 4-month period, these streaks 16 of 18 weeks higher, usually that doesn't happen at the very top.
All right. I'll see you on Closing Bell. Yeah. We'll talk more. Mike Santoli. Final trades. We'll do those next.
I hope you'll join me on Closing Bell today, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Adam Parker, Christina Hooper, Malcolm Etheridge, Matt Boss. He's a #1 ranked retail analyst on the street. And Jeff DeGraff, he foresaw this rally before a lot of other people did. We'll find out where he thinks we're going from here, and I hope you'll join me then. All right, CrowdStrike. They report tomorrow. That's a big deal, especially after Palo Alto. You a little nervous?
Very big deal. Candidly, I bought the stock at around 140 last August. I wish it was in the Quality Momentum Index because it would make the decision easier. I'd sell some CrowdStrike. I've already trimmed the third. Maybe I sell another third before earnings. Not sure yet.
Okay. That's going to be closely watched, as I said, after Palo Alto. And those stocks have just gone crazy, too. What's your final trade?
So I said last week I would own puts in Alphabet if you are already long the stock. If you do own the puts, I'd keep them. I still think it goes lower.
Okay.
I said last week or Friday to buy Alphabet as my final trade. I'm saying again today, 2 winners in this race of an AI for everyday tools, Google and Microsoft. It's foolish to sell it based on the bad launch.
Okay, down year to date along with Apple. We'll watch that. Jimmy Quick.
Union Pacific, solid industrial.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, everybody. I will see all of you on Closing Bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. The exchange is now.
All right, thanks very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Dominic Chu in for Kelly Evans today, and here's what's ahead on the show. A penalty and a pivot from Apple. We have the latest on that landmark EU antitrust fine, plus a look at how the company is changing its messaging around artificial intelligence and how you want to be positioned in that stock going forward. Also ahead, could warehouses be the next shoe to drop in commercial real estate? We look at the risks and the opportunities in that space ahead. And then the latest read on housing. Fresh data from ICE on home prices and supply and how we're setting up for the important spring selling and buying season that's coming up. But first, let's get a check on the markets overall, which remain relatively mixed right now, but just marginally so. We're just around flat for most of the major indices right now. You can see the Dow is just down about 0.1%, 42 points near session highs. We were down much more earlier on in the day. The S&P 500 just about flat on the session, 51.38 the last trade there. And the NASDAQ Composite, 16,250 thereabouts, off about 0.2%. Meanwhile, check out what's happening trend-wise for many of the regional bank and out there. Basically green across the screen as people are starting to at least see some signs of value out there, perhaps getting a little bit of a mean reversion trade, some short covering, people taking out some of those bets on the downside and taking profits there. On the regional banking side, you can see the ETF is doing relatively well. Zions Bancorp is up, even though it's going to be taken out of the S&P 500 later on this month. And then, of course, a check on New York Community Bancorp, still down about 15%, $3 a share, right on the big figure. Bitcoin's rally continues right now. It was above 65,000. Then it was above 66,000 earlier today, and now it's currently trading just a hair around above 67,000, just around 66,900 from here. Remember, the all-time high in November 10th of 2021 was 68,982. Well, let's call it 69,000 for all intents and purposes. Keep an eye on Bitcoin prices. Let's begin our stories now with Apple falling 3% after the European Union levied a nearly $2 billion antitrust fine against the company over its music streaming business. At the same time, Apple's unveiling its latest round of laptops and computer chips with plenty of focus on AI in those capabilities. For more, we are joined by our own Steve Kovac and Deirdre Bosa as well. And here for the trade is Kim Forrest, the Chief Investment Officer over at Boca Capital Partners and an Apple shareholder as well. Steve, let's start with you on the current state of play with regard to Apple vis-a-vis a massive fine, one of the biggest fines in technology for EU history, but the first one against Apple.
Right, and just to put this in context here, this is a $2 billion U.S. fine, 1.8 in euros. But you also got to look at what's coming later this week, Dom, and that is the Digital Markets Act in Europe is going into full effect. That puts at risk 10% of annual global revenue from these companies. For Apple, that would be about $40 billion with a B. So if you think the $2 billion fine is a lot, take a look at what's potentially here if they break the rules that are going to go in effect later. Since this broke this morning, we actually finally did hear from Spotify. Spotify is the company that started this complaint against Apple. It's the same arguments that we've been hearing for so long, what they characterize as unfair fees for in-app transactions and so forth. And of course, the EU side with them. And Spotify's CEO, Daniel Ek, basically saying, this is a win for them, but they don't believe Apple is going to necessarily comply. And he points to some kind of he layers a lot of skepticism in here, let's call it. He points to some actions Apple has taken when these regulatory things happen, how Apple finds ways kind of around it, which in fact they're going to do with the DMA. So he talked a lot about that. Apple's side of the thing is, by the way, they are appealing, so this is not a done deal yet. And Apple saying, Spotify wouldn't be the market leader in streaming music if it wasn't for the iPhone. And then you have Spotify saying, the iPhone wouldn't be the iPhone if it wasn't for developers like us making it appetizing for people to go out there and buy. So, this is going to be a huge case that will also have effects of what we see here in the U.S. because we're expecting the antitrust lawsuit from the DOJ against Apple to drop any day now over very similar items. So this is a big, beefy case going on.
It's also interesting, too, because, the way that Apple frames it, they're not wrong that the install base for iOS is one of the main reasons why many of these apps get the traction that they do. What's kind of ironic is Apple also points out, again, this is from their kind of statement, that Spotify currently has around 56% of the European streaming music market already. So what they're kind of hinting at is that Spotify is alleging antitrust behavior when Spotify itself is the kind of antitrust guy when it comes to music streaming in Europe. How exactly does the next chapter play out in this appeal process then?
That is to be determined. So they are going to appeal. But more interesting is the DMA process going to play out because Apple a few weeks ago, they put out these rules. And again, it's very similar to the things that were laid out in this case about in-app payments and the like. Apple laid out its idea for compliance with the Europeans' new rules. We don't know, Apple doesn't know if those ideas are actually going to fit the letter of the law that the EC is looking for. So what the real next shoe to drop is, when the EC sees these practices in action, do they, start investigating right away? Do they start looking at Apple and saying, we might fine you that 10% of your global revenue if you don't change X, Y, and Z in your policies because we don't believe it matches the letter of the law. So that is the risk right there. And Apple, of course, is making all kinds of arguments against that, saying, it puts security at risk of our users and by letting, these outside apps go on phones. Same arguments they've been making forever, but we're going to see it in practice very soon, just a matter of days.
All right, so we're going to pivot from that to the other story that's surrounding Apple right now, and that's what seemingly is, for some investors, a catch-up trade or a catch-up effort being made by Apple to really put itself back at the forefront of all of this investing in artificial intelligence. There are some folks, Deirdre, who believe that AI is something that Apple has missed early on and that they now have to try to catch up to everybody else.
Yeah, so Dom, I think that Steve and I can both agree that a $2 billion fine on Apple, it's like a rounding error. It's a speeding ticket at this point. What is probably more consequential for the stock is how Apple is perceived in terms of this generative AI arms race. So today they announced a new version of the MacBook Pro that uses their custom in-house silicon, the M3 chip, and they're calling it, the world's best AI personal computer. What does that mean? It means, better things around the edges, better autofill, better predictive capabilities, better features for images. And it's kind of an evolution of what we already know and are used to. And that's what some investors are kind of taking issue with, saying that they don't have this sort of big product. They're more kind of like AI adjacent. They're going to use an upsell cycle strategy. They're going to put these features into the next generation of iPhones as well. They've done it now with their MacBook computers, and they're going to do it later on as well. And this question, is it enough? And Wall Street, I would say, is pretty divided here. There's some that think that Apple does need to catch up, to your point, that they've been spending a lot less in R&D on sort of the future, what that's going to look like, their business is going to look like in the age of AI, versus are they going to be able to do this because they have, a 2 billion installed base, and they're going to use something called edge computing, and AI is going to sit on your phone or laptop. So that's sort of the debate in the market right now, is where is Apple in this AI race?
Now, Deirdre, it was interesting only because, Clockwise Capital's James Chuckmuck and I were emailing back and forth talking a little bit about the dynamic in mega cap tech, Microsoft, Apple specifically, because they've kind of swapped spaces in terms of market value, biggest out there and whatnot. One of the things that he brought up was this idea that Apple, in the most current quarter that we have, the fourth quarter ended December 31st, had at least a spend for CapEx as a percentage of revenue that was significantly smaller than what Microsoft spends on CapEx as a percentage of revenue. How long do you think it takes before Apple can convince investors that it is spending enough in order to be competitive in AI?
Well, they're going to have to announce something big later this year, which I know Steve Kovac has his eye on as well. But that's what investors are banking on, is that they're going to come out with an announcement with this sort of cohesive strategy that leapfrogs Apple and puts it in the conversation. This is exactly the chart you were talking about, I think, Dom. That caught our eye on Tech Check as well this morning, and it's R&D costs as a percentage of annual revenue. You see Apple on the far left of your screen. It's about 9% of its annual revenue last year. Compare that to Meta, right, which we know has been building up its GPUs capacity and its infrastructure. And then you have Amazon and Google far ahead as well. I think it's around 17%. So the idea that Apple just isn't spending as much in terms of its percentage of an annual revenue, how much is it going to catch up? And it's a good question for Steve as well. I don't know how optimistic you are on the launch later this year. Does it need the infrastructure? Does it need the GPUs? Or can it do everything on the edge and create an interesting proposition?
That's a really good question. The question becomes, how much NVIDIA are they buying? But what also becomes the question is the enormous pressure Apple has put on itself now by kind of pre-announcing. By the way, I've been covering Apple since about 2010. I've never seen them pre-announce an announcement in this fashion. And just the fact saying, you know, they don't even say we're going to announce a new iPhone one day. They don't even say that. Here they are kind of hinting at the AI. But let's look at the laptop announcement today. If you're an Apple investor and you say, what is Apple going to do in AI? You read that press release, they give one example. And it's some third-party AI photo app, I think, that I've never heard of. It runs 40% faster. Now, maybe Apple thinks that is the AI key, and that's a great answer, you know, to this AI question of what they're working on.
Or an appetizer.
Or an appetizer. I don't think that's it. A third-party app running 40% faster than it could on the computer a year ago. I think it just puts enormous pressure for them to really, what Tim Cook said last week at the annual shareholders meeting, puts pressure on to create some kind of groundbreaking new generative AI product. And so we'll have to see. I don't know what that looks like, but that's what they're teasing.
At least he's saying AI now, right? He seemed to be allergic to even saying that.
More than allergic.
Machine learning and all these other terms. There was a whole paragraph dedicated to it in this release this morning.
All right, stick around, guys. Let's bring in now Kim Forrest, who is an Apple shareholder. Kim over at Boca Capital, thank you very much for joining the conversation here as well. You heard what Deirdre was saying. You heard what Steve was saying. As an Apple shareholder, do you feel optimistic? Is this something that you say, okay, well, I'm going to continue to be a shareholder over the medium and longer term?
Well, I think it's how do you define what Apple is? We know that they're not a business software developer like Microsoft, and they do develop their own chips, but it's not necessarily in the hot area, AI. So what are they, and why should they be in your portfolio? Well, they are the supplier of the platform that gets a whole lot of eyeballs onto things that run AI. And are they going to be displaced anytime soon? And I think the answer is no. One of the reasons why I continue to own this is their unbelievably strong moat. Once you become a user, try not to become a user, right? So they absolutely need to step up their game in iPhone and any of their devices, because they are a device maker, not a software maker. And they need to be the platform of choice to get it into the hands of the consumer. Maybe into enterprise, but mostly into the consumer. And that is why they continue to be in our portfolios.
Kim, why do you think, or as an Apple shareholder, maybe I'll frame it differently. They are shutting down their car ambitions, and they're going to shift resources to artificial intelligence. We heard that. They've said it for the record. Are you okay, happier, less happy, sad about the fact that cars are no longer part of the equation and that the resources are going to go towards AI, or not?
I'm thrilled. I don't know why they were in the car making area anyhow, because a lot of it is on batteries. Yes, I get that, and electric motors. but mostly it's in, all car stuff. And I don't think Apple had a whole lot of knowledge about that. And maybe we would have had the prettiest looking car or whatever, most aesthetically pleasing car ever in the history of the world. But as an Apple shareholder, I really didn't care. I'm glad they're back to understanding what they do. And this feels very Microsoft, I don't know, maybe 2014, when they stopped chasing Apple, when Microsoft no longer wanted to develop a phone, and they just understood where their role was in the world, and that is as an enterprise software company. And I feel gratified that Apple is leaving the world of EVs behind and concentrating on what it does best.
And Steve, what it does best, though? What it really does best?
What?
Is iPhones.
Yeah.
All right, so
that's
let's
the
talk.
linchpin of everything.
It is, right? How much does Apple tell a story about how all of this works in the ecosystem of iOS and iPhone specifically, as opposed to new Mac hardware and generative AI visions and everything else?
Here's what a lot of the analysts are saying. Again, this is mostly speculation, but I can also consider this informed speculation from their history doing it. They can hold a lot of these, whatever AI features they announce, a lot of it will be global. That means if you have an iPhone today, a new iOS update will come out and you'll be able to use it. But they'll reserve some of the best stuff for the new iPhone. Whether it's true or not, they'll say it can only run on this iPhone. We created this amazing new chip that can only run this stuff. So that is kind of how in the past they've used it to drive upgrades. Go back in time to a few years ago when they introduced the 5G iPhone for the first time. That was a big upgrade cycle. Go back to the iPhone 6 lineup. Big screen for the first time. That drove the biggest upgrade cycle, period. Everyone wanted those big screens.
I got one at 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but those are like more hardware-related things. This is all, to your point, going behind the scenes. Again, a lot of the stuff they're talking about literally today with these new MacBooks are stuff that you just need an internet connection. You don't need the latest and greatest hardware to run. If you have Wi-Fi, you can do it. So they're going to have to prove that the new iPhone is worth an upgrade just on those AI features alone.
All right, Dee, you get the last word.
Okay, I just want to introduce this idea that the killer piece of hardware in the age of AI may not actually be a smartphone. That is something that is getting some discussion here in the Valley. Could it be a pin like the Humane AI pin? Could it be a Rabbit device? And I think that is like this big existential question that is maybe far off in the future, because Apple, certainly Kim talked about the moat, it's entrenched the iPhone device, but look at what happened so quickly with Google and search, right? Everyone thought that search was so dominant here to stay, and now, we're having this really big discussion of what will displace search. Yes, Apple iPhone being displaced is much further away, but there just is that question: what is going to be the hardware of the AI era?
It's so complicated for sure. Deirdre, Steve, thank you both very much for that. We could talk about this. We need like a 2-hour-long podcast is basically what it comes down to. All right, thanks very much, guys. Kim, stick with us, please. We're going to get your take now on the markets overall. And now everyone's waiting for the latest economic data for clues about the first interest rate cut. You're focusing on longer-term trends in the market, which are telling you to invest specifically in technology and in computer chips in particular.
Right. Well, I hate to be one of these people, but we're coming up on about a year ago before none of us knew the phrase generative AI, right? And it now has colored everything. Look at our last discussion. But I strongly believe, as an ex-software engineer who worked on neural networking, yep, that's what generative AI is built on top of, I think that it is going to be the driver of productivity and probably not just in business, but in consumers' life as well. And yes, Apple's going to have to step up and do stuff to make sure that they are, meaningful in that ecosystem. But more than that, how do we play this? Well, so far we've played it by buying NVIDIA. But I don't think NVIDIA is necessarily game over with their chips. I think AMD and Intel have fine products that could not just displace leadership. We don't know what that's going to do. But I'm sure that they are going to play in this ecosystem of increasingly in the server farm area for generative AI applications. And I have to throw this in just real quick. These models need so much horsepower they can only be delivered on an end unit so far. You're not going to have things figuring things out on your little phone, not connected to the internet. You are going to need a whole bunch of data and a whole bunch of exotic software for generative AI to continue learning. So don't expect that on your handheld device anytime soon.
Well, and the servers to power them, it's probably the reason why Supermicro is going to be included in the S&P 500 later on this month, given the massive run we've seen there. Before we let you go, Kim, I don't want to keep it just about technology because there are other parts of the market that are important as well. We want to see this broadening out. Is there anywhere else besides computer chips and technology that we can find some value for investors these days?
Sure. I think the world is always changing in the world of consumer discretionary, and that's because people are people. They get bored of shopping at the same place, and they're looking for new. And I think that you always have to be aware that shoppers change and to keep an eye out for who's hot and who's not.
Yo, that's hilarious.
And right now, I think that two companies that, again, that we own
Liz said
are
the chair been
interesting.
calling out plays
One
all
was
day
formerly
long.
hot, and that's VF Corp. The company hit
I
some
love it.
potholes recently,
That's hilarious,
and management
bro.
is taking
All day long, bro.
rejiggering the
My
format
boy,
there.
champ.
I think that's something to look at. But I also like
Oh,
Urban Outfitters
shit.
because except for, well, Urban Outfitters, the store, all their other brands are just
Oh,
firing
man,
on all
that's
cylinders.
hilarious.
And that company has been able
That
to...
was a good one. That was a good one. All right, let's do a preview of what we got going on here. Let's see what we got going on. All right, let's check in. There's a test of Friday's high. Another nice rejection, but what are we doing? We're holding VWAP. Holding VWAP. So we stay long-minded. You know, we don't have anything to like really tell us to stay short. VWAP's been acting as support for now. This was the level, or was it this the level? So it did make it support. Nice. So there's VWAP. Remember I said to bring VWAP up with it? We wanted to see VWAP up there. To me, if we get a buy trigger here with nice volume on the 1 minute, you know, even though it is technically, it's not a downtrend, but that's a higher low. So, my boy said, chair been calling out plays. Yo, that's hilarious, bro. Let me log in real quick. Yo, they gave me this paper. This paper, like, I don't want to give out my number. I don't want to give out my number and shit, but bro, this thing is like flimsy as hell. It's like, I'm like, nah, man. I need that metal, right? I don't know if you guys hear that. And I want that metal. I want that good card, not this little like plastic little like. I don't even know what this is. Like seriously, yo, it's so flimsy and there's just like nothing to it. I feel like this is like gift cards are sturdier than this thing, but whatever. They don't really, you know, I could see it's beneficial to them. So I got a small loss on Coinbase. All right, I talked about that. So I didn't realize, you know, I kind of realized I was wrong, but my issue with that trade was getting out. So I noticed, at least for me, right? I know that there's a spread there. You know, I know there's a bid and ask. I noticed that the third. But if I throw out orders and like dumb orders, right? Like I lowballed the shit out of those puts. So it would not have taken me really anything to make profit on those. And that was the thing. That was the whole point of that trade, was to see if we could break VWAP. Oh, hold on. Let me turn my keyboard on. Keyboard warrior. Yeah, I knew that this was going to happen. I didn't know it, but that's why 225 or 224, 224.50 was my stop. Really, I wanted it at pre-market highs because I was looking to see if we could just break VWAP. If I just got this move, like this move, I was trying to take profits on that move because it was like, you know, once we popped above VWAP, I could not get out. They were being assholes. Like they gave it to me cheap but didn't want it back. So I know, looking at it, the volume for the ones I was looking at, I think I was looking at the 195s. No, 190s? No. Yeah, 195s? No, hold on. For Coinbase, yeah, what option was I in? 190s, I thought. So they're up because of the volatility? Because I had 30 last time. Hold on, let me look real quick. Let me make sure I have that right. Because if that's crazy, because now the stock is way higher and those options are way up. Hold up. Let me go look to see which one I was in. Maybe I was in the 190s. I thought maybe. Let me double check, because I don't, we don't give out no, don't do that. Let me go here. Orders. Yeah, 190s. Oh, that's because it went higher. That's why. So, yeah, they're at $1. No, they're not at $1 or 80 cents. So, yeah, 80. So they are 80 to 90 cents. Don't fight the strength. I didn't really. I don't know, guys. I was just looking for a pullback. I think that I rushed this trade thinking that, yeah, it's oversold. It's oversold. There was a big gap between the 90 MA. But when you have this is the whole reason why I'm making this book. Because looking back, I know better that, this thing's just going to sit up there and it's going to drag that 90 MA up on the 15-minute chart. Things like that, right? Tesla, I did not take because it never gave me my re-entry. It never gave me the re-entry. But we were looking at this. We were looking at the short. If it went and popped, and it did, up to 200, 201 to hold. We had a whole game plan for Tesla, right? You could not get up and test yesterday's close, let alone 202. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. Yeah, what is that? 199. Yeah, 199 from where it opened. You had to get up above 199 and start trying to hold to make some type of progress, and you never did. You might be able to get a reversal, but with that type of volume, I would not push your luck with trying to take that thing, trying to catch the reversal. It is what it is. I should have just been, we've been winning on the short side on Tesla. I kind of just messed myself up, and it's okay. It's all good, because I'm going to come back. I'm telling you guys, I can feel it instinctively. I'm having a good week this week, no matter what, even if today sucked for me. I'm going to have a baller-ass week. I promise. There's a lot of things that I feel like are setting up. And this gave it to us. This gave us confirmation, hey, especially if we get another little increase in volume during the afternoon, we're going to look to short the bounces. So Tesla's probably going to be back down to 185 eventually. Look for it to put in another new range. And I think on the daily chart, this was just a huge break and retest of that 200 level. Right? It came up, rejected. I knew it was acting funny. It was putting in lower highs. With that consolidation through last week. And let's see if this is the start of a continuation. I think the buyable, I need this thing back testing 198 if it can give it to us. It's going to take a while before it does that. It may not even do it. I got to be quite honest with you. I'm sure it'll get back to 198 eventually, but huge, just that's crazy. So now we're back in the range. This sucks. So you gotta watch for dip buys down there at 180 level. You might get some buyers, but with this type of volume today, I would be careful. All right, I'd let Tesla show you what she wants to do. So I got to come up with a whole new game plan for some names. I got to find something. Maybe, let's see, 5-minute chart. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. I knew Tesla was going to give us something, guys. Like, she doesn't just give you that whole 260 to 170 move, pulls back, and like, if you guys don't know, I'm pretty sure that was a 38.2% retracement of that move, of that down move there. I'm pretty sure it was something spot on. Let's see, open. I'll go from the open to open. The closes are there, but yeah, roughly 38.2, roughly. Not quite there, but whatever. You guys feel what I'm saying. So the trend is still your friend, and that trend's to the downside. People get scared to short it because they think it's oversold, but you know, until she puts in what she did here, you know, I think, like, look at the volume. Now looking back, oddly enough, like, look at the volume on the buy side. It's actually pretty low. If I go back and auto zoom it, so I'm going to go back and look at the index. Like, look how low that volume was there. Low, right? Low volume. Yeah, I'd like to at least get like 192. A pullback to 192, get short at 192 area. I'm gonna let Tesla do what it needs to do for a little bit. That's a fail and hold of the 20-day moving average. I just, I don't understand what catalyst brought this on other than the fact that, hybrid sales, like if this was in conjunction to Ford having good sales numbers. Why it's down? Let's see why they think it's down. Shares are trending lower Monday after the company saw a decline in February China sales. Oh, and they come out with that at 12 o'clock today. Okay, it's a little late for that, right? It looks like they're trying to find a reason why it sold off to me. 60,000 corner release passenger. The figure represents 18% decrease year over year and a 15.1 decrease from 71,000 in January. So Tesla is showing an 18.87, call it 19, just under 19% decrease year over year in sales. It's not good. That's not good. 2023 interest rates play. Okay, we can look at that another day. I'm not worried about that. Meta, not doing anything. So I hope all you guys are doing good. Let's see. Let's go look at the Qs. Let's see where the Qs are in conjunction with the SPY. We'll see where the market as a whole. See where they're at. I appreciate every single one of you guys. I really do. All right, so the Qs are lagging. So we want to be short tech, not Bitcoin tech. let me clarify that. So the SPY's back in the lead. It feels like. All right, SPY back in the lead. Oh, come on. Why is this doing this to me? Yo, I was so hot this morning, yo. I was so hot this morning. Yep, so there's that. Let's look at the Dow. Let's look at the Dow. So the Dow's trying to hold on. So I think we could see some bullishness out of Dow. I feel like I might be wrong here, but nope, the SPY's in the lead. At least until I check out ARK and IWM. All right, IWM is actually our leader. And I was looking at this last night. I think we have room here on IWM. Basic, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, bro. How was your day today? I did not look at this before I left, but now that you... OCEA, you always... For some reason, you always remind me of small caps. So OCEA is going. I had this written down for some reason last week. Oh, and speaking of Boeing, that was on the list as well. Look at the reversal and retest, y'all. Look at that nice recovery. That's a really nice recovery on Boeing. Could we take the long here? I'm wondering, can we take the long? The 90 MA is broken. It's a 5-minute chart.
We need Boeing as an industry, an American. We need them as a country. I have great confidence that they'll get there. And certainly by
And then we'll check out SMCI and whatnot. All the... Yeah, like, look at that. That's really nice. I think... It's up 0.18%. What do you guys think about Boeing? You think there's $1 or $2 to make there to the upside? Or you think that's pretty serious resistance level up here at 203, 202.50? You can see support. We tried to break above. It quickly gets pulled back. Now we're bouncing. Pulled back. We bounce. And then we reject. We literally rejected right there at 201.50, 201.46. And look at the, it looks like this would be support, right? Support. It breaks, resistance, and then gets back above it. I'll show you what I mean. Right there. Right there. See, support, resistance. It gets up to it and then breaks. And then it, quickly rejects again. So it looks like 201.50. I don't want to like pick apart every little 50-cent level, but damn. What's everybody watching? I guess you guys are just watching indexes. I know it's lunchtime or getting ready to go into 2 o'clock. I do want to get this thing started that I wanted to get done and written out and added some pictures and everything. I think she's in the range. So I'll let Boeing just do what she wants to do for a little bit. I'm going to hold off on that. I don't think she's going to give us enough move. Let's go to the heat map and see what we have that's like up big, up not so big. Yes, I know. I need a haircut desperately. I need to go shave and get a haircut. Look, Banks running and gunning again. They were down a little bit this morning, so I guess they pulled back. City. I was looking at City yesterday. That's a nice rally. Nice rally in City. I don't know how liquid or whatnot it is, but that's a nice level there. Possible resistance. At least it was prior resistance. So what I would look for, at least on City, is to see what happens tomorrow on City. JP Morgan still breaking out to new highs. That's hilarious. Bank of America, nice breakout. And then we'll go to WFC. Wells Fargo. What a beast. Yeah, don't fight the trend. Banks are in play right now, just as much as gold. Gold, by the way, and not just like gold, the actual material or the metal, but you know, GDX is breaking out also with some of the names. All right, some of those names, the miners, these miner names were breaking out pretty nicely too. So. AG trying to have a decent day today. Not today, but Friday it did. PYS. What's physical? Sprout Physical. There it is. And then we could always look at energy. Look at energy. See what happens here. We said yesterday that we could probably get a pullback in energy. We'll have to see. Watching ES for a dip buy. I feel, Wiz. I'm kind of there too. I just wanted to go around the broad markets. Let me look at ARKK as well. ARK. Let's look at the daily chart here. I don't remember who it was that brought up Ford. You know, I know we brought it up, but then they asked me like later on, like a couple days afterwards, what I thought about it, and if I would play it. And I told them like it's consolidating. Like I would wait until you get some type of like headline news or something. And today Ford's going. Ford's going. Yeah, look, looks like oil's, or at least USO is. I'm not going to call it. I would call it a break personally, because you have this closing price up here, but it looks like this would be the support level, right? The break, pullback. That's where it's held the 9 EMA. So I kind of wait for like 73 to get. Yeah, 73. I think 73 is your level. See if 73 can hold today into tomorrow. Maybe 73 is an area where you could look for the long. Maybe. I need to get a few wins under my belt to get back and feel real confident. I still, oddly enough, feel confident because I still instinctively think that like I'm going to have a good week if as long as I put myself in the right place in the markets, and if the markets give it to us. Give me that opportunity, I should say. But I'm going to focus on just getting a few wins under my belt and, you know. So, look for that 74. If 74 doesn't hold, look for a bounce off the 9 EMA. Maybe you don't get it and you're back down to the 50-day, 100-day moving average. Back down to like 71, 71.50, 71.40 at the 100-day. All right, let's go look intraday real quick. I can probably get rid of that box. I don't need that damn thing. Yeah, I would look for this. This is yeah, the volume's obviously telling you what you need to know, and that's sell side. I'm gonna use the restroom. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back, gang. I love you guys. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Welcome, I'm Justin. If you have questions, throw the tickers in the chat. If there's something you want me to put up here on the screen, just let me know. Holla at your boy, and I got you.
In 2023, with over 600
like, share, and subscribe.
Of completions. The previous record was the previous year at 500 million square feet. So in a 24-month period, close to 1.2 billion square feet of supply was added to the U.S. industrial market. That's nearly equal to the entire Chicago industrial market, which is the largest one in the world. So right now we have vacancy rates at 4.8%. I mean, that's still a low number. That means the market's 95% occupied, and the 10-year average is 4.7%. So we've had this unprecedented amount of space hit the market, and we're just back to what the 10-year average vacancy is.
Well, just to dig in on construction a little bit more, especially in the closer in areas, you know, that was the big place to build because we all need our same day deliveries from Amazon. So construction starts, though, are now down 60% from their peak. I know you said it was a massive boom, but could that present perhaps an opportunity for investors?
I think it could. You know, construction, like you said, construction starts are down significantly. There was only 46 million square feet of starts in fourth quarter. And we do have about 377 million square feet under construction in the U.S. right now, but over half of it's going to be built in the next 6 months. So we do feel that vacancy rates are going to peak at mid-year and then start to go down again because development is going down quite a bit. We're going to have much less supply hitting the market. And we feel vacancy rates are going to go down for pretty much every quarter for the next 6 quarters through 2025. So from that perspective, we really do not have fear of any kind of oversupply because this drop in development is occurring right now.
And that means the market could then get stronger if you just sit and wait, hold tight for a couple of years, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think, frankly, that long. Again, we're at a 95% occupancy. We have maybe 1 to 2 more quarters of some small vacancy rate increases. And then the market vacancy will go back down again. But, you know, you're talking about a peak that might be 5.5%. Again, that's still a 94.5% occupancy rate in a market that's 19 billion square feet in size. So again, you know, the market's healthy. There has been some vacancy added to it, mostly through construction, but that construction is going down quite quickly.
Okay, James Breeze from CBRE, thanks so much for joining us. Dom, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, Diana Olick and James Breeze, thank you both very much for that. Coming up on the show, it's no secret that last year was a rough one for venture capital funding, but one group of founders managed to raise more money in 2023 than the year prior. We'll tell you who they are next. The Exchange is back after this.
Tech ODT.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Women-led funds received about 3%, of the more than $100 billion raised by venture funds globally last year. And while that's still just a drop in the bucket, that's about 1% increase from 2022's total. Sharon Epperson is here with more on that story and what's happening. Sharon, what can you tell us about this particular jump, albeit still small?
It is small, but it's encouraging, Dom. You know, it's a small fraction of the total pool, yet venture capital funding in the U.S. for female-founded companies has been trending up in recent years. The upswing has been helped by the creation of several women-led funds, incubators for female founders, and more new companies. Emergency physician Elizabeth Claiborne developed a device to stop nosebleeds.
Each NasoClip can be used for one nosebleed episode.
In the last 4 years, her startup, NasoClip, has raised over
I'll be right back. Give me
$1 million
1
in
second.
funding, mostly from female investors.
When women invest in women, they
Let's
also
see,
bring to the
Wiz,
table more than
if
just capital.
let's see if this is our dip buy right there. I'm still cautious though. Right? I'm still a little cautious. I don't know. I need to stop being a little bitch. But, excuse my French. I'm still... Not that, like, I'm hesitant that things could go down. I just feel like we could sit here for a little bit. And then... let's see. See, that's your pivot high there. I'm going with it. I'm gonna stay with that. The, yeah, how could we forget? I was talking about what ES or CNBC's talking about.
It's a big story. We're going to get right back to it in just one moment. But we got a news alert on Boeing and Spirit systems with Phil LeBeau. Phil.
This is a
Whoa, my bad, y'all. GSK and I think this is old though. Procter and Gamble.
Alaska Airlines door plug that was blown out in mid-flight. Remember, shortly after this incident, the FAA said we're going to do a complete audit of the manufacturing processes,
PFE.
the quality control oversight at both Spirit
So it's
as well
down
as Boeing. And the conclusion that they
GSK.
just released within the last half hour is pretty much what we expected it to be. There was a lack of
And that's not
oversight
moving.
in terms of things
So there's
like
supposed
the
to be a
manufacturing processes, the identification and storage of
stage
parts.
1.
Not a surprise, given the fact that we knew that one of the conclusions from the
I don't
initial investigation was that
What's that
from the
mean for
NTSB was that
J&J?
the door plugs were not
No,
put back
oh,
inside.
J&J down.
The bolts were not put inside the door plug, and that nobody noticed it. So there are no surprises in this report, but it is the conclusion from the FAA regarding the incident involving Alaska
Eli
Airlines.
Lilly going higher.
The final word
Yeah, give me
from the
1 second. I'll be right back.
safety audit
Oh
of
shit.
Boeing and
Oh, excuse my language. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I didn't mean to
so
say
with
that.
that
But
in mind, how much of
Zion
an
Bank
all-clear
is
will
still
this
going
be
to the
for
upside.
This whole idea that Boeing and Spirit can not only move forward with production of those affected jets, but also with the possible merger that we have in the works as well.
It has no impact in terms of a possible merger. That is a completely separate situation. In terms of production of the
Micron,
737 MAX,
it's getting a
capped at
bounce.
38
It's
a month
red.
by the FAA.
But it pulled
Boeing
back and
cannot
it's
move above
rallying.
that. So it's going to take some time for them to show to the FAA that they have made the corrections.
I'm going to go
that the
through
FAA
some
has
names here
outlined,
today.
in their investigations, and that the FAA is satisfied that Boeing's quality controls are up to snuff. That's going to take some time. That will not
Palantir.
be
Oh
an
shit,
immediate,
Disney.
hey, a
I
couple of
forgot
days
about
from now,
Disney.
you're good to go in terms of
All right, so
rate
Disney broke that
Phil
112.
LeBeau with the latest there on Boeing and Spirit Aerosystems. Thank you very much. Sharon, let's get back to you now with regard to your story about companies and funding. Can you take
All right,
us
so
through
see if we can
kind
get a
of
pullback
where
on
what kind of
Disney to
companies
go
are helping
long.
in this effort, and
I
where exactly
think. I
are
don't
female
know.
entrepreneurs and founders
I
finding
don't want to
that
just say that
you know,
because
female-owned
not everything is a long and not everything is a short. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, but there's really nothing here to stop us. Actually, there is.
to help fund some of these companies as well by funding.
There's actually a lot of price action there.
We have seen Bank of America jump in, and as of June of last year,
But I think she's got room to 120. I got to be honest. I feel like Disney's got room to 120.
and then there are different resources that entrepreneurs can go to themselves to see which funds.
SMCI.
Venture Capital Journal.
Look at that, man. SMCI monster play. You had to have expected it, Ty. I don't know if Ty, you still here, bro? You had to expect it. Look at that pullback to 1050. Every time, just for anybody that doesn't know this, I know there's not many people here right now, but anytime you get a stock that gets inducted to the Hall of Fame, like the SPY, I call it the Hall of Fame. No. Look at me just pressing buttons. Fund managers will typically buy them because they want to have, once it's in the S&P, they want to have, they want to own those names for whatever reason to keep, to keep lockstep with the SPY, right? Not to keep lockstep with it. That's not their goal. Their goal is to make money, but But they purchased them, and that's why today you're getting a huge amount of buying today. So I think that's what's actually helping the whole entire semi sector out, right? So Uber. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, gang. And we'll run through some names. I want to figure out what my next plan of action is going to be here. Amazon's pulling back once again. What's new? Look, it went right into that daily level on the daily chart right there. It literally went right to that resistance level at 180 and is rejecting. All right, gang, give me a second. I'll be right back.
In comparison to last year's levels.
Is it really just, Andy, only about rates at this point? I mean, I know the supply is an issue and everything else, but it really does feel like if you had to single out one factor that's holding this whole housing market back, it's this idea that nobody wants to transact buying or selling with rates at these levels.
Yeah, and it's true. And we had the inventory issue even before, right? The genesis of the inventory struggle was actually rates being too low, and we overbought the housing market, which pushed us into deficit territory. So it's interest rates that have driven that inventory. It's inventory that's driving the prices. So it's all combined with one another. But absolutely, interest rates are a key factor in the spring buying season.
Do you think as though the activity that you're seeing or not seeing in single-family housing, coupled with what you're seeing or not seeing in multifamily housing, creates a very difficult dynamic for what the market looks like in the next 6, 12, 18, 5 years down the line in America?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it does, right? You're looking at the buy versus rent comparison out there in the market, and neither one of them is overly attractive. So buyers out there, renters out there kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as we move forward. Now, the positive news on multifamily is if you look at new construction, there's a little bit more opportunity there. There's a lot of units under construction, so you may see a little bit of headway there. Single family, not as much opportunity and some deep challenges there.
There's also an interesting point to be brought up about just how far interest rates have to fall before you really start seeing a critical mass buildup of interest. Do you have an idea of the kind of rate that we need to see for not just new home activity or existing home activity to pick up, but also what's going to happen overall with the dynamic and the entirety of housing? Is there a magic number?
I don't think there's a magic number per se. I mean, if you look at what's happened as interest rates have trended higher and lower, you've seen mortgage application volumes trend right along with that, right? So when you look at a 6 3/4 interest rate this year compared to purchase application volumes at a 6 3/4 interest rate last year, they've been very similar. So you're going to incrementally pick up that volume on the demand side on the way down. When you look at supply, there's kind of this magic number thrown out there of 5%. Well, you still have 80% of all mortgage homes that have interest rates below 5%. And so I think you're going to gradually pick up volume on the way down there in terms of sellers. We just haven't seen it trend in the same way, and we haven't seen that hold true yet. So we'll have to see it before we can believe it on the sell side.
Andy, we got just a few seconds left. The metro areas that could be the most opportunity if rates fall.
Well, when you look at what's happening in January of this year, it's the Northeast. That's been the storyline throughout the last 12 to 18 months. The surprising one to me when I look at January was really the West Coast of the United States. Your San Jose's, your San Francisco's, your Sacramento's, Riverside, those types of markets that had really gotten hit hard in 2022. Inventory falling, prices firming up there again, which is an interesting change from what we were seeing last year.
All right. Andy Walden over at ICE with the state of the housing market. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, that does it for the exchange. Courtney Reagan is getting ready for Power Lunch. I'll join her on the other side of this quick break. Keep it right here.
is everywhere.
Welcome to Power Lunch alongside Courtney Reagan. I'm Dominic Chu. Markets right now are lower across the board. You can see right there the Dow Industrial is down roughly 1/4%, 95 points, 38,991. The S&P pretty much flat on the session, 51.35 the last trade there. The Nasdaq Composite off 1/4% as well to 16,241. Apple is a big drag on the averages today, especially with the Nasdaq. The company hit with a nearly $2 billion fine by the European Commission. The EC said that Apple has abusive rules for other streaming music providers, but maybe of bigger concern for investors is the company's perceived slower start to the AI race. We've got much more on that story, Courtney, coming up.
Yeah, but Dom, first we're going to start with Macy's. That stock rallying 15% today as Arkhouse and Brigade Capital raised their offer for the company to $24 a share from $21. Macy's confirms it has received the offer and its board will review it as they did previously. Joining us now for more on the story, Gabrielle Kahane, managing partner at Arkhouse, and our own Leslie Picker is here with us as well. Leslie, why don't you kick this one off for us?
All right, Courtney, thank you so much, and thank you, Gabrielle, for being here. So the big news is that you bumped up to a 51% premium to the unaffected stock price from a few months ago, but shares still trading about $3.50 below that price tag. You said in an earlier release that the board was unwilling to engage due to a lack of confidence surrounding financing as well as the purchase price. And I'm wondering if you believe that this newest offer, as well as any developments on financing, have closed the gap there.
Yeah, so firstly, thank you so much for having me, Leslie, Courtney, good to see you both. The company said that they were unwilling to engage with us on financing. I don't know if that's the real reason or not. We can only guess as to, the specific reasons that they weren't engaging. In fact, in previous conversations with them with respect to financing, they made it very clear to us that they didn't have any additional questions on our financing. And we hope that the additional information that we've given them, notwithstanding their lack of specific requests, has put to the side any questions now. But to the extent they have any additional questions, we urge them, as we to please let us know specifically what they would like for us to address. With respect to price, as we stated then when we initially made the offer, we had a high degree of confidence and optimism that we could increase our offer if we were granted access to confirmatory diligence. The company was unwilling to provide us with access to said diligence, but they did release Q4 earnings, and that gave us more information, allowing us to drop some of our conservative assumptions in our underwriting and in turn increase our price to now $24 in cash.
Macy's, for its part, said in a statement that it does not intend to comment further on the Arkhouse and Brigade's revised unsolicited non-binding proposal until the board has completed its review. But kind of going into the financing, you say that Fortress and 1IM have joined as equity capital partners for 50% of the financing. You say you have that, but what about the rest in terms of presumably debt financing that you'll need to get to this purchase price? And how does the $24 a share change the dynamic as it pertains to this financing?
Yeah, so the debt for this transaction is at a relatively low conservative level of 50%. I think for historic comparable transactions, that is much less financing than typical. And we're pleased that we can, kind of give that certainty to shareholders. The debt is coming from money center banks, a number of whom have expressed very strong interest in getting diligence alongside us and moving towards firm commitments and closing with us. With respect to how 24 changes that financing, as mentioned, our ability to come up in our offer was really driven by us being able to shed some of our very conservative assumptions in our underwriting.
Gabrielle, obviously you mentioned that we now know a little bit more about Macy's financial position, given that they did just put out their earnings. But I know a lot of part of the value that you've seen in the retailer when we've spoken previously does have to do with the real estate. As part of the announcement and the strategy under new CEO Tony Spring going forward, they do intend to close about 150 of their stores. That's about 30% of their fleet. So how does that change, if at all, your thesis about the value of the real estate?
Well, hopefully not at all. Hopefully we get to, close on this transaction and to give shareholders that premium long before, the company under its existing leadership moves to close stores. Our plan is not as compared to trying to execute on really fundamental business changes in the public markets where it's much more difficult to.
And Gabrielle, it's Dom. I wonder just if you could take us through what you think Macy's / Bloomingdale's / the entire portfolio looks like operationally after you've hypothetically done this deal 3 to 5 years from now.
Hopefully a whole heck of a lot stronger. Our again, sincere hope is that this is not a sort of going concern for shareholders, but very much Macy's is a, stable and growing company that can live for decades and, potentially another 150 years. So we think that needs to happen, behind the curtain, away from the public markets. We think that current management has really been largely solving for the quarter. And when you're so focused on sort of that near-term execution, it's really almost impossible to ensure your long-term viability.
Gabrielle Kahane, Leslie Picker, thank you both very much for joining us. I'm sure we will be covering this more as things get underway further. Thank you. Well, Macy's also getting an analyst downgrade from TD Cowen, saying prudent, bold new changes will take time to drive upside to guidance. So let's bring in the analyst behind the call. Joining us now is Oliver Chen, senior retail analyst with TD Cowen. Oliver, thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, we just wrapped up this segment. I don't believe that you can comment on it, but just in case you've changed your mind, do you have anything to say about this offer that has driven up the stock price for Macy's?
Yeah, Courtney, we've always known that Macy's has substantial real estate value, as much as $7 billion or more. That's $25 per share. However, it'll take a while to monetize it. And as you mentioned, Courtney, the company is engaged in a multi-year plan to monetize 600 million plus. So it's something that we're watching. We did choose to move to the sidelines on our rating. We think these are very good, bold new choices in terms of store closures, as well as changing apparel and digital.
So we are testing. I know the camera's froze. I'm gonna just let it be. I'm just wondering if, this is holding up fairly well. Even just looking at an hourly chart, this level right here is holding up pretty well. I'm kind of curious if we are going to get a quick little run up. Look, I think it might start now, guys. I do. I think it might start now. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I mean, VWAP has been holding support, so we don't want to argue that. We do got to break through that 1580 level. Do got to break it. Let's see what happens here. Are they going to swing everybody bullish and then run a test right back down? All right, I would like to get this level down there at 5.998, 5.10. Let me see here. Let me do something. I need to clean these charts up. I do badly. I need to clean these things up. That is actually, let's see, what is this? Our 507. And don't forget about 507, by the way. Don't forget about 5.7. You never really retested it on the rally higher. You tested it here on the down when you broke it to the downside, right? Test. It's a clear test. Why did she not test it there? I guess because VWAP was holding it up. So look, and then the day after, I do like this, where it was the same day. You came right down and tested that level and walked it up. So let's see what we got going on here. Let's see what. Sorry, I do apologize. What is that? 508.69. Boom. Yeah, we don't have anything until 509. This volume is really low, and that's okay because we don't have much going on for there to be any real volume. Let's see, is this it? Is that the buy trigger right there? I wonder if that was it, guys. Look, you got some volume coming in there too. Let me do something real quick. Do I have that level there? I don't. I need to put one of these lines down here at 512.75 on the S&Ps. Now I have that one. That there.
This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro, means the titanium. We mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. It says here inviting. Come on over. Too inviting.
Only AT&T gives businesses our best deals on any iPhone. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Good morning with Docalax.
Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, this commercial gets me every time. Literally. Man, what a nice 9 EMA test there on the SPY. $512.80, you guys can see there, it's struggling just a little bit.
Look at those guys over there. We can see right through them.
A window joke. So funny. She's such a pain in the glass.
I guess living over there isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's All American Roofing spring sale.
No.
Windows now and pay later with no payments and no interest until 2025. Or save up to $300
Shit.
per window.
Never mind. Alright. Let's see here. Let's throw this up. I'm going to go look at Tesla and a couple other things. I gotta charge this. Oh, lordy.
Everyone is online. Maybe we'll even get married one day. I wonder what I'll be doing. Probably still living here with mom and dad. Fast, reliable speeds right where you need them. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Shares of Apple are under pressure after the European Union hit the company with a fine of nearly $2 billion for antitrust violations over its music streaming apps. Apple said it plans to appeal that decision. Now, this comes as Apple CEO Tim Cook is also facing some heat.
Mean for the business, and I'm going to fill in some of those blanks, is that what it means for their business, of course, they will use AI to make better predictive text and add kind of the fit and finish around their hardware and software, like some of the Macs that they've announced today. But more importantly, this is an opportunity that they come out with a subscription for personalized AI. And I think this is one of the big unlocks for consumer value in AI. And essentially, it is a unique place that Apple has because of their role with privacy and security and the trust that they have with consumers. People will be willing to let Apple use their data, opt in, to allow these AI bots to do tasks for them. Contact your utility company, book a trip, compose emails. There's a lot that can be done. And when I think about that opportunity, it comes down to a subscription business. And if you look at their active install base of devices, that's something that they're really clear about. That's 2.2 billion, growing about 8% a year. They don't give out the active user number. I estimate that that's about 1.4 billion. But if 20% of that 1.4 billion would opt in for a $10 a month personalized AI service, so it's going to take a few years to get there, that would add over 15% to Apple's earnings. And so, Dom, when you put all of this together, understandable investors' reaction, but I think investors are forgetting that there are almost 5 billion people that live their lives throughout the day on Apple devices. That stickiness is a huge long-term opportunity for them to sell AI products into.
Gene, I do have a question about this EU fine. I understand it's $2 billion as of now, but that there's a high likelihood that Apple will appeal. Let's say worst case scenario, it doesn't work, they have to pay the $2 billion fine. Was it worth it? I mean, Apple has a pretty big cash pile. Was it worth it for the business perhaps it did get, even if it believes that it got it fair and square, for the revenue that it has acquired in the EU?
So the $2 billion, I agree. I think it's probably going to be more like $1 billion after everything is said and done. It'll take a year. It's 3% of their cash at the $2 billion level. I think the bigger question for me is what impact is these type of fines going to have on Apple's App Store revenue globally? And on their last earnings call, they talked about that the App Store in Europe was 7% of total App Store revenue. So that basically equates to 0.5% of Apple's overall revenue. So they knew that this was coming, these changes were coming, that this fine potentially was coming, and they wanted to get in front of investors and remind them how small of a piece that this is. But it does not change the bigger question, is that there will be changes coming to Apple's App Store across the board. And this is probably 40% of Apple's earnings come from services more broadly. And so I think when I think about that dynamic, they'll eventually pay the fine. And what really sticks out, and I've been closely watching what's happening in Canada, the US, South Korea, Japan, the EU in terms of all these changes. Apple is really smart in terms of how they navigate this. They will go and make changes to accommodate the courts, but then they find ways to essentially charge the developers anyway. And I suspect that that will frustrate and infuriate some developers, but at the end of the day, they're building huge businesses off of Apple's backbone. And I think despite their frustrations, they will continue to pay, and Apple will actually maintain better economics for their App Store over the next 5 years than I think what investors are expecting.
Gene, before we let you go, let's talk about the valuation right now. Apple has not participated. It's underperformed. What exactly gets people back into saying that Apple is the place we want to be?
It's got to come down to growth. They got to show something. They got to show something in June that gets people excited, that Apple understands the importance of this, and that they have to go beyond just talking about a foundational model and showing it. They got to show investors that we can get growth going. They haven't grown over the past 6 quarters. That needs to change for the stock to start working, and I believe it will.
Gene Munster, thank you very much for joining us on All Things Apple. OPEC Plus extending its voluntary oil output cuts until mid-year. Nat gas climbing nearly 8%. Details further ahead.
Kramer.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Turning attention now to the bond market, which is its eyes focused on the strength of the economy, and a rare treat. We actually get to talk about it with Rick Santelli, but not from the CME Group or SIBO or anywhere else in
Look at
Chicago,
this.
but he's right here. Rick, it's so good to have you on set with us.
I love visiting. It really is a great experience, and everybody is so kind. I'll tell you, the bond market should have such good friends. Because if you look at what's going on with bonds, to me, the story for 2024 is rates are high, and they're going to stay high, in my opinion, despite all the other chatter. Let's look at Atlanta GDP now. Now, maybe it doesn't always give you the exact right clues, but just in 6 days, it's gone from 212 to 3.25. That's a huge move since last Tuesday. And if you look at the 5-year break-evens, Dom, they're hovering just under 2.4%, the highest levels going back to November. And the last thing is just a year to date of 2s and 10s. So we're hovering right now, what, around 422 and a 10, around 461 and a 2. These are still within 10 basis points of the highs of the year.
So highs of the year, though, but in relative terms, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Those break-evens, everyone else is pricing in kind of like this stickier inflation story that we've gotten more data on in the last few months. But it's still not like we're returning yet to the levels that we saw over the past 2 to 3 years with regard to real inflationary
But
pressure.
that was only a short chapter, and in 10s, we got up to 499, never closed above 5%, and I understand. So we're about 0.75%, maybe away from that point. But when you think about all the moving parts here, I think, to me, what we're underestimating is the fact that just because it shot up to 499, the variables then were a scramble, okay? And it happened fast and it disappeared. But I think over time, we're going to do that move again. But we're not going to do it as a scramble. We're going to do it as a slow, steady climb. And I think that the moving parts here are, we could talk about inflation moderating, but inflated prices aren't. And the public gets that better than anybody, and the public understands debt.
But okay, so if that's the case, was it better? Prices are high. The prices are slowly moving higher. That's the whole idea.
Right,
The
they're
inflation
slowly
story is there.
moving higher.
Would it be better or worse if we had outright deflation in terms of the economic picture? Because that would get our prices back to where they were, say, 2 years ago or 3 years ago. But is that what we want?
Well, I think it's what everybody I talk to wants. They want the 21% prices down that they were pre-COVID. But if you're a Fed or you own buildings or real estate, let's be honest here, that countries that have terrible debt problems always like inflation. The old saying was either grow your way out of it or inflate your way out of it, because deflationary pressures in an over-debt burdened society never turn out well either.
Very interesting stuff. Rick, come back. Don't be a
Absolutely.
stranger.
Absolutely.
We got a
All right.
seat right here for you.
Keep it warm.
For now, let's get over to Bertha Coombs for a CNBC News update.
Hey, Court. Former President Donald Trump held a press conference this afternoon to applaud the Supreme Court for ruling that he cannot be removed from state ballots.
I think it will go a long way toward bringing our country together, which our country needs.
The outcome ends efforts in Colorado, Illinois, Maine, and elsewhere to kick Trump off the ballot by claiming that he violated the 14th Amendment leading up to the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The court ruled only Congress, not states, can invoke that provision. In a world first, France enshrined the right to abortion in its constitution today. An overwhelming majority of lawmakers approved the measure in a special joint vote of the two houses of parliament at the Palace of Versailles. And Philadelphia Stars center Jason Kelce announcing his retirement from the NFL today after spending 13 seasons with the Eagles. The 7-time All-Pro and Super Bowl champ shared the decision in an emotional press conference this afternoon following months of speculation about his next move. So I guess Mama Kelce won't have to choose between the Eagles and the Chiefs
I guess not. I guess not. She can load up on the red. Thank you very much, Bertha. Appreciate it. Well, as we head to break, a quick power check. On the positive side, HPE, I should say, having its best day in about a year. On the negative side, though, TES down 6%. This due to some reports of a huge plunge in China shipments. That is your power check for Tesla and Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. We'll be right back.
trial.
All right, welcome back to the show. The major averages are lower today after the NASDAQ and the S&P closed at record highs on Friday, but just marginally so. Our next guest sees a couple of bullish signs for the market, including projected double-digit earnings growth this year and a broadening of the market beyond just, of course, big technology. Stephanie Link is the Chief Investment Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Hightower. She's also, of course, a CNBC contributor. Steph, thank you so much for being here with us. Let's talk about whether or not this story needs to see broadening out, or whether it could be just like last year when the Mag 7 did all the heavy lifting.
Well, I hope it's not that last year, and I'm actually encouraged by what we've seen this year so far. We've had 16 of the last 18 weeks have been up. We haven't seen that, Dom, since 1971. I bet you weren't even born. So we are, though, seeing a difference in this year versus last year. This year, we are starting to see other parts of the market doing better. And it actually started in October, and then it continued in the beginning of the year, then it reversed. And then we saw Mag 7 again. So I think it's kind of healthy to see just this gradually happening. So it's not over for tech. Oh, my goodness, look at the semiconductors every day. They go up. But it's also other areas. Like IWM was up 3% last week. Let's see if that continues. That's interesting. Crypto, also very interesting to me. Banks, and in general, financials, energy is doing well, industrials. And so I think a lot of that, though, is because we have seen better economic data, and the economically sensitive sectors should do well based on the better data. We're growing at about 3% in GDP. Consumption is about 3%. You're starting to see pockets of manufacturing do well from all the infrastructure spending. And so that you kind of add it all up, and it's good for earnings overall, not just for tech, but for all of these other sectors.
Steph, so let's talk about what companies do benefit in that kind of environment. You mentioned a lot of potential catalysts, a lot of macro tailwinds. Where are the picks to be had out there, given that kind of a narrative, that kind of a story?
Yeah, so within industrials, I am overweight industrials, and I own a ton of them. But one that doesn't get talked a lot about, but it's a really well-run company, is Eaton Corp. And of course, they're going to benefit from all this infrastructure spend, $2 trillion that we passed last year. That's actually flowing into this sector this year. Their electrical and energy efficiency, they make power.
Yeah, I was just seeing that the SPY.
And what struck me as very interesting was that their orders went from 2%.
Yeah, the breath is a little awkward,
last year to 7%.
but it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? If I was just trying to get something. Damn it, I knew it. Fudge me. I said it, man. Just a couple minutes ago, Wiz. I was like, yo, this is lining up for a really nice buy trigger. And there it goes. I didn't expect that. Something had to have happened for a candle like that. Like a short squeeze, or... Because I was literally just saying this. Right? As we came in to hold 512.75... let's see if it holds. You've got some volume there. Not sure if you were able to take it or not. I was just kind of scanning the markets. I should have kept it on the SPY, but I didn't. Let's look and see if there was... What time is this? Is it like 2 o'clock yet? It's 2:30. Nothing really... You don't get no bond auctions at this time. Let me see here. Bro. They robbed me on these coffee cakes, yo. I'll show you in a minute. I don't like eating this junk food. I don't like eating a bunch of junk food, but it's what I had right here. Because I like my teeth. Even though they're crooked, I still at least like to have them. Yeah, so there was no data after like anything past 11:30 to be able to tell us, hey, there's a bond, like just something random. Unless there was something like, I don't know, overseas or something. But that's just, I think that's just a pop from the buy trigger. But look, Look, they robbed the shit out of me, bro. Like, there's no coffee on the coffee cake. I'm about to show you real quick. Good job if you did it. No, I'm not buying Hein. Yeah. No, I didn't know if you caught this. Right? This test right here. Where was it? It was like... It was just a couple minutes ago. It was literally just saying, like, yo, I think we got a buy trigger on the SPY. This is crazy. But look. Yo, there's no coffee on the coffee cake, bro. Where's my shits at? Look at the box. Bro. Does that look anything? Right? Does that look anything like that? They robbed me, bro. That's bullshit. I'm emailing them. Corporate gonna help me with another box. That's crazy. There's like literally no coffee on the coffee cake. You know, it's obviously not coffee. I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. I did not. Yeah. But there's no whatchamacallit on it. There's like a few sprinkles. Like that shit should be loaded. I did not expect this breakout. I did expect us to hold. Right? Pulling right back into that level of support. Again, 512.75, 512.80, whatever you want to call it. That area. As you can see here, back on the 1 minute. Like, look at this previous support level right there. It was resistance. Right? We break it. We pulled it back. We recaptured it. And I was just saying, I'm like, yo, there's your buy trigger. And then look, you got to be shitting me, bro. This is why I need to just watch the SPY. I can't believe that. I wonder if this is our parabolic, like where they're just giving it up. They're just like, okay. But they've been doing it every day. This is nuts. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Bro, they robbing me. He said American Snacks or something else. Yo, why? What you guys got? Is there like a, You're from Canada, right? You're from up north? Not that anybody needs to know, but, send me a site. Like, you guys don't have stuff like this? Coffee cake. This is what we call a coffee cake. At least they call it. I call it junk. But they call it a coffee cake with no coffee on it. Now, I can see. I can see that it would be good with coffee. Now, damn, look at the selling pressure there, bro. Look at that selling pressure. So there's level 2 there. Let's go to ES. Bro, dude, this thing is just tweaking right now. It's going crazy. It was a really good quarter.
Stevens now with more. So this was announced yesterday, and the cuts we're talking about, because there's been a lot. So just a quick refresher. These are the 2.2 million barrel per day production cuts that went into effect at the beginning of this year, and they were set to expire at the end of March. But now these members...
I had a price target of 530 on the SPY. You know, when, I don't know. But... March 24th, ES, H24, ES, H24, 3 weekly.
And that's important because we saw Angola leave the alliance at the end of last year. They made that announcement, and it kind of felt still is some confusion in the group. These are voluntary cuts, so there's no enforcement mechanism, but all of these countries have taken it upon themselves to do something for the group. It also shows this kind of defense of the $80 per barrel.
AAL, American Airlines Company CFO said 150 of the 170 new narrow-body jets will be delivered
Look.
in 2029 or later. That's
Oh
Alpha.
shit, what happened there? I wonder what happened with airlines right there. Did Boeing suffer from that too? No, not really.
Well, if we talk about the nat gas trade, the dynamic with regard to the administration's kind of restrictions, everything else on liquefied natural gas, how much of that could be resolving itself?
American presenting at their investor day today.
Look at Intel ripping and roaring. Intel's going crazy. Give me 1 second.
Gas is in the
Just 1 second, literally. Okay, I'm
said
good
it's
now.
cutting output.
No, it's
they
just
said they
fine.
started the cuts at the end of
I just want to
February,
eat this real
will
quick.
continue through
I haven't
March,
ate anything
and then
yet today.
reassess based on market conditions. Of course, nat gas has been on a huge, massive decline. You see there a downturn thanks to the warm temperatures
Damn,
we've
I
seen.
wonder
with
what
storage now at
Intel-
about 27% above the 5-year average.
Well, if we talk about the
It's a
nat
nice
gas
double
trade,
bottom
the
on
dynamic
Intel
with
at the
regard
100-day
to
moving
the
average.
administration's kind of restrictions, everything else on liquefied natural gas, how much of that could
That's a
be
break through the
resolving itself
50-day
one way or
moving
the other in
average?
the coming weeks and months, given what we're seeing in prices as low as they
Dude,
are
if
right
you
now?
start to hold
They haven't been
here,
this low in a long time.
So that move by the
Wow.
administration to pause pending approvals has no impact on our actual production right at this moment because it didn't have
I wonder
anything
what-
to do with the facilities
why
that are
Intel is
already
trading
permitted
like
and already
this.
beginning construction. However, it does signal longer-term risk. You know, if you can't have guaranteed that these projects will actually be able to be built and get the required
I mean,
permits,
obvious, I know the
then you're not
sector has
going to
been
say, okay,
really
we're going to
strong.
invest billions of dollars.
Gotta watch for like
But I
47.
think one other important thing on the LNG front is that this coming wave has been a big thing that's been supporting the bullish narrative for nat gas. And so far, these new facilities keep getting pushed out further and further. And for the
UNG.
time being, we've seen that producers have been reluctant to cut because they want to be able to take advantage of this demand boom that so far has yet to be realized.
All right, Pippa Stevens with the latest on the energy trade. Thank you very much for that. Still ahead on the show, new competition is emerging in the weight loss drug space. Viking Therapeutics.
I wonder if we're gonna get a
experimental
bounce here on
treatment now being
UNG.
hailed, quote unquote, best in class on Wall Street. Our next guest will give us the skinny on that
Let's
stock
see.
when Powerland returns after this.
Oh, and let's see what let's see if gold turned around. No, it didn't. Still trying to keep up with itself.
This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses
No,
get our best
that's
deal on iPhone 15 Pro, lead with titanium. We mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. It says here inviting pool. Come on over. Too inviting.
yeah, that's 1681 is what looks like it's support or could be support.
I'm Jack Black. Get tickets right now. Or Kung Fu Panda. You don't have time for a drum solo? Get tickets. Get tickets. Kung Fu Panda 4.
Bro, the Q's just turned green. The Spy is a beast. Have you guys noticed that yet? That the Spy has just been like outside of the IWM. It feels like it's the leader. I guess the IWM technically is the leader, but it's in a downtrend right now. Believe it or not. I mean, you know, today it put in a high at 207 and now it's, you know, it has not reclaimed that high. That's what I mean. So,
Our ovens are busy making fresh bread daily. Our produce is local, fresh, and hand-selected. Our leads are
I don't know what to do, man. I'm out of luck here. I'm going to have to just let it be. Tesla trying to turn around a little bit here. Probably have some dip buyers coming in. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm with you there.
Today's three-stock luncheon here with our trades is
Jared Castellini. Jared Castellini. Sorry, you're like, what the hell did he say? What the fuck wrong with him? It's CNBC. I do that a lot. I'll say some random dumb shit, and somebody or you guys might be like, what the hell is he talking about? I figured out also why I've been saying 504 Boys too, by the way. I was listening to that song Hot with Young Thug and Travis Scott. And Travis Scott's like something like the 504 Boys something, and I'm like, that's probably where I got it. And the fact that it's
Welcome
504.
Back. It's time for today's
504
Three
Boys.
Stock Lunch, and here with our trades
that's
is
just
Jerry
old.
Castellini, the co-founder and co-CIO at
I think
Castellart
Wayne was in the
Management.
504 Boys.
Our first
Lil
name
Wayne,
is a
I
stock
think.
that's taken the market
Don't
and
quote
by
me.
storm. I mean by storm. We're talking shares of Super Micro Computer. They're up nearly 100% over the past month, and shares are hitting an all-time high today.
Let me
on
eat
news
this
that the
real quick,
company
and
is
we'll
gonna be
listen to
joining
this, and we'll
the S&P
find something.
500. But Jerry, your company just entered a selling program on that stock. Why is that? It's, by the way, up about 1,000% over the last 12 months.
Yeah. Most professional investors will take profits, will pare positions back as the sizing of them increase. And it's a risk management tool, and we do it, and we think it's really, really important. This has become our largest holding in our small cap portfolio. And quite frankly, if you look at it and compare it to maybe a Dell at one end or an NVIDIA
Bro,
at the other
if
end,
they keep it up,
they
I
do
don't see how
more-
he can't. I haven't watched it lately, but I don't see how he can't. They've been screwed. Yeah, last one I seen, I haven't watched it. I seen something like a thumbnail where it said like a thumbnail where it said snitched, like something. I'm like, bro, like, because like again, he owns all these properties, but he was there when they got him, but he can't control a lot of the shit that goes on. Was he in the car that killed somebody? No. Did he run it out? Was it pre-planned? They have to prove that. Okay? I could be your friend, which I mean, I am your friend, Wiz. You got all this money, right? And just like somebody I know, but like you have all these toys, right? Like you have a camper, not a camper, but like a big like coach bus that like, you know, you have all these like old school cars or brand new cars, and you're whipping them around, and something happens, and somebody gets in trouble. Is it the owner's fault that he has all, you know, he has all these toys and he lets friends use them? No, not really. You know, I haven't seen the case though. Now in the beginning, they were screwing it up bad. Like they were like forcing this, that, the third. They try to bring up these videos with the stuff at the mall, and they didn't even do nothing. They didn't do anything. And the point is, it's about a gang. I haven't seen, and again, I haven't watched it lately, but where's the proof of the gang part? Right? This isn't about whether he did anything or he didn't. It's about a gang. And I just feel like, I hope so. I hope to God he does. You know, I just think, you know, I think they weren't prepared when they did this. I'm going to be honest. From what I seen, and I was watching it like every day. Matter of fact, let's go see what's going on. Thank you for bringing it up. What about you? What are your thoughts, Wiz?
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad, y'all. My fault. My bad. I guess they got it frozen right now. Comfort break. He's looking big. He's looking like he eating. He looks good. He looks healthy. My boy been gaining some weight though with all the carbs they feed you in jail. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. You think? What is going on here? I guess, yeah, I guess it's like silenced or something. Come on.
Bloomberg reported banks stuck with X debt held refinancing talks with Elon Musk. That's from Bloomberg.
What is it? What about Bloomberg and banks? That's true. You know his lazy ass just sitting on his bunk while yo, I don't know, man. Especially if he's in the county. He just in there with a bunch of, like, adult kids. It's an adult daycare. Like, I don't know if this is a federal case or just Atlanta, like, the city. You know what I'm saying? The county. If it's, you know what I mean? I don't even think this is a federal trial.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your
I don't know what's going on with the sound. Unless, hold on. Yeah, I'm connected.
But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Oh, it's on hold. Okay.
Featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher investment difference.
Yeah, so, yeah, I haven't been following it, but let's see. It's going to be going on for a minute now. Yeah. Yo, bro, listen, Wiz. Let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you something. Bro, the state was so, and I mean so unprepared. Like, bro, it was bad. Like, they were just getting smoked. They were getting smoked. Like, not being prepared. Like, yo, she would literally added stuff in the whatchamacallit. It was crazy. It was crazy, bro. If you watch, what I could do, yo, if you go to, I don't want to play it because I'll get copywritten, I think. If you go to, this little, ginger no soul guy, he's pretty cool.
They're arriving at ADG.
Whoa. I don't know if you know Cuff Boy. I don't know why there's an S, because it's just one of him. So, he's been covering it. And he has some good points, but, yo, it's crazy. I remember this, where somebody hacked it, was like, free thug. Like, yo, it's been crazy. Like, there's a lot been going on. A lot. You know, I don't know, man. I think, I don't know. I don't know what are they trying to solve here? Do they think that this is really going to solve the issues that they have in their city? He ain't even there half the time. Like, what is this going to solve? I'm just curious. I feel like they're going after him because he's got money and because they just want to try and get a lick. I do. I really do. From what I've seen. It's sad. It really is. It's sad. It really is. It's crazy. I don't know. I hope everything's alright. I think Gunna got out. And I actually think Gunna put out a song lately. I mean, I don't know if it was previously recorded, but yeah, if you go to Cuff Boy, this thing's pretty cool because he'll like speed throw it, stuff like that. Cuff Boy, you know what I mean? Shout out, holla at me, something. I don't know, throwing you some traffic real quick. A whole one person. No, I'm just playing, but that's some of the stuff I was looking at, like kind of going through it, but you know. Let's see here. Let's go. Halftime. I've been listening to Power Up lately. I've been listening to a lot of Thug lately. I mean, not lately. I always have, really, kind of. I don't know. I think 21's new. Like, I never I never knew how talented 21 really was until his really this album was like the first album that I fully listened to. You know, I've known a lot about 21 Savage. I just haven't really listened to his songs, or sat down and listened to the whole album. And that's on me. That's my bad, because my boy's definitely on some shit. He's definitely talented. That's for sure. I think he doesn't get enough credit, is what I'm trying to say. All right, it is Power Hour. It is Power Hour, gang. Let's see if we get that pullback to yesterday's Friday's high. That pivot high. Let's see what happens here.
Has sort of started to educate the market on. I think that's valuable too. Morgan, thank you so much. Great stuff. We'll look for more of it on your show later today. Let's take a look at what's going on with the markets here with just about an hour.
Have you heard 21's song, Red Rum? And I got a comment on it. This song hits. I always listen to Future. That's a must. But right here, Red Rum, this song right here, banger.
Parents can't be everywhere at once.
I swear when you lot think of England, you lot think big
banger,
yards,
bro.
man, them in big hats.
For real. Banger. I'm actually going to comment on it real quick. Look, what I was just showing you. I don't know how to spell dying. I know, I'm a freaking idiot. I don't know why I can't spell dying, or it tells me that I spell it wrong. D-Y-I-N-G. So I did that before, and it tried to tell me I was wrong. So all right. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Let me see something. Okay, that's a. All right. I don't know how much I have left. I'm not going to trade anything today because of this morning.
I'm joking
because
about
of my
it.
mishap
Literally, it's
this
up almost every
morning.
day.
But
new high today. You got Broadcom coming this week.
I should have taken the long on coin, man. I'm like, yo, this thing can go to 160. Again, listen, I couldn't get out. I tried to get out. It wanted me to market order out, and I understand why. They got me in at a decent price, and they didn't want it back. That's all it was. I say this all the time. Like, I know there's a spread, but I know if I get into something too easy, it's probably a bad thing. If I limit order into an option and I get like a banger price, I'm kind of worried. All right, I'm kind of worried. So especially when like I try to take some off, and then they don't want to take it back. I'm like, oh, all right, bet. I see what's going on here. Let's see. What was I doing here? Fuck. OBS. What are some names we can look at here? What do we have? We went through the big... Yeah, so after hours we have GitLab. So go get you a lab. Go get you some lab. After hours, that could be a play tomorrow possibly. Remember I was talking about Asia names. Boeing, or not Boeing, but Baba was down with JD, and I think JD also has earnings, JD.com. Yeah, bro. Be up on that shit, boy. Now, look, if I'm getting in, like Coinbase, I limit ordered in, and I tried to limit order out. I ended up limit ordering in, and they screwed me, and I had to market order out. I market order on a down candle, though, which kind of helped me out a little bit. Usually, if it's a hot play, like something that I really want to be in, I'll market order in, and then I'll set orders to sell. That's usually how I do it, right? Because I don't want to play around and like, oh, am I going to get filled? Because I'll market order down, like, as soon as that thing's, like, falling down into my area or bouncing into it, like, I'm getting short, like, up into strength, and I'm getting long into weakness. So, usually it'll still help me get a decent price. But what I noticed last week, what was it? No, yeah, last week I traded, I think, Coinbase. When the news came out or whatever, it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. What I noticed that when Coinbase went to bounce into the 90 MA, what they did was, and the funny thing is I talked it all out. So like anybody that was like new or doesn't really know much, if you were to have gotten short that bounce back, you actually paid more, because what they did was they put the asking price as soon as it ran up into like the 90 MA on like the 3 minute. What they did was they really ripped the spreads high. Like the asking price actually went higher instead of going lower, because we were in puts, and I had a really nice trade out of that. As it was going up into the resistance, which was like the 90 MA and stuff, what they did was they actually ran up the asking price, so it widened the spread. And then whoever went to like market order in to get short, and that's how I got out. Not how I got out. I ended up noticing that, and then off of the bounce, it was like, I dropped my orders. I dropped my orders to sell some down inside of that gap after they pushed the spreads out, and it gave me a sick fill. It was actually kind of like if you didn't see that going on, you would have thought, oh, I got short into the bounce. Well, you actually paid up more because there was news and the volatility was off the rails, and I got in early, And, you know, it was cool to see. It was a lot of fun is what it was. Because I know, I'm like, yo, look, because I was talking the whole thing out, right? I was talking the whole thing out, like, saying, like, here's, like, you know, this is where we are. You know, you can see we're sitting at, like, 54, 55 cents. We got in at 30 or 28 cents. You could have got in to 24, 28. I'm in at 30. You know, here we are at damn near 60 cents, almost, you know, just about 100%. 85, 90%, like they're at 54. Let's, as soon as it bounces, drop it off that 54 down to like 51. And that's what happened. You know, it was really cool. And that's what I try to do. Like, if I'm talking the numbers, like, maybe I have to explain it better. But when I am, just like the Coinbase today, when I got short, I was looking to try and break VWAP just to be in it if we were going to get a pullback. Because I was really trying to get a pullback to like 210 to Friday's close, right? You have that little double top up there. You're 210. It's not even Friday's close. It's 210, and that would have been over 100% if we could have just broke VWAP. It was like right here, right on that down, right there, right here is where I got short on this break. Once we broke this at 220, I was like, all right, bet we're making it resistance now. Let's break VWAP. And it couldn't. And this is where I tried to get out. When it started to turn itself around and we couldn't take 18, that's when I noticed they did not want to film me. I'm like, you freaking jerks, bro. Like, I knew they were scamming me like a mug. I knew it. Because you let me get in it so easy, but as soon as I want to hand it back to you, they didn't want to take it. Ain't nita nada, nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted it. So I was going over, you know, a lot of the stuff. So if I'm in options and stuff like this week, I'll talk them out so you guys can like get a picture of what happens, or not, you know, anybody, you know, somebody can get that's new can actually get an idea on what's going on, because there's a lot of stuff that happens underneath that if you're not in it and you're not paying attention, you're not going to understand. Like, there's a big picture being told and you're not going to understand it. And that also is going to give you the feel on how you should be, you know, on your position. If you should be staying in it, if you should be taking some off, if the trend is changing, if you're able to take, like, you know, if it's the time where these options have just went like crazy, you need to just get rid of them, because even if it goes further down, it may not pay you more, right? There's a lot. There is a lot. I need to find something. I wanted to go on Investopedia and kind of look to see what... Oh, you know what? Let's look at this. You know what? mRNA. I need to not forget about this name. I do pretty well with Moderna. Believe it or not. I have a long relationship. My cost average was like $26 with Moderna. 20-some dollars before COVID. During COVID, really. That was a big hitter, man. It was the only COVID stock I bought. It was the only stock related with the COVID vaccine that I bought. I didn't buy Gilead. I didn't buy Novavax. I bought Moderna. I just thought from the stuff that I read that that's where I should be, and it played out. It played out pretty well. I mean, the stock went to $500, almost $600. So they had an okay earnings, it looks like. I'm going to play this real quick, and then I'm going to look around.
You know, Magnificent 4 or 5 or whatever stocks that are still working.
You know, it doesn't sound
AVDL,
like
appreciate you, bro.
I mean, Malcolm,
As you.
Keep it going.
Kind of on the same page.
Malcolm thinks the
How's your day been going, Base?
I tend to agree with Christina that the equity market leads to GDP, not vice versa, and the equity market's telling you the economy's probably going to be fine 9 months from now. I think empirically that's true. As a Patriots fan, I wasn't sure if Malcolm was ripping on the Patriots in there at some point also, so maybe I was reading it with a
awesome, bro. Glad to. Has small cap's been hitting today? Is that where you've been, small cap land?
I think you know, as the worst team in the league.
Let me pull up the scanner.
I think margins are likely going to expand. I think that's
I was such an idiot fucking shorting. Again, you know,
can the gross margins expand?
It could have broke
stocks?
VWAP and it
There's
could have
plenty of
broke that level and
opportunities where I
pulled
can
back,
see
then
that.
went
So
higher.
that's kind of
I
what
could
I'm
say this,
focused
I
on,
could
and
say
I tend to
that.
think there's a lot of alpha generative
It is what it is.
opportunities, but I
But it
think
had a lot of volume.
it's
I
going to
should
be
have
hard
never.
to sketch out more than 6-7% upside
should
from
have
here unless you
waited or
really
something.
think
On my
that
trade this morning.
earnings going to accelerate massively in 2025.
So you think Christina, you think the multiple of the market, which has expanded, obviously.
Yeah, I see AVGL
can
on the
hold
scanner.
up,
I didn't have the
that
scanner,
it's
so.
not only justified where it is now. I've heard some people make the argument, well, I think the economy is going to do just fine, but the multiple of the market is going to have a correction.
So I think it can do just fine because we have to assume,
I
I'm
would.
assuming that the 10-year yield
It's a
comes
long
down.
week,
I
bro.
think
There's going to be a lot of
pressure comes off.
opportunity
I
this
think
week.
that
I mean,
alters
unless you see
the
a setup,
PE
take it and just
picture.
dwindle your
And I would
position
also
size.
say, so that
You know
to
what I
me
mean?
says
Which I'm
this
sure
is
you're probably
not
already
irrational
doing, so you don't
exuberance,
give
it is
anything
rational
back. But
exuberance. And I would also say that there will be a point when there are concerns about valuations, but there are opportunities outside the U.S. You can diversify a portfolio with European equities, which, by the way, even though you might be not thrilled with the economy in the Eurozone, it's all about positive surprise. And if we can get a little positive surprise, if we can get the ECB to start cutting a little sooner,
what was
can
that,
be a nice
OCEA
catalyst
or something
for
like that?
European stocks to go up, which, by the way, went up
Dude,
significantly last week.
OCEA's been a
Malcolm, why
killer,
aren't you
bro.
more positive on the market? I want you to explain your position. I mean, if you thought we were too concentrated perhaps before, and it's
it just froze.
Nvidia's world and we're just living in it.
CNBC
well,
just froze.
This market seems to be telling a different story these days.
Yeah, I think the phrasing that you use, repressing the urge to go negative or go contrarian, is exactly how I feel right now. I am not saying by any means that anybody should be stepping out of this market because it can't go higher. We learned that lesson this time last year because in March of 2023, before ChatGPT came on the scene, you saw the estimates in the low single digits, mid single digits S&P targets for the year. And then all of a sudden, ChatGPT comes along, Microsoft gets set on fire, and so does the rest of the market. So I'm not necessarily saying we should all go negative on the markets. I am saying, though, we should be cautious, right? We still haven't seen the yield curve flatten. We know what that brings with it in historical terms, at least. We also still haven't seen the impact of higher for longer rates really take hold of the small caps. The S&P 600 and the Russell 2000 are up at a time where Raphael Bostic is telling us we're going to keep rates the way we are, and we may only get 2 cuts at some point this year. The reaction we've seen from markets is the opposite of what you would expect at a time when the Fed's not giving us what we wanted coming into the year where we expected to have cuts as early as March.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think
I wonder if they have a
is not
plan
what
for
is.
banks if rates
That
are still high.
The economy is strong
I'm
enough
curious if
right
they
now,
do.
and earnings have proven to be good enough that we don't need cuts as soon as maybe we thought we did.
Man, stop being a stupid, Judge. You know damn well you do. Why is there? I can't believe every time they talk about this
We
topic,
know what the Fed's next move is.
they never bring up the banks.
And that's all we need.
That's the only
How would you
reason
respond to
why.
that? Who cares when? Who cares how much?
You know, in my
and who cares
opinion,
how many? We just know that the
that
next
and
one's
unemployment.
lower. And that's what we're trading on now because
Or
we're anticipatory
labor.
of all of that.
But I do
market.
think it matters when it is.
Like-
I think we're looking over the fact that a lot of the smaller companies, you mentioned the number of them that aren't profitable in that smaller portion of the market, they need rates. Every quarter point raise matters to a company that small, and we're buying up the S&P 600 and the Russell as if rates don't matter. And I think that's a problem. That's where I expect that reversion back to mega caps to happen, is when the reality sets in that the only companies that can actually afford to fund their growth going forward are the ones that have these fortress balance sheets like an Amazon or a Microsoft or a Google or whoever. In the parade of small caps that has been happening, the broadening that we're talking about finally starts to lose some steam because at some point reality has to set in. It just doesn't make logical sense.
All right, let's circle the wagons here. Like, what would make the market go lower? Okay, either China deteriorates massively and we get a demand problem that looks incremental, it hurts the materials, it hurts energy, hurts industrials, takes some air out of the tech trade. 2, the U.S. consumer collapses more than we think, right? Everyone thinks
Is
it's
he not going
was
to
in
bring
good
up
shape, it's
banks?
eroding. We've
This
seen
is
some
why,
signs. This
just
government
because
pulled
somebody's a
deal, there's
professional,
nothing
y'all,
softening.
don't mean
China,
shit. Just because you're on TV.
Consumer or this quantitative tightening.
Not
Forget
the
front
very
end to
first
focus
thing
on.
should have
Let's
been
focus on the
banks.
balance sheet and liquidity.
Banks,
Maybe
bro,
that's the issue.
banks.
I think those three things, if they get
Fucking
materially worse, could
goofballs.
derail the market. Short of that, we're going
That's
higher.
going to derail the
We're going
market
higher
because that's going to
you're gonna treat
derail
your results
risk.
next year versus this year.
Or not
Numbers are
risk, but
fine,
credit.
and I totally think
Credit
what Scott
and the
said is
market
right.
are
It's been
literally
right
one,
for a
two peas in a
year,
pod.
which is there's an asymmetry that they're going to be more accommodative than not on the Fed, and all of us have learned, if we learned anything in the last 25 years, that we don't want to fight.
This is why you don't listen
the
to
Fed on the front
CNBC.
end.
Seriously.
How do you think about that?
Not
I agree.
once.
But I would say it's a very slim chance right now that we see anything dramatically
Or
bad happening.
explain
Let's
why
take, for
you're not
example,
worried about the
consumer.
Some say
banks.
that's a big risk in and of itself. The only risk out there seems that people are saying there are no risks.
Yeah, but you can't.
Well, you can have a bumpy landing, but you're not going to have the consumer fall apart. With low unemployment and with the fact that of the outstanding mortgages out there, 92% are fixed rate, and the average mortgage rate is 3.62%. So that tells us that the kind of pressures that Canadian consumers are feeling, that European households are feeling because of rate increases, aren't being felt. That transmission mechanism is
Fluctuating
not
rates
as
versus
strong.
fixed.
Exactly. So fixed, we don't have the level of variable rate mortgages we had going into the global financial crisis. We learned,
look at all
and
those
we have
lines
that
I
great
have on
luxury of having a
PayPal.
30-year fixed rate mortgage. That's a critical factor in terms of ensuring that there's a significant pool of healthy consumers. That plus a very low unemployment rate, even if it goes up 1 percentage point, I don't think it can trigger a recession.
So I agree that the consumer is likely to sort of slowly erode, not implode. The part that I don't know, I defer because I focus on U.S. equities, but I don't see how we get 2 cuts with unemployment this low that fast. So I think they're going to be a little less, accommodative than your
By the way,
forecast
the
would be my
ECB
guess.
meets this week. Since we're talking about all of that, maybe they lead the central bank parade to the pool of cutting. I don't know.
Maybe it's Bank of Canada, which has been something of a first mover at times in recent years. But I think the key, though, is that, as you said, Scott, we're moving in the right direction. We're going to get cuts, and I think it's going to happen sooner than we think.
What about?
I wonder if this is going to be a nice
Malcolm
trade on
talked
PayPal.
about
Nice rejection here.
the risks of cutting too soon being you have the risk of stimulating even further this euphoric behavior in the market. You look today, for example, Bitcoin, I think as I'm asking you this question, is up 6.5%, almost 7%. The biotechs continue to be bananas as a trade. I mean, there's some activity that leads some to believe we've got some overload of speculative action in the market, and we need to keep our eye on that very closely, not to mention some of the higher growth, higher multiple AI-related plays that have gone crazy too.
Irrational exuberance, Scott. So Christina's last point about not necessarily seeing any meaningful risks out there is exactly what makes me cautious, right? It's the age-old lesson from the Berkshire camp to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. When we start talking about there's really nothing out there that we see as a risk to this particular bull market, that's when my antenna goes up and I start to worry. I just start to worry about where we are. And also, you've used the word accommodative a few times, but I'm not so convinced that this Fed is talking about being accommodative. They're talking about pushing out the rate hikes that we started this year, saying, will they come at the front end of the year? Will they come in the second quarter? And those were the only 2 questions anyone was willing to entertain, the bond market included.
I understand, but you're suggesting that you can't be real bullish the market until the Fed actually cuts. But the market, as we always say, the train leaves the station long before that. And by the way, it's already left. It depends on how far down the tracks you want to let it go. That's the biggest risk at this point.
I think the point that I'm making is that we may have already gotten the bull market, that rush that we're all talking about and we're all anticipating. We're up 7% so far to start this year, and we're not even through Q1. We may have already gotten that bull market rush that we're all talking about may be coming. That's the part that I'm concerned
real
about.
Quick, Christina,
I would just say, look at Jim Bullard's comments. He's the one person who's no longer part of the Fed, so he doesn't have that vested interest in tamping down financial conditions. 2 weeks ago, he said the Fed should start cutting now.
I meet with institutional investors every day, all day. Lots of them have lots of concerns. I don't agree with Malcolm with your statement that nobody's saying there's anything to worry about. I think people are worried about all the things I listed, the consumer. They're worried about commercial real estate. They're worried about China. They're worried about the balance sheet and liquidity. So I don't see
we're
it as
still
being
all in
fearful when
full
others are
tilt.
greedy. The market's risk on and speculative, but I think people are fearful and worried, and they're trying to figure out, do I rotate to the 2-year or do I get more defensive within the U.S. equities? But they're not whistling, I would say.
If anything, markets have been climbing a wall of worry for months.
All right. Well, we're going to keep following it and keep having these conversations. Malcolm, thank you. Christina,
Yeah, good to
thank
see
you.
you
Adam
guys.
Parker,
Thank you.
good to have you back here post 9 as well. Christina Partsinevelos now looking at the biggest movers as we head into the close. Christina.
Well, at a tech conference in San Francisco today, the CEO of Fox, Lachlan Murdoch, said he anticipates 5 million customers will sign up to the Fox, Disney, and Warner Brothers Discovery Sports streaming joint venture, all within the first 5 years of its launch. This new streaming platform will launch this fall. We don't know the name yet. Would include ESPN Plus and any linear TV networks that carry sports programming. Murdoch expects this sports streaming venture to actually be incremental to its existing revenue base. You can see Fox shares down about 1%, Warner Brothers 6%, Walt Disney the only one up almost 2%. DoorDash and Lyft shares are higher.
I can't
after
believe
RBC
half the
upgraded
shit that I
both
just heard
stocks
them say.
individually, suggesting
We're
there's an
worried about
opportunity for
China.
both
We're
these
worried
firms to
about
work
this and
together.
that.
The
No,
synergies kinda
we're
make sense
not
given
actually.
DoorDash is
I'm
the food
not.
delivery company. Lyft
I'm not
contributes
worried
to
about
the
China.
delivery part of the equation. The analysts also think Lyft is becoming increasingly competitive with Uber. Both shares are up over 4%. Scott?
All right, Christina, we will be back to you shortly. We're just getting started. Up next.
Like, they literally
for upside
sometimes
with
just
the
waste
#1
people's times with some of the shit they say and talk about. Not once did they bring up, like, please, CNBC, bring me on. Please bring me on to your panel. I beg you. I beg you. All right? And then we can start bringing up real points. Points that actually matter. Like, where do interest rates need to be for these banks to not struggle with deposits and selling assets at a loss when they have to meet and you know, provide liquidity for their depositors when the depositors want to take money out and this, that, the third. And it's crazy, bro. OCEA, nice job, bro. Nice job. I saw it a little late. I heard about it this morning. Not really heard about it, but nice job. Sick trade, bro. Sick trade. Nice job, buddy. Great job today, Basic.
Evaluating Disney's organizational structure to improve accountability, efficiency. Koreans has focused on initiatives that Disney will include, insisting on the digital strategy for ESPN. Delta India Sandy DIS.
Get it home today with payment and delivery options to meet your needs. I don't need this, and I don't need that. You can make money the hard way as a bullfighter or a human cannonball, or save money the easy way with Xfinity Mobile. Existing customers can get a free line of our most popular unlimited plan for a year. Not only will you save hundreds, but you'll also be
I mean, that's a picture perfect ascending wedge. For sure. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
In 2019. Low-income consumer that's now going to be cycling the food stamp cuts, the tax refunds. So you're now back to, I think, a point of normalization, and that doesn't even put into place if we were to see inflation actually potentially come down.
Why was the most recent retail number then disappointing?
So tax refunds were against you in the month of February, and then in January you had unfavorable weather. 2 out of the 4 weeks were very detrimental. So the inflection that I'm citing is really now as you move into March, with especially this favorable weather that you've seen across the country, tax refunds move in the right direction. You lap against the SNAP and food stamp cuts, and you have this larger picture wealth effect that I think for the higher income consumer that trickles down to the aspirational, I think sets up very well.
Wow. So you think, I mean, the wealth effect from the market is one thing.
Yes.
Obviously, the labor market is stronger
Great
than people
employment.
probably thought.
Exactly.
You get another read of it later this week. But as long as that remains intact, I think the runway for the consumer is what, endless?
I think the consumer is stable, and now you have normalization at the low end with a wealth effect at the high end. I think it's a very good picture for the consumer. The question is across retail, who wins? And that's what we were just walking through. Value, convenience, innovation, and differentiation.
What about Foot Locker?
Foot Locker, I think, is a mixed picture. So you have the battle between the direct-to-consumer brands and all of the digitization that Nike's been focused on, as well as the other brands. So Foot Locker's in the midst of a turnaround. I think their fourth quarter was better than expected, but now you have to lap some of these clearance actions as they've been working to get back to a place of stability.
You said Abercrombie, American Eagle.
I think
you have on a positive catalyst watch. You like both?
I think American Eagle's going to set up a 3-year outlook, and they're very focused on the margin, similar to the Gap, and so we see upside there, especially in 24 numbers.
All right. I appreciate you coming back.
Great to be back.
Matthew Boss with us right here at Post 9. Coming up, More of a chart than a science. Top technician Jeff DeGraff is back with us. He's charting out the road ahead for this broadening rally.
Oh, nice. They got Jeff DeGraff coming on?
According to what he sees, another, he says, is
Oh, he'll probably be on Zoom. He's not going to be.
And he saw this rally coming before a lot of others did. So you want to pay attention to what he says next.
Yeah, I'm sure. Before Tom, Lee, before there was a lot of people that was talking about this rally. So remember, when we're up here at these prices, you know what I mean, like on the SPY, we're going to get follow through. At least the you know, at least the chances of like follow through, like this little sell off here, pulling back into the Friday's high. Oh shit. Damn, she dumped right into that level, bro. Dude, she dumped right into that level, boy. Damn, let's go, bro. Damn. Right to VWAP, too. Right to VWAP. There's your long, only to get rejected. What a move the last couple minutes, y'all. Damn. Damn. We need you to say that more often, like every day. That would be cool, Wiz. Here we go. And then bang. That's a sick move. That was sick. I gotta say it. That was sick. What a move. What a move. Oh shit. This shit getting serious, boys. Damn, what a hell of a move. Again, don't forget, it has been support. I'll let you guys know if I do something. Let me bring up the options chain real quick. What are the Qs doing? Same. Pulling back. Possible support here. Possible support. Come on, go. Go. Alright, we got a half hour, y'all. Shit. No, not 310. Alright, let's see what we got here. So I'm on the options for today. Literally for today. Like, I want, like, yo. If I get, like, this is where you can really scalp your 25 cents and make it worth it if you get it correct. Alright, let's see what's good here. Let's see if we can redeem. I still feel like we're going to get a bounce. Where are we at? Look. There's your support right there. Are we going to reject 513?
Welcome back. A record close for the S&P 500 in sight today in what could mark a third record-making session in a row if it can turn positive again. Let's get a technical read now on this breakout with Jeff DeGraff, founder and chairman of Renaissance Macro Research. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again.
Thanks, Scott.
Things that jump out to me, certainly from your notes, S&P at 5,800 by year end. So did you recently up your outlook based on what you're seeing?
No, we hit that with escape velocity, which we got in November, and that's part of this combination of 20-day highs that we look at. It was a big number. I mean, it was in the 70% readings, and those are, really a handful historically. And what we know from that data is that the market is generally up a little over 20% from that point, which is, look, it's not a comfortable thing to say, but that was 5,800, and so we said, look, the data is good data. we believe in this momentum indicator, and so we did that back in November of last year.
Yeah.
Okay, when you look
I
at
mean,
the
I don't know
charts,
about
you're gonna show
futures,
us
but
one that
I'm
sort of
definitely looking
confirms
for a
this
scalp.
high
We got plenty of
momentum
time.
market that
At
you
least I
suggest
think
we're
we
in,
do.
correct?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's
You gotta be quick.
something,
I'm
an unapologetic trend follower
Not
and momentum player.
not something
that
I
just
would
is what it
suggest.
is. So,
But that nice
but
reversal
there are
off that
points where
level, right
momentum
back to
becomes
the
volatile.
9
There's no
EMA.
doubt about it. And
You
you
know.
know, being in a momentum market is different.
Oh,
than
I
being
feel.
in a
I get
dangerous
it. No,
momentum
you're right.
market.
I
And
get you.
so one of the things that we look at is what percentile are we in terms of return.
So if I
for
buy
high
10,
momentum
5,
versus low
13
momentum
puts,
names.
right?
And when that gets
Delta's
spread gets into the 90th
36.
percentile, that just says, look, momentum is working at the expense
damn
of
near
everything else,
100%.
and it really becomes a
So a
reflection of the
50%,
narrative,
a
right?
50-cent
What's the
move would get me
prevailing narrative out there? And
50%.
That's where we tend to take a step back and say, okay, there's danger here of reversion. We're in the 87th percentile, and I know that feels like it's close enough to make that call, but the data says it's not close enough to make that call for us. So we're on guard, but I still think that we've got several weeks ahead of us that we can stretch this, get us into that 90th percentile.
All right, I
but
think-
have us back on,
I think
we'll
we
talk
gotta
about
look
it,
for
but
a
that's the point where
rejection
we'll
up
get more
here.
cautious about the market overall.
All right, booking done. Let's put that on your calendar.
See if it holds the
Soft
9
booking
EMA. Now the
challenge
9
coming up.
EMA
Chips. What am
is
I
right
supposed
there
to
at
think
Friday's
about
high.
The chip stocks, which have gone just crazy. And it's not just NVIDIA either. AMD, Supermicro. I mean, I could go down the list with 10 more names. You
513.
know what I'm getting at.
Absolutely. And look, this comes back to the momentum idea, right? So there's
Bang,
two
right
factors
there.
that
I'd
we
be
look
getting
at
some
when it-
right
when it
there.
comes
See
to
that
being
last
concerned
little.
about industry
As soon as I
rates.
said
One,
it, extended higher and
is-
left.
Because in isolation, it doesn't matter. It doesn't work. But when the combination hits, it's very powerful. And that is, we've had a good run. We're momentum names, so these are reflective of some of the highest performance names. But today,
Man,
people's
I need to buy in the
expectations are
money,
even
though.
higher than the historical momentum that we've seen, and we price that through the option market. And when we have that combination of a good historical momentum in these specific names, and then
I
the
need a
option
pullback for a
pricing is
call.
saying we're betting on even higher prices from here. That's the point that we say price to perfection. You can have it. We're going to take our ball, or at least half our ball, and go home and play somewhere else. So we're seeing that in semiconductors. That started about 2 weeks ago. And you know, obviously that can be a little bit early, but statistically it's a meaningful signal, and we're seeing that only in semiconductors here. So that's one area that we'd be more
What
cautious
time
on.
is it? We got
You have
20
been writing
minutes. Let's
some
get a
about
nice
biotech,
rejection
too.
there. I don't think
Do
we'll
I
get
need
the
to be
follow
concerned
through though.
about what I'm witnessing there?
So
I think
just
that's
the
it. I
opposite
think
of-
that
of
move
what I
might
just
be
described,
over
Scott, is
with.
happening there, where
Unless we
have
get another
momentum, and again,
pullback.
momentum in isolation is fine. It's something that we pursue.
I honestly don't know.
But we have a lot of incredulousness.
I would pay
in
attention to that
space.
move
In other
that
words,
just
people
got
don't
put
believe
in
it, they're
there, though,
betting against
guys.
it. And so when we see this
To the downside, I would pay attention to that tomorrow, guys. I would pay attention to when we get back up there to like 14, 513.80.
Kind of drags people kicking and screaming into the market, much like, let me just say that, much like they were doing with semiconductors.
See, I wonder if I could catch a bounce real quick to 514.
with biotech. So I do not think it's too early.
Like right there, bang, get long, try to get long right at that level and try to get a little scalp to 514. But I don't have anything up right now.
Some of the lowest excess negative returns that we've
It's
seen
gonna
in
fail.
biotech
It's gonna
over,
fail right
roughly
there.
40
We're gonna
years
fail
career.
right
So,
there.
That's a good starting space, right? In other words, a
I need
lot
to
of
see the
excesses have
volume.
been rinsed
Oh,
out.
dude,
People
come
have
on,
forgotten
bro.
about it. They've moved on. As these are breaking out and starting to show momentum, the sentiment has actually been fighting that trend, and that's a good sign, not a bad sign.
I got to bounce, so I'm going to ask you to be brief in your answer. You got anything on Apple, which is at 175 and obviously has looked ugly lately?
Damn, I don't know if it's gonna give us any more volatility.
It's a big name, part of the Mag 7, and it's the weakest of them all. Google's not far behind it, but it is behind it. I think you want to move on from Apple tactically, right? I mean, this isn't about the next 30 years. This is about the next 3 to maybe 12 months. But it looks to me like it's distributing, and
So
it looks like
3
it's in
cents,
a elongated
512.
consolidation in our view.
Let's do it.
Wow. All
Damn
right.
it, I missed
Good
it.
food for
I
thought.
missed it.
I appreciate it, Jeff. We'll see you soon. Don't forget about that
We'll see
date
you.
we just made, all right? Put on your
Right on.
calendar.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close.
Give me a
Back to
bounce, give me a
Christina
bounce.
Fontanellos with that. Christina.
Well, Ford tells us
All right,
hybrid cars are gaining in popularity, and customers are pushing back against
What time
one
is it?
Chinese EV maker. I'll explain all those details next.
Let's go. Come on. Fuck. Come on, baby. Damn it, she's going. No, dude, what are you doing, bro?
Within Power, I get all my financial questions answered, so I don't have to worry. So you're like a guru now. Okay, join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future with a real-time dashboard and real live conversations.
All right, let me take that off real quick.
This is a keepsake friend. This is actually a photo.
She's not gonna give it to us. That volume, I would look for. It's just not good. That was it. I feel like that was it. I'm not even gonna try it. So they were 3 cents, 3 to 4 cent spread. So you can get like a fall out of bed, man. I should have held on to it. We got 15 minutes left. Look, 4, 5. I mean, dude, you get 6 of 5. And that is the 512. That was the 512 puts. And my point is if you can get down, like, there you go. Like, you get a little stretch in here. She's going to flip. She's going to flip, dude. Come on, you can do it. She's not wanting to. See how they hung it? Sit, look, 100%. 100% right there. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, shit. Yeah, just a little hundo. Just a little hundo. Right here. It's like 95% with commissions. It's probably like 80%. 95% with commissions. Oh, fuck it, duck. Yo. It wasn't a lot of money, but I'll be damned if that wasn't cool. I threw my little $50 on it. Bro, look, they're gonna keep going too. That's it. You guys got to take that if you took it. Shit. You got solid support right there. That's some nice volume coming in. It's not, you know. Look. Yo, we just wrote. I got filled there at 4 cents on those. Now they're 12 cents. So I'd be out, y'all. God, I don't know what it is about me in the end of the day, but we get along real good. We get along real good. That's so funny. Look for a bounce back to 412.80. Dude. Yo, that's a sick trade, bro. And look how the delta went down. So really, you know, when you do that, you want to look for like 50 cents, 75 cents. You got to find the sweet spot. But you get $1.50, like with a delta. That's crazy. But yeah, Matt, I did have a small. I had not. I mean, it was small. It was more than I wanted to lose, but Coinbase.
We're just about 15 for the closing bell.
You know, I didn't really. I'm not going to say that I fought the trend, but
Well, I'll start with U.S. listed shares.
The trade today was Coinbase for me, and it was a loser because I tried to see if we could break VWAP, and it never could, and I couldn't get out of it. I was struggling to get out of that trade, but it's all good. This week, I'm going to fucking kill it. I'm going to kill it this week. I just instinctively feel it. Like, there's a lot of setups, and I'm coming after the markets. Holy shit, they're 14 cents. Whoever didn't sell, you're crazy. Not saying anybody took that. You could have thrown $100 on that trade right there, and you just made $300. 4, 8, 12, 16, 15 even. $100, you're at $400 right now.
Christina, thanks so much. Still
like,
ahead.
you see what I'm saying? Come on, y'all.
67,000, getting closer to a new record high as well.
They told you what it was up there. All right, let's look at this. Yo, that was crazy. We just got those at 4 cents. You know, I got to take them shits off at 100%. Nearly 100% because it's just stupid if you don't. But I mean, I guess they told you what it was when they ran it down. When they ran this stuff down, they you know, I guess they did tell you. That's probably where they're headed. They're probably going down to 412. Dude, you might get these in the money, bro. And you paid 4 cents. They're going to run this thing damn well. Damn, dude, that's crazy. 17, 16, 15 bid, 16 bid. Yo, that is crazy. Yo, that is crazy, bro. Oh my God. You got people putting out 20-cent orders. Are you kidding me? 18 cents from fucking 4 cents? Nobody took 21? 21 Savage. It was meant to be. Nobody took it. None of you guys took that, did you? I mean, they gave you the trend. Something's definitely going on. There's that major support level. Probably flip it on the reverse. 513s, they're 513s are 10 cents. Where are we? 513.38. You have a delta of 21 and they're 9 cents. 513. What time is it? We have 10 minutes. If you can get back to like VWAP, damn near close to VWAP, you could get it just about 80%, 100%. So see, look, 8 cents. Now they're at 10, 12. Look at the bids. 12, 13. See what I mean? This is scalping right there, fellas. I don't know if you're going to get past that level there. I don't know if you're going to get to VWAP. You could. This is your middleman right there. 512.75. But don't fight. Look at the weakness. And you have no... Why is there a 5-minute on my chart right now? I knew something was going on. I knew something was going on that I didn't approve of. Yeah. Look at that. They're running this thing down, guys. But shit. It's too late. It's too late for me to try and get this. And the thing is I would not fight this either. In the manner that they ran this thing down, I wouldn't feel comfortable in calls. I thought the trade was to the downside because they showed you something. They're preparing for the week or something. I don't know. They're taking profits. Remember this day. Remember that. Remember that pullback. I'm telling you. This is institutions taking profits. I think that's a perfect lesson for a scalp. When they run it down like this, we're at all-time highs, and they just scream this thing down, and you catch the bounce back to the support level that you broke, and you retest it right there. That's your entry to see if they give you this again, because you just saw what they did, and you guys just heard me say that we're in an area that, you know, we don't have much price action, so as soon as one side takes over, they're going to run this thing, and there's not going to be any stopping it. And that's exactly what we just got. I literally said that 10 minutes ago. To remember where we are. There's no price action up here. So if we pick a direction, it's going to go and it's going to move. That was fun. That was fun. I don't like that it was fun, but... Dude, they're still at 12, 13 cents. I can't believe that. I mean, I can because they're 30 cents away from being in the money, but damn right. Oh, let's see here. Oh, dude, we still haven't even got to the 5-minute or like 2-minute drill. They might just stick it right here. Damn, what a beaut, bro. I'm not going to forget that. Next time that we get something that sets up like that, even if it's to the buy side, run with it. But hopefully tomorrow, not hopefully, like I said, guys, tonight, I have a couple things I'm wanting to do, but I'm going to find me a nice setup, and I'm going to lean on that bad boy. I'm telling you right now. Tesla. I wanted to get in on Tesla, but it just happened so quick. I never got my. It never bounced back for me. Tesla never bounced back. Tesla had a huge day. Tesla and Coinbase, man, really, that's it. Those are the two names that I liked today. Tesla and Coinbase, and they turned out to be the winners. If you pick the right side. I know, it's crazy, bro. Let's go back. Let's see. Look at Coinbase, too. Trying to turn that level into, it's taken back that previous... What's today? 5 minutes. Yeah, Wiz, that was a fun scalp. I like to scalp at the end of the day, especially when it shows you this. Like, that's the only time I do it. I do it every now and then. So far, I think we're like 3-0 for like the last couple, like 10-minute scalps. End of the day. We picked those contracts up at 4 cents. I did. I picked them up at 4 cents. They went all the way to 20. They went to like 20 cents on the bid. 4 cents in a 20. Bro, $100, and you could have. What is that? 4 and 8 was our 100. 8 and 8, 16 is 400. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that was fucking 4. It's like 500%. 400 to 500%. $100 on that gave you a quick $500, and just that move right there. You know, if you have $100 to lose, that's the thing. You got to be comfortable with like losing half of it. But again, that showed you that support up here, that little bit of support. It went right up in there. You had to get short. I don't know why else you would get long. Because in order to get long, if you think you're going higher, that pullback into that 9 EMA would be the long. To try and break up, up into this area and test 513. But chances are you weren't doing it. Look how it ran that son of a bitch back down. So, look. Let's see what happens here. See what happens right here. I want to watch these 512s. See if we hit 512. I'm really curious. I don't think they're going to, because I think everybody just got paid on that scalp. I think everybody just got paid on this move. This was a sick move. Pretty risky, but you know what I mean? Throw a couple bucks at it. You know, and it could be free money. I take it. I took mine. Free money. That trade helped manage my Coinbase trade. It put a little bit of money back in my pocket. Nothing crazy. With commissions, probably $48, 44. I have to look.
Leslie Picker, what's happening with New York Community Bank shares? It's certainly a far different story than some of the other bright spots in this market.
Yeah, another ugly day here, down about 20% in NYCB shares as this company exists in basically an information vacuum.
Hope you guys had a wonderful day. Tomorrow I'll have another straight lineup, and what do we have going on? Understand what we have going on. Bitcoin was grinding higher, I think. I don't think it's pulled back. Yeah, it's still grinding higher. So, just you understand you have crypto. I think you have Dogecoin and stuff's going crazy, but I don't know of a way to play that in the equity markets other than like, you know, your Maras, your Coinbases and stuff. So you have that. You had Tesla. All right, Coinbase and Tesla are our top 2 ideas today. What else do we have going on? You have GitLab earnings tonight, so you can look at GitLab tomorrow, and we'll look at their earnings. You know, there's been a couple people that I haven't heard from that hasn't been back in chat, like Bingo, a few other people. I hope that they're doing okay. I haven't heard from them in a while. But hopefully, like I said, guys, I want to start going in the morning. It was a late night for me. Tomorrow morning, I want to be able to say, look, right here, I'm getting short. This is where I'm getting long. This is what I think. Okay, and I'm gonna trade accordingly. I'm not, you know, I'm gonna, you know, conduct my analysis and what I think, and you know, we'll see what type of news we can come up with in the morning. Because I want to start being able to give out some trades, and you know, let's all eat. I'm ready to eat this week. I'm telling you guys, for real. I am ready to eat, and I'm going to. I'm taking somebody's money. All right, nice and peacefully. I'm just going to say, all right, bet. That's what you think. This is what I think. Okay, we'll see who's right and who's wrong. All right, so Bitcoin trying to put in a new high. I think it already did. I'm not sure. It's so damn close. That high's up there at 69.3. Looks like it wants to. So. I hope you guys had a great day today. If you lost money, please go back and see what you did wrong. All right, don't let it weigh you down. Come in tomorrow fresh-minded. If you can't do that, you got to step aside or do something. Pick up the phone, call somebody. I don't know. You got to not come in and be emotional tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day. I plan on eating. Do you plan on eating? You ain't going to be able to eat if you're worried about the last night's or today's dinner. Tomorrow. All right, tomorrow's a new dinner. So, well, let's see what GitLab has to report. GTLB, we'll see what they report. Their earnings last quarter were pretty good. Let's bring up a 5-minute chart, 2-minute chart, something. All right, you can see they're already trying to get ahead of this with the bounce back. They're trying to bounce this thing higher.
CARA, Cara Therapeutics, reporting $5 million in revenue. The estimate was $9.4 million. Loss of 59 cents for CARA. It's wider than the 41-cent loss that was expected.
The Q's bounced. They just had a nice order right to VWAP.
EOS Energy reporting.
Let's see here. I don't know what time it comes out. I'll see you in the morning, Wiz. I'll probably have a watch list tonight, maybe. Talk about a couple of things. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. Well, I'll see you in the morning. Appreciate you, Wiz. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Tomorrow will be a better day. I promise. Remember, we have data tomorrow as well.
6.6 million for EOSE. The estimate was 9 million, so that's short for EOSE.
Lilly in particular, which is a holding we like a lot, has really led the way in this in terms of their drug Mounjaro, which is showing up to 20% loss in weight reduction, and could potentially have very significant opportunities in terms of other classes of diseases that are addressed by addressing obesity. We also like Vertex Pharmaceuticals, which is has basically come up with a cure or treatment for cystic fibrosis. Has some interesting drugs in development, including a non-opioid painkiller that we think could be as much as a $15 billion.
MicroStrategy announced offering of $600 million aggregate principal amount of convertible senior notes.
MSTR.
E30, that's MSTR, Michael Sandy Tango.
All right, MicroStrategy, guys, is doing an offering or something. All right, GitLab. I don't know what's going on with old Giddy. Giddy. All right, we'll cover GitLab tomorrow. Unless somebody's wanting to see it, you know, you can watch it and see what happens here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you guys either tonight or tomorrow morning. GitLab pulling back here. Hold up. It's something I might want to look at and trade tomorrow. That's why I'm looking at it. What's going on? What is going on? She's getting froggy. All right, guys, have a great night. I love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow.